Hello. Is this thing on? Tap, tap, tap. Hi, guys. How are you, Ron? I'm glad to be back. What's up? This was not a planned live. I don't know, some of you might have seen my post about not really doing all signs, not going live as much. Lisa, what's up? Hi. Another Lisa in the house. It's already an excellent turnout. But yeah, I felt really, really called to do a reading on this topic. And I did a poll a couple days ago. And you guys, Mercury retrograde and what it has in store for you was one of the options. And it's not the one that you picked. Don't worry, I am doing that all signs reading, just so you guys know. I'm still doing that one. I'm doing that one as a pre-recorded reading, and I'm about halfway through recording it. So the topic you guys did choose was what's been going on in the background of your life or behind the scenes and what's coming next. So just so you guys know, that reading is still coming. But then tonight I was going to do some other readings, and Spirit really prompted me to essentially look into the current energies. And then once I did that, they were like, these are things that need to be talked on, or this is an important time for the collective to kind of know what's going on. So I did feel super prompted to look into the energies of this eclipse, kind of like, not eclipse, this retrograde season overall. So I'm going to take a moment at the beginning of this all signs, and I'm just going to cleanse and ground and set some clear intentions. And then I'm going to talk about the astrology for a little bit, just like a couple minutes, because we do have like 4 planets in retrograde right now, and there are some pretty big implications to what we're experiencing collectively and individually that I feel like, well, I felt guided, that are somewhat important for us to know about at this time. So I'm going to share that, okay? So that being said, let's start by cleansing a little bit here. Cleansing, and then I'm just going to draw a couple Reiki symbols to essentially kind of like open the circle a little bit. For my witchy people, you'll understand the terminology. But it's basically just to like set the stage and protect the space, and then yeah, we'll get into it, okay? So let's use some Palo here. Some Palo Santo. I'm just going to timestamp when I start this. I don't have to do that after. It's for like 3 minutes, 30 seconds, okay. Okay, so yes, let's get a little cleanse on here. How have you guys been doing? Have you been feeling the energies heavily? The thing is that some of it is a little more subtle, some of it is not. Because even though, hypothetically speaking, it should be subtle energy, because they are the outer planets, they're the interpersonal planets, like Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto, are also, wait, is that correct? Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto, not Uranus. I was like, that's too many. Are all in retrograde, are all retrograde, as well as Mercury now. So the outer planets usually are a little more subtle in their impact, but I don't feel like Pluto has been subtle at all, personally speaking. That might just be because I have a lot of Pluto in my life and chart. So, let's get some of this going on. So, there is a lot of energy flying around and a lot of energy shifting at this time, and it has been for a while. So that's kind of the purpose of just really taking a second to make sure that we're present in this space, that we're not just mindlessly consuming information, because then we can't really integrate it, or we can't really, the knowledge or the wisdom can't really strike us the way that it's meant to always, if we're just kind of not being present and intentional. So if you do have any intentions that you specifically want to set, like particularly after you even listen to me just kind of say what's happening with the astrology right now, and what that is causing us to focus on, then you might want to set an intention around that, like something that maybe you are feeling is karmically closing out for you at this time, that you want a little bit more information on, or if you're looking for some particular sign or synchronicity symbol or closure even surrounding something, feel free to be really clear with spirit about that. Even like the clearer the better. That will help that happen. Okay, so let's light some incense. I have this patchouli incense matches. Which is, patchouli is very grounding. So just because the nature of, we also have a Leo new moon coming up. But the nature of Mercury moves very fast, generally. And it can be a little bit chaotic for those that aren't necessarily super used to the energy. So anyone maybe other than, anyone that's not Virgo or Gemini, like dominant or prominent, might just struggle with really knowing how to work naturally with that energy. But yeah, it is a lot of movement that's happening, causing us to kind of, well, the purpose is to cause us to kind of stop and reevaluate some things, right? Anytime there's a retrograde, that's kind of the vibe. So I'm just taking a couple deep breaths and just sinking into the energy a little bit. But I hope that you have been well. It has definitely been a hot second since I've been live and really tuned into your energy in real time, and I miss it. So I am not going to stop doing these like all together, I don't think, because I do miss you guys and this kind of connection that comes specifically when we are live together versus me posting pre-recorded stuff. But it just will not be, it will be probably just when I'm really feeling guided by spirit. Okay, this isn't doing what I wanted to do, so we're just gonna put it on top of the candle, hope for the best. So I am leaving the candle completely clear this time because we are reassessing things, so I'm not gonna put anything on it or add anything to it. We're just gonna kind of use it as an amplifier of our intentions and a transmutation tool to help us kind of close out anything that might be wanting to leave. Okay. So you're more than welcome to use this if you want to send intentions in at all, or just set the intention that anything that comes throughout the reading, that you have ideas of like, oh yeah, that's something I should work on, or oh, maybe that's something that I'll need help closing out, or whatever the case may be in my life. This would help if it was not below the screen. This can help you with that. I'm just gonna put it in my little holder. And I'm just gonna put that here through the reading, okay? So, I just have a few notes. I'm just gonna quickly. So I'm just doing some really basic Reiki symbols to, just like I said, bring in a little bit of healing and grounding energy, as well as protection. and just kind of calibration. You can kind of look at it as something that syncs or calibrates all your chakras, or you with all of your bodies, that kind of thing. Okay, that feels good. So let's talk astrology for a moment. Okay, so let's talk about what's happening with this retrograde season. I do want to just give you guys some context, because then you will understand what this reading is actually based on, and why I'm asking the things that I'm asking in this spread, because you'll understand kind of the energies we're working with and stuff at this time. So first of all, happy Leo season, everybody, and happy birthday, Leos. Your season always goes hard, and I love it. And this Leo new moon, I'm going to talk about that at the end, actually, after I talk about the retrogrades, but it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a big one. And I'm excited because it feels very transformative. It feels very charged, and how you experience that energy is going to be based on essentially how much you lean into it and go with the flow and let it like move and affect you. But I hope that you guys have an amazing season and an amazing birthday. So let's talk about Mercury first. I'm gonna go in order of like the length of the retrograde through these 4 planets and just kind of give you a little breakdown. So we'll go Mercury, Saturn, Neptune, and then Pluto. We'll talk about just like the basics, what that kind of means, what sign it's happening in. You can look more into that, like where it's hitting you in your personal chart if you want to, and then we'll just touch on the Leo new moon, and then we'll get into the reading, okay? So yes, okay. I have a couple notes here. So let me just see. All right, so Mercury was in pre-shadow from June 29th until the 17th. What's up, beloved? And then on the 17th is when it actually stationed retrograde, and it is doing so in the sign of Leo. And it will station direct on August 11th, but then it will be in post-retrograde shadow until August 25th. So basically we'll be working with these energies of Mercury retrograde specifically until about the end of August. So you could feel the ripples of what is happening with that until about that time. But generally speaking, Mercury retrograde is a time where, like I said before, we're given the opportunity, let's say, to gain extra clarity and insight through a reset or like a renewal phase a little bit. You can reorganize your thoughts, your approaches to things, the way you communicate, and there can potentially be issues within Mercury retrograde. Sometimes the most common ones are like there's potential for misinterpretations, like a heightened sense of intensity maybe surrounding what we say, or speaking your mind without a filter. So there can be like just miscommunications, just missing the mark, or not really getting along with people as well. There can also be stuff with technology that happens, like weird technological glitches. But the interesting and intense thing specifically about this Mercury retrograde is that there's going to be a Mercury cazimi, and that is happening on, what day is that actually happening on? This written down. It's happening near the beginning, I'm pretty sure. I don't know exactly where I wrote that, but the cazimi. A cazimi is essentially when Mercury is very, very tightly conjunct to the sun. So it's in really tight, like it's very close proximity to the sun. And it's interesting, cazimi actually means in the heart. So it's like at the heart of the sun. So in placement, it would be like right in the middle of the sun if you're looking at how they align. And it is an alignment that is considered to be incredibly potent. It can be empowering because of exactly how much clarity and insight it offers you. And because, again, it's with Mercury, it's going to be related to communication, thought, how you process information, And all of that mercurial energy is going to be amplified by the sun, which is very powerful as well. So you could experience specifically a sudden understanding, almost like, oh, it just hits you of something, a situation, maybe one that's been confusing to you for a while, or even a powerful download. So it could come through more spiritually. It could also come to you through means that you're just not expecting, like someone on the street says something, or you talk to a friend and they just, in passing, just, you know, flippantly say something, and it's like, what? Like, how did I not think about that? That is the solution to this thing, or that's the missing piece. You know, it just like kind of clicks into place. So there's a lot of amplified energy within this Mercury retrograde. And then there's also that Leo new moon, which is happening during all of this retrograde stuff. And this new moon, which is on the 24th, so it's happening on Thursday for most people. It might be one day different depending on where you are in the world. Oh, the Kazemi is on the 31st of July. Okay, I knew I put it somewhere. So that's when the peak of that really intense energy is most likely going to be taking place. But this particular new moon has many very powerful aspects to it as well, which basically means that the other planets around it are heavily involved and also amplifying or impacting the energy in some sort of significant way. So we'll talk about that when we get to, we'll go through the rest of the retrogrades first a little bit. So next, there is Saturn retrograde. This has been going on since July 13th, and it will continue to retrograde until November 27th. And Saturn is in Aries. Currently, it's going to retrograde back into Pisces and then Aries again, where it will close. So it's retrograde in Aries until the end of August. From September 1st to November 27th, it will be in Pisces, and then the rest of it will be back in Aries. But with Saturn retrograde, this can talk very much about so this can talk about introspection and reevaluation, but specifically surrounding like goals and commitments. And whether your goals and commitments and the things that you're pouring into are practically working for you. So is your focus actually going towards things that are building stronger foundations in your life and that are going to support you? So you might be asked to reassess long-term goals, commitments, and also just reflect on responsibilities, accountability, what maybe has become more of a source of, like, maybe it feels a little bit more like something you have to do, like an obligation, versus something that you are inspired or convicted to pour your energy and be responsible for, right? So with that, you could be reevaluating or strengthening your boundaries as you address essentially any weaknesses in the structures and foundations that are currently in your life. And then Neptune went retrograde on July 4th, and it will retrograde until December the 10th. It also is beginning in Aries, shifting back into Pisces, and then it ends in Pisces. So from now until October 22nd, it will be in Aries, and then for the continuation, it will be through Pisces. Neptune retrograde is quite interesting because Neptune is a planet that is already a little bit dreamy. It can already come with illusion and confusion. It depends how you're working with the energy. It can be beautiful if you use it for like imagination, creativity purposes, transcendent love, service to your fellow man. Even Neptune is beautiful for all of those sorts of things. Dreaming things into being, but you kind of have to know how to work with that energy, right? So this is a time of introspection, particularly around like what is illusion versus intuition. And then maybe examining your dreams and your desires and how those are connected to your deeper beliefs, specifically like your spiritual beliefs, your spiritual path. And so when Neptune retrogrades, it kind of brings, for most people, it can bring heightened confusion, but I feel like that's if you're not working with the Neptunian energy or letting it kind of show you things. A lot can come up in your dreams specifically as well with Neptune retrograde. But generally for most people, I feel like it brings in a more realistic perspective. So it can kind of clear things up since it is sometimes more dreamy or like, blurred lines a little bit. So you could be more susceptible to illusions or deception. So it's important to be grounded and discerning, but also usually there's heightened emotion and you can notice unconscious patterns, or you can clear things up, or see things again from maybe more of a realistic perspective when Neptune is retrograde. So finally then we come to Pluto, and Pluto is kind of a big deal in this whole situation, in this whole sitch. Even though it's the furthest out planet, and even though it has the longest, like it's the slowest to orbit, Pluto doesn't really do anything without intensity involved. And it's also very heavily aspecting this new moon. So Pluto is retrograde in Aquarius, and it has been retrograde since May 4th and will be until October 13th. So 5 months, right? And it will again prompt introspection and potentially reassessment. But with Pluto, it's going to be surrounding your personal power and your desires. And because it's a slow moving planet, it might be a little bit more subtle, or have more of an internal impact. You might not see it so much around you, but it will be very collective as well, especially because Pluto's in Aquarius, which already highlights like the group versus the individual, us and them, right? And how we give to the greater good, where we fit in the bigger scheme of things. So with Pluto retrograde in Aquarius, there could be changes in terms of like expanded forward thinking, or even ways that you decide to rebelliously sort of liberate yourself, right? Because there is a focus on individuality and freedom. Aquarius has that very forward thinking. I can't think of the word that I'm trying to think of. But rebellious kind of energy. They think about independence, they think about self-expression, and how they can do that with, how they can be their own unique self and contribute to the whole, while also, being a part of the whole, right? So they're kind of thinking about how can I contribute uniquely, but also take into consideration the whole group. So there could be introspection and deep transformation surrounding your personal desires, your choices, the motivation behind those choices, specifically in areas related to power and authority. And it will be kind of like power and authority over yourself, which would be sovereignty, and then also how that's impacted by maybe figures of authority or structures around you. So you could be reassessing relationships, communities, or just things that are not, again, pushing you forwards, pushing you into the life that you want to be in, this place of expansion, wherever you want to go next. So the spread that we are doing is going to be kind of encompassing, because we're looking at retrograde season overall. So the cards that I'm going to pull for this spread, we're going to look at the realm of greatest influence or evolution overall that's going to be impacted of your life. And then we're kind of going to pull a card for each planet or specific retrograde. So for Mercury, we are going to look at the clarity or the understanding that might be emerging for you and what that is surrounding. For Saturn, we're going to look at a commitment, goal, or responsibility that you might be reevaluating. For Neptune, we're going to look at an illusion versus intuition reality check that might be coming up for you or clearing something up for you. And then for Pluto, we're going to look at, again, an area where you might be expanding your thinking, your perspective, or liberating yourself in some sort of like rebellious way, which is exciting. Okay, so let's quickly talk here about the energies around the Leo new moon, which is happening in a couple days. So many of you will already be feeling this, especially if you are more energetically sensitive at this time because of all the other things that are going on. You could have been feeling this coming. It feels like a bit like a tidal wave that's coming. It's a very intensely, it feels like there's a huge culmination of energy that is happening. So when I tuned into the energy around this new moon, this is what I kind of picked up before I looked at the aspects. So I feel that there will be a desire or a heightened pull to create or start something new, which generally happens with a new moon, but this one feels very, very strong. And I think it's because of that Leo energy of desire and creation, but it's very like solar plexus. It's coming from the core of you, but also Leo rules the heart. So there's this like confidence that is coming from, hopefully, you aligning within your will and your spirit and then your heart. So hopefully those two things can come together and then just kind of like Care Bear, like, transmit out. And actually they wanted me to look up specifically the word transmission, which I will do. Let me just take a note of that because I forgot about it until now. But earlier today, they just kept bringing up the word transmission. And I need to look at like what that actually is and why that's relevant to us at this time. Because they were very particular about that being the word. Okay, so I also picked up on strength and courage will be required, but it will also be given. So there will be sources that it's kind of like what you seek is seeking you. If you're going for something and it's going to require a leap of faith, it's going to require you to have that backbone, right? Leo's card is strength in the tarot. And it talks about being aligned with your morals, your values, your, who you are at the core of you, what gives you confidence to move through life. And then you have strength and courage. Hi, Josephine. I'm glad to see you guys too. I missed you. There will also be things that back that up. If you start taking like brave action, the universe is going to come in and be like, I'm in your corner, like, anyone want to fuck with my people? You can tell I don't really get in fights, guys. But anyways, just ignore that. There's also themes of inspired self-expression, hope, intention, and then possibility versus control. So there will be this kind of push-pull tension, which we'll talk about, that comes from some of the aspects between embracing this like visionary, look at all the potential and the possibilities, letting that inspire you and give you the courage to leap out and start something, even if you don't know how it's going to come together, or even if you don't feel fully prepared. It's about following that pull of your heart and soul and allowing yourself to not get sucked into your head and illusions of control where you're like, but because I don't have all the facts, like, I'm not going to do this, right? It is not a time to pussy around. It's not a time, okay? Like, let's be real here. It is not a time to play it safe. You will lose out if you play it safe. The universe will probably kick your ass off the cliff anyways if you play it safe. So it's one of those things about like, are you gonna jump yourself or are you gonna be pulled off, which will be more difficult for everyone involved. So the aspects to this moon. This is where Uranus does get involved. So Uranus, Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto are all aspecting this new moon. Uranus is sextile. Uranus is in Gemini right now, and it is sextile the new moon. Saturn and Neptune are trine this new moon, and then Pluto is in a direct opposition to this new moon. And I believe that this new moon is happening at 2 degrees of Leo. So Pluto is at 2 degrees of Aquarius, and so it's directly opposition, direct opposition. And actually, it's interesting because all of these planets that are, hi, Heather, Lisa, all of these planets are in early degrees of new signs. So they have just moved quite recently. Like Uranus, I think, is still at 0 degrees of Gemini. Saturn and Neptune are at maybe like 1 or 2 degrees in Aries, and Pluto is at 2 degrees of Aquarius, I think, if I remember correctly. So there's already this energy of there being quite a big change because all these planets have shifted gears and they're now focused in a different area. So this kind of just feels like it's amplifying or kickstarting that even more. But these are all transpersonal planets. So I do think that we'll see a large collective impact and shifts, especially with that Pluto and Aqua energy for the reasons I already mentioned. I also feel as though there could be deep activations in both body and consciousness at this time. There could be a lot of motivation and the rapid development of idea and action that follows that. So it's like your consciousness expanding, having new ideas, forward thinking, right? And then taking action or being prompted to take action. But I feel like we'll have the motivation to do that. And I also feel that we are being like authentically aligned on many, many, many levels of our own being, as well as with our surroundings, the planet even, and one another. Okay, so there is this idea of evolution always being uncomfortable, and I just want to say change doesn't always have to feel like the chaotic loss of control. In fact, it doesn't ever feel that way if you embrace and lean into change and understand that it is the only constant, right? That it is unavoidable, and that we're evolutionary creatures. Like, we're meant to change, right? So try to take that approach, but there is this push and pull between, hi, Luna, between just making herself known as she enters the room. What's up, boo? Hi. I just got home from vacation and she's been really needy since I got home because she missed me, I'm assuming. Hey, come here. Say hi. It's Luna. So there's this interesting push-pull between having confidence in what you want to bring forth, like create, put out into the world, what you want to contribute to the collective, right? She's very floofy. Yes, she is. Miss Floof, Luna Bean. And I feel like that confidence is paired with a fiery desire and a deep inner knowing, but perhaps without having all of the points filled in. So maybe not understanding, like I said before, how something is going to come to be, but you just have this strong inner assuredness that something is for you, or that if you do want to create something, like if you have a dream, that it is possible, right? To fulfill that. I'm totally covered in hair. You're not seeing it, but I really am. And then the opposite side of that tension is having resistance, discomfort, or this idea, if you get in your own head, like, I'm not ready, I want this, but now that it's here, I'm not prepared, right? And even maybe fears coming up from our shadow, our unconscious, or our subconscious, surrounding the things that would need to end for us to shift our trajectory into a new reality, into a place where we are aligned with manifesting our dreams, or welcoming them in, like receiving them. So, yeah. Ushering in creative sovereignty is what I said. Fear surrounding endings that will help you usher in creative sovereignty. So there could be places where we have gotten a little bit comfortable. Who sings that song? I'm channeling this song. I know what it's called. Damage Gets Done. I think it's Hosier. He says, I know that being reckless and young is not how the damage gets done. And he basically talks about how taking the risks is not how damage gets done in life, but rather playing it safe and having regrets. So Hosier said it best, I guess. But that's the end of my notes in regards to the astrology. That was a little bit longer than I planned, but I really wanted to point that out. Okay, I am going to look at the word transmission. I thought that it was kind of important that we talk about that, just because there is so much going on. Okay. So in terms of transmission and how they were bringing this up, just for some context surrounding this, it's kind of replacing the word manifestation is what they were saying, or they'd like me to use it more instead of using the word manifestation. Because they've been saying lately, like, you are transmitting very strongly, like, so I guess that's like your vibration or your frequency is being transmitted very strongly. But the root word of transmission is trans, which is Latin and means across or through. The full word is derived from the Latin verb transmittere, meaning to send across. And the definition of transmission is the action or process of transmitting something. Thanks. It's quite interesting. I'm assuming this is going to come up in an important way in this reading because they wanted me to mention it. So, to cause something to pass on from one place or person to another, to broadcast or send out a signal. To pass on from one place or person to another, broadcast or send out a signal. Which is interesting because that is really the core of manifestation, right? It's not really about, if you're doing it right, it's not about pulling something towards you and putting all this effort in. It's about transmitting from an aligned, calibrated, sure place, an embodied place, a sacred vessel, and transmitting. It's very much giving, which is interesting because the Magician is the card that is associated with Mercury in the tarot. It's giving Magician energy. Because in the Magician, he's holding up his little wand, right? Okay. Quite interesting. Heart transmission, yeah. It's coming through as like that heart will connection, the heart and the will. So it is very much embodying that Leo energy, that Mercury energy. Yeah. So specifically what you pass on, I'm getting like a message here, and we'll see if this comes up in any other way, in a theme sort of way throughout the reading. But what you are broadcasting out has a deep effect on the people and places around you. It has an effect on the outcome of things. Sometimes we downplay this, but I feel like it's a very important time to not downplay the strength of your thoughts, of the energy that you embody, of what you choose, again, to take in, to consume, whether that's information, whether that's social media. Everything has a frequency and energy. So if you look at it that way and you want to keep a clear, strong transmission during this time, because they're saying it's a time that dreams can not only be expanded on and seen with clarity, but they can actually come true, or that process can begin. So again, it's important for there to be a strong and clear transmission, which means you don't want energies attached to you that are going to like create static in that signal, right? Or confuse what you're sending, the message that you're sending out. You want it to be clear. All right. So all of that being said, my loves, I hope that that was helpful to you. Keep in mind, I'm not an astrologer. I just kind of share my, not a professional astrologer. I just share my personal insights and downloads and the basic kind of details with you. But if you do want to tune into those energies more, then I highly recommend you just kind of look into that, meditate on it, and see what you get. Okay, so let's get down to business. We are going to, let me timestamp again here. Okay, so we're going to start with Aries, as we do, and go through all the way to Pisces. And yeah, you are welcome to watch for more than one placement. I don't read for a particular placement in your chart. So that means you could watch for your sun, moon, your rising, your Venus. You might want to even watch for your Mercury because of everything that's going on. What's up, Kelbell? I love your name. Yeah, anything that's super strong, or if you have very powerful energies, like Leo and Aries are very, very strong right now in terms of where the planets that are kind of having the greatest influence are, as well as Aquarius. So you might want to watch those for more like collective vibes as well. But there's also a members area now that launched, and I love it over there. I love you over there. If you're there, then thanks for being there. And there's just one tier. They get an extra reading every week. So if you're down with that, or you want to support me or come hang out with some cool people, you can click the join button at the top of my YouTube channel to get more information, or there's a link in the info box. Okay. So that being said, let's get into it with Aries. And yeah, we're going to pull those 5 cards. Again, we're going to look at kind of what part of your life is going to be most greatly influenced overall through this period of intense retrogrades. So basically where all the retrogrades are like overlapping is kind of the intention that I'm setting to look at. So it will be basically through to the end of the shadow of Mercury retrograde, but this energy could also extend beyond that for some of you as well. So just keep that in mind. Okay, let's get poppin'. Get it poppin', Aries. So we're gonna look at that, and then again we'll look at some clarity or deeper understanding that might be emerging for you, a commitment or goal or responsibility you could be reevaluating, a reality check you might be getting in an area that has been like, is it illusion or is my intuition correct? As well as an area that you could be expanding your thinking or even liberating yourself from an old way. So tune me into Aries energy, my beautiful Aries collective. Let's see what's going on for Aries. Hi, Aries. You will be feeling this a lot this time period, potentially, because there are planets that are retrograde in your sign, Saturn and Neptune. So keep that in mind. It could be hitting you very strongly if you have either of those in the first house. Or if you just have a very strong Saturn or Neptune placement or aspect. Okay. Tell me what's happening for Aries here. What needs to be highlighted for their highest and best good for the energies of this retrograde season? hard or go home, huh? Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot going on for you. Okay. Just grab a couple oracle cards. Don't act like you don't always go hard or go home, beloved. I mean, that's just kind of an Aries thing. Sometimes Aries decides to be like, just kidding, I'm not the emperor, I'm not daddy, I'm baby. And they have their moment where they're like, I don't want to go hard anymore. But then the next day, you be up with your big dick energy going hard again. So don't even. I'm just kidding. I'm playing with you. I have an Aries Venus and Jupiter, so guilty as charged. All right, tell me what area here will be greatly influenced or most greatly influenced during this period for Aries. Okay. Ooh. Okay, I want one more oracle deck. There's something in my eye. I think I got it. Aries plus Cancer, exactly what you just described. Hey, yeah, I feel that with the contrast between Aries energy and Pisces energy in my chart. And my Pisces is in, well, the 4th and 5th house, so yeah, I feel ya. Okay. You're like, I don't wanna. Aries. Just one more. It's giving like growing up is hard vibes. Okay. Waterlogged Aries, yeah, exactly. You ain't kidding. Okay. So, let me actually timestamp now that we're actually starting, and then we'll get into this. Hi, Aries. So if you want to see me pull the cards, you can just go back a little bit, but I'm just timestamping at the beginning of the actual reading itself, okay? Because I take my time doing that, and not everybody likes to, you know, there's some impatient peeps out in the world, and which I'm fine with. Okay. So the realm of greatest influence in your life or evolution overall during this period is really interesting because it came out as the moon, which is Pisces energy, with the Lenormand card of the ship. Okay. There's some uncomfortable things that are going to be a little bit stirred up. The moon can talk about the things that are buried in your subconscious. The things that maybe you've repressed or you've pushed down because they're uncomfortable to look at. So this can include your greatest fears, triggers, places where you feel shame or guilt, woundedness that hasn't been completely dealt with yet. Usually because these wounds were inflicted or happened when we were young, or just at a point in time when we were not really capable, or we didn't feel capable of actually processing through and integrating and dealing with it in a healthy way. So it feels like now's your time for that. Yay. I'm just kidding. It's not going to be bad unless you make it bad. So just don't make your own evolution the enemy. Don't make your own expansion the op, and you should be fine. Don't be at war with yourself. But the ship, this talks about journeys, long or short, like physical journeys or even a physical mode of transportation. So it can indicate your car. So something could be happening with that. But a trip or movement coming in the near future. And I feel like you're being pulled out into the unknown. It does feel like you're being pulled out of what you know. Now, this is meant to be an adventure. It's meant to get things moving. It's meant to transfer you from one place or create a transition. So this doesn't have to be physical movement. It could be very well you moving through everything that this encompasses, everything that the moon talks about, right? So you could be pushed into a phase of shadow work or just facing your fears. So external situations could come up that kind of give you the opportunity to do that, to face certain things. Wow. Okay, it went away, but I accidentally kind of like a card flipped as I pulled this up, and it was the Chariot that was underneath, which is another card that talks very specifically about like movement. So there's definitely something happening there. For a lot of you, though, this is like a very deep emotional movement. Yeah, it's something emotional that you're working through in order to close it out. Oh, I love this. There are decisions that you need to make about the past here, is what it looks like, in order to close some things out. But at the end of closing that out, there's going to be celebration. And potentially coming together with something that I heard, somewhere you belong. Feels like somewhere you belong. So whether that is you aligning with a community of people, a friend, a project, or even a romantic partner for some of you, this is something that makes you feel known, appreciated, respected, seen, and it brings a lightness to your life. And naturally, yeah, that would be coming in if you're shifting these heavy energies that are down, hidden under your moon, right? If those are what are being flushed out or just pushed into a state of movement or action, then yeah, it makes sense that what is going to come after that is going to be this sense of potentially feeling relief. But at the bottom of the deck is the Ace of Cups in reverse with the Four of Wands in reverse and the World, which is the card associated with Saturn. And again, Saturn is currently in Aries, as is Neptune, retrograde. What is this? There's a fear surrounding stability in connection. I feel like in the past you may have, I don't know. It's like you may not have committed to something out of fear. For some of you, you released something that mattered to you, or you just had a trend or a pattern of not getting too close to things, not letting things get too close to you. Whether again that's like your involvement with a group of people, or whether that is surrounding like a partner, a romantic partner, or something like this, or even commitment to a project. I feel like there's something that you've been working through or you will be working through in this area of your life. Yeah, you will be. This is the area that will be influenced. Um, Either you've already been working through this and this is the culmination point of it, or you will be. But there's something you weren't putting effort into, and it feels like it had to do with emotion or fighting for your emotional security, like following your emotional will, almost not trusting yourself emotionally and then not moving from a place of confidence and assuredness. There's some sort of fear or shame surrounding that. For some of you, it's coming from like a family dynamic or a breakup that already happened. And with the Four of Wands, I feel like it was an established connection. Like you were actually dating someone, you were living with them, you were planning your future with them, maybe, if that relates. Yeah, the Leo energy, strength. It is going to take courage to make this choice. But I feel like that's because there's something that you do really want to connect to, which is signified by this Three of Cups, but it's on the other side of you moving through the moon. So what is the only way out? Through, right? There is no over, around, like detour, crawling through the ditch on your belly. It's like you got to go right through the thing. You got to look your fear right in the face. And then that is an alchemical process of transmutation when you do that. But this is actually pretty beautiful. That's the area I see being most influenced. So potent clarity or understanding that will be emerging is the King of Swords. I think you're going to be seeing and communicating very clearly. Because the King of Swords, yeah, that's you. You know what you want, you know what is up, and you know that. Why? Because there aren't all these hidden influences in your subconscious bubbling up, triggering you, having an emotional influence on you. The King of Swords has a clear head because he's internally regulated. He's not just air energy. The Queen of Swords is just pure air energy. The queens are all the pure energy of whatever suit they're in. The King of Swords is actually a really beautiful mix of all of the elements being regulated, and that's why they have true discernment. This is the Trippin' Rider-Waite. I don't think it's linked, but that's what it's called. It's called the Trippin' Rider-Waite. It's very like trippy, as the name suggests. But I see that happening. I actually kind of love the King of Swords being here. Yeah, and then I'm splitting the deck to the Six of Wands. Yes. I think you're going to be really surprised during this Mercury retrograde, Aries, again, if you choose to lean into it and take... See, I don't think you'll have a problem with this. Aries is generally quite brave and even has a rebellious streak. They are forward thinking. You are the spark of consciousness. You are the first sign. You are the emperor. You are a leader, right? You're not afraid to liberate yourself and others. And in fact, you can get quite testy. You can get quite out of your element when you are like stuck or confined in something, even if you're doing that to yourself and you don't know that you are. So I feel like this is going to feel incredibly successful. Yeah. I think that if you give something a little bit of hope and you choose consciously and intentionally to have faith and hope in something, that you're going to see quite a bit of success, and it's going to come in quite easily. More easily than you expect. Is there anything else about this King of Swords? But yeah, the area of clarity and understanding that is being amplified is kind of just all of it. Kind of all of it. Ooh. There's something that you've been investing in, and it has been just only... it's only been giving lack and scarcity. No matter how much you put into it, it feels like time, energy, and effort. That's because there's been fear attached to this thing. So it's like you're investing in it, but you're also afraid. And so the fear is what has been bringing in that element of scarcity and lack to the situation. It's not that you haven't been putting yourself into it, but then you're still feeling out in the cold. Why is that? Because there's this fear underlying, right? So I feel that this has been feeling quite draining because I see you being quite committed to giving time, energy, effort, and thought to this, but yet it's like you're spinning your wheels. You're not feeling like you really go anywhere, and you might be getting, again, quite frustrated. Like, the Page of Pentacles in reverse can be someone who's just in a fucking bad mood because something is not going their way. And it's like they've tried and tried again. They fell down 7 times, got up 8, but they're also getting to the point where they're like, fuck this shit though, you know? Like, if I fall down one more time, I'm just gonna roll down that hill into a new experience because I can't. And it's understandable. But so this is the Hierophant in this deck, the Guru, and it came out in reverse. This is what you are specifically going to be gaining potent clarity and understanding surrounding. So maybe check where Taurus is in your chart, but it's coming through as there's something that you have thought that you are the expert on. Like you've been very certain, I think, that you do have an understanding surrounding something. You're about to be shown that was a lie. that the test results are in, and that was a lie. So this happens to the best of us, right? But I feel like there's something that maybe you thought, it's this commitment that hasn't been going the way that you thought. It's almost like you've been very certain, like, I've been putting 100% of myself into this and it's still not going anywhere. So then you could have been treating whatever that is like, okay, well, this is just not for me, or even projecting onto it, well, this is toxic. But really, it's been your own underlying fear, which I feel like you have not been addressing or has not been seen by you because it's hidden in this moon energy, right? So this is an effect of that being shifted. Whatever is being drudged up from under the moon here, whatever is, there's movement being created surrounding that. Yes, it might be uncomfortable to look at, but nothing is more uncomfortable than thinking you know something and then finding out, like, oh, you know, like that little sheepish moment where you're like, turns out didn't actually know what the hell was happening there. That's embarrassing. And again, it's like a human thing. It's nothing super serious that's like gonna wreck your life, but you don't like being stuck. Who does, right? So this is going to clear that up. But I think that you're going to be shown where you haven't actually been putting in the most effective or holistic or complete investment or commitment into something that you do want. And that's going to be cleared up for you. A commitment, goal, or responsibility that you could be reevaluating. This is loud. Okay. There you are. I'm going to show you in the upright because this guy's a baddie, this particular emperor. Hi, daddy. What's up? What's up? Okay. In the reverse. And it came out with this. None of these cards were reversed in the deck, but this one came out and flipped into the reverse, so I'm going to honor that. And it says enthusiasm, self-expression, inspiring others, self-confidence, totality, success, sharing, and a positive response. Okay. This is coming through as you having, okay, one of two things. You have either been consciously committed to not being enthusiastic and really not putting yourself, your best self, into something. And again, it could be because you had kind of convinced yourself, like, I have genuinely put all of myself into this and it's still not working, so why would I continue to, right? But then you're going to have this clarity surrounding how there's something vital that was actually being missed, that was sabotaging your whatever you were investing, right? And this is showing too, right, that this is not a state, you haven't been in a state of empowerment and dominion over yourself here. You lost that spark of enthusiasm. You maybe weren't expressing yourself authentically or from an inspired place, a passionate place. You could have been lacking confidence again, maybe because you've been investing into something that just seemed to keep on like failing or only getting so far and then hitting a wall. But it's something you haven't had success in. And I feel like you kind of started closing yourself down because you didn't get a positive response. So you kind of were like, I'm not sharing myself, I'm not sharing my energy with this anymore. Maybe just out of sheer exhaustion, again, right? Because you're putting that energy in and not understanding where the block is. Does that make sense? So this is going to be reevaluated once that knowledge comes in. And it needs to be, that's going to feel like a huge relief to you, I think. And that is the Saturnian element as well of this spread. And since Saturn is in Aries currently, I think that represents learning a difficult but very important and influential lesson, like something that is going to have huge energetic implications for you, for the better, right? So it feels kind of like you having like a thorn in your side and that's getting pulled out. Okay, so an area that you may be getting a reality check in here. Okay, let's clarify this a little before I say too much about this. But it is the Two of Cups in reverse. This one says, make love, not war, on it. But it's in reverse with this oracle card, splitting apart. Impermanence, collapse, deterioration, separation, let go, surrender, eliminate the old, and death. That's a little intense feeling. That does feel like, well, let me clarify a little before I say much. Okay. What is this Two of Cups in reverse? What is that? Is that involving another person for Aries? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we kind of have three cards indicating the same thing, because the Two of Cups in reverse talks about there being like a chasm between you and someone that once had a close or intimate connection, but that feeling of losing that or feeling quite distant from someone you were close to, it's kind of like, and now once we were lovers and now we're strangers again, right? The World obviously talks about huge closures of big cycles, and it's the Saturnian card again. And then splitting apart, which talks about impermanence, deterioration, something that you let go of, or something that dies to be recreated as something completely new. So what is the reality check surrounding this? Is the reality check that it is ending? Like completely ending, not changing form, but just totally ending? Yeah. I think that there's a phase here, Aries, where you're meant to focus on your own healing. And there's something here that has taught you a lot of lessons. It's felt quite heavy. It could be the situation that you've continued trying to give to, and then eventually you were just kind of like, fuck it. Like, I lost my enthusiasm. I lost my energetic spark for this. I'm not getting what I want. But the Emperor in reverse can sometimes be a dick. Like, and I'm not saying that you have been, but it's because they feel that something that they wanted was out of their control and they're essentially like a sore loser, right? Or they, again, are projecting that thing not working out onto the other person or the situation. I do feel like with the Lovers here, there's been a connection, the Lovers and the Two of Cups. But this is more about you. There is something closing. Yeah. I'm not seeing it being an external relationship that is the thing that is closing out. I'm seeing it being a way of relating to yourself. It's this. This way of relating to yourself and your fears. It's like these are your desires, but they became your greatest fears because in the past something didn't work out. Then that fear got kind of buried under the moon. But then there's also this belief that you're committing fully, but I feel like a part of you knew that that wasn't true because there has been some confusion or like, yeah, illusion, lack of clarity. And then there's been this exhaustion as well. So there's a part of you that hasn't been integrated fully with your most authentic, embodied self. And it's really beautiful because it's kind of like the micro and the macro here in a way, because both of these cards talk about or can talk about on a singular level, an individual level, someone who is integrating different parts of themselves, someone who is seeing and expressing and fully embodying both their light and their shadow and all the spaces in between without shame. Someone who essentially is embracing the contradictory nature of being a human, the dualistic nature of being a human, the cyclical nature of all living things, right? How things, again, the only constant is change, like the moon. We go through phases and sometimes we need to be empty to become full again. So there's an integration here and a way of relating to yourself that I feel like that you have somewhat been at war with yourself. The Emperor in reverse is they're fighting everyone around them because they're at war with themselves. So then they're not actively or accurately leading the kingdom in dominion over their shit, right? Because they're too busy at war with themselves. That's shifting. And it's on a much more grand scale, the love that you are learning to have for yourself here. Because I think you're releasing some sort of idea of something has been deteriorated, something has been taken. Just surrender whatever that is and allow yourself to separate from it. Allow it to be, again, when movement happens, that alchemy will take place. It will be transformed, that energy. But it's coming through as moving from a space of fear or ambivalence into a place of love. And very much giving a fuck. In a good way. So lastly, an area of rebellious liberation or forward thinking that's opening up for you. I love it so much. The Nine of Swords in reverse. Yes, you are liberating yourself from anxious thought, from cyclical, repetitive thinking, you know? You could have been struggling with sleep. You could have been in a phase eventually that's just like, what is life? Because I feel you've gone over and over something in your head. This is coming through as being like repetitive. And this is the Plutonian aspect that's shifting as well, or being affected too. So this is going deep. This goes deep. It is, again, very deep-seated insecurities and fears and these things that have kind of been wreaking havoc below the surface, that have been bubbling up and causing this anxiety, and the anxiety causing the fear, and the fear causing the hesitancy, and then the hesitancy causing the lack of true commitment, and then the lack of commitment causing, you know, you to not actually go anywhere even though you feel like you're giving something your all. So this is, it's like going all the way back, working all the way backwards to really truly get to the root of what has been causing something to not come together or to cause a lot of frustration and exhaustion in your life. And I feel like you're working with that, which is beautiful. So that's what I have for you, Aries. Okay, I love you. This looks beautiful. Looks like you're gonna kill it. Again, go with the flow. Do not fight it. And have a wonderful retrograde season. Okay, we're gonna move on to Taurus. Taurus. It's not working for me. Losing the I don't give a fuck war. Yeah. There's this quote in, what is that movie called? The guy from, it's kind of like a random movie, but the guy from How I Met Your Mother is one of the main characters in it. And he's in it with the non-famous Olsen twin. I don't remember what her name is. Of course. And there's this scene where she's like, it's not cool not to give a fuck. Like, caring is cool. Not caring, you're a loser if you don't give a shit about anything, basically, because he's like, he always tries to play it cool. And she just has this moment where she delivers this really awesome speech to him, and she's like, it's not cool to not care. I was like, that sounds like something that I would totally say to someone. 100%. And I appreciate it. Okay. Let's get Taurus going. Taurus. Decks that I'm done with. Back there. Okay. What does Taurus need to know about this retrograde season? What areas will be evolving, will be influenced, will be reevaluated, will be clarified, or potentially liberated for Taurus? Ooh. Mm-hmm. Fuck with that. Okay. Hi, Taurus. I'm going to timestamp for you, even though I still need to pull your oracle cards because things are sort of coming through. So I heard ease, efficiency. What was the other thing? And effectiveness, I think, is the other one I heard. I think that there's something that is it's kind of giving this like your luck is changing kind of energy overall, which is good. I think it's coming through as being good. So I don't know if you've been having bad luck surrounding something particular, or maybe you feel like that's just a theme where it's like, why are things harder than they need to be? Well, let's see. I'll just grab a couple oracle cards and we'll get into it. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. One more card. Tell me about the area that will be most greatly influenced. Whoa. Okay. Ooh, yes. Yeah. This is... Okay. This is awesome. So... this is definitely something big that you are going to 100% feel the repercussions or the ripples of, Taurus. The realm that is going to be most greatly influenced or evolving in your life came through as the Wheel of Fortune, and it's clarified by the Lenormand card, the Cross. This is really significant, incredibly significant. Both of these cards have really strong karmic implications. So the Wheel of Fortune is Jupiter energy, but obviously the Wheel of Fortune kind of can refer to, like, if you're at the top of the wheel, the bottom of the wheel. But karma's neutral. It's just action and reaction. It's the way that the universe balances itself, right? In a state of duality. So it's kind of like you get what you give here with karma, and no human is perfect. We all have the light, the shadow, whatever. So even bad karma is not necessarily like, ooh, bad, you know. It depends. Some of it, yeah, maybe if you kill a man, for instance. Did he have it coming though? I'm just kidding. He had it coming. I'm channeling that song from, oh, what is that movie called? Someone say what the movie's called, that musical. It's gonna drive me crazy. But it's not always bad because we learn, right? Some of them do have it coming, right? But the Cross, this is, I'm not going to lie, a very heavy card. It is a card of grief and suffering. It can denote long periods of hard work or energetic output for very little payoff. It can talk about having a lot of old regrets and shame or grief surrounding things that have already passed, and potentially being presented with new challenges or hardships, or both at the same time, like dealing with a lot of shit from the past, but also having stuff piled on top of that at the same time. What I get from this, though, is that this is either something that has been karmically building for you over lifetimes. What's up, Faye? Yes, it was the Chicago musical. You are right. You're right. Thank you. That was going to drive me insane. I should have been able to remember that. But the Cross, it talks about sacrifice, suffering, being burdened. But it also has that element of karma and destiny to it. So it's like whatever pain and sorrow or test and challenge you're going through, there is a spiritual element to it, but it's heavy as fuck, okay? And the timing indicated by this card is immediacy. So this is ending, is what I feel like. I think that this is ending. And because the Wheel of Fortune in the upright here is signifying good fortune. The wheel, I think, is turning for you. And that's why I say that this is a very good thing. And the rest of the cards are also kind of indicating that. So let's, but I feel like this is the area being implicated or evolving is definitely, yes, Joan of Arc. I'm not afraid. I was born to do this. It does feel something like something that you were always meant to forge yourself through. Does that make sense? Whatever this is, I almost get the feeling like it may have been the most difficult thing you've ever faced in your life. And there may have very well been points where you thought that you weren't going to get through it. But at the same time, I think that when you do come out the other side, a lot of you are going to approach this from the perspective of, I wouldn't change anything though. Now that I'm out the other side and I can see everything, it's interesting. It's almost like getting to a place where you see the gifts that this situation gave you, even though the situation was very difficult. So I heard unmanageable. So at some points it may have felt like I literally cannot handle this. I cannot manage this. I cannot do this. But that's shifting. Okay, so an area of potent clarity and understanding is the 10 of Cups. Okay. So it's what brings you true emotional fulfillment. And it's beyond just what you provide for yourself. You do provide it for yourself in the sense that the only way you can actually truly get the 10 of Cups is by embodying and expressing yourself in the vibration of the 9 of Cups, which is full individual emotional fulfillment, right? Where you're not needing validation or you're not seeking. Basically, you have no want. You have no... It's not that you don't have desires as in like, I still have hopes and dreams and things that I feel pulled to, but it's like you're also full and whole and complete within your own sovereign being. So then the 10 of Cups is like the cherry on top of that. It is the people that when you think about your life, you're like, these are the people that are staples. This is my close-knit circle. These are the people that enrich and add to my life. But if it's not people, like a family, a spouse, children, a specific group of friends or community, it could also be just whatever it is that is that cherry on top for you. So if you're an artist, maybe like writing is that thing for you, for instance, that just brings that really strong sense of fulfillment. Can you tell me more about this 10 of Cups and what clarity and understanding is coming in surrounding this? So the clarity could be surrounding like what makes you truly happy and fulfilled. So in other words, like a deeper understanding and clarity of your most authentic desires, your sacred desires, your soul's desires, and the meaning or where that desire comes from, like the motivation behind it. Okay, so these cards came out in the reverse. So it's the Fool card, but then there's also this extra card in this particular deck, and it says, let your intuition guide you. You are what you've been looking for. It's interesting. It's coming through as like, you are what you've been looking for. Yes, but what does that look like when you're adding an element outside of you, right? Well, it looks like something that reflects your value back at you, right? You are what you're looking for. You're looking for something that you see yourself in or that sees you and can reflect that back to you. It doesn't have to be an exact clone. You're a Taurus in Chicago. Aww. Well, I hope you feel like you come more into alignment with yourself, but I definitely understand what that feels like, especially if you've been healing like trauma and breaking old patterns. That can be really difficult. But, okay. I think that what's being clarified is why you have struggled to take leaps out into things, to trust your own intuition surrounding what it is that does make you happy. There's something here about that. It's like you've struggled to very clearly, or with conviction and confidence and purpose, true purpose, convey or communicate to both yourself and the universe, and maybe even those around you, what it is that you truly desire, what it is that truly brings you that sense of belonging and fulfillment and emotional safety and richness to your life. Tell me about the Fool in reverse. There could have been a fear of leaping out into something that you actually do feel quite intuitively pulled to, but because you maybe haven't been trusting yourself or your own intuition, or because maybe you've had there's been a lot of weight, right? There's been a lot of heaviness with this card, and it's from the past, but it's been like piggybacking. So it's been pinned onto the back of things you've been dealing with. And with the Seven of Cups coming out to clarify, I feel like it's been this transformative, evolutionary, with this snake like force that has moved through all of the experiences that you've had the last while. But at the same time, it has felt confusing. It has felt maybe a little bit scattered. Again, maybe you couldn't really tell what you should move forwards emotionally to and give to, what won't cause you grief, what won't end in tragedy. There's been this sense of illusion surrounding that, specifically emotionally Mercury retrograde. Emotional fulfillment. There you go. There is a lot of emotional energy here, though. The Seven of Cups is the card of Venus in Scorpio. Then there's the Ten of Cups. The Chariot is here in reverse at the bottom of the deck. So you're gaining clarity surrounding that. Potent clarity. A commitment, goal, or responsibility you may be reevaluating. Okay, this is quite interesting. So you have this card, the Temptress, seduction, deceit, and a broken promise. I'm hearing that this is most prominently you, though. This represents you deceiving yourself, breaking a promise to yourself. Potentially, again, that could be as simple as you break this pact to yourself to trust yourself, to follow your intuition, to dive into things that make you feel free and alive and fulfilled out of fear, right? Something like that. Or it could be that you have been seduced by maybe your shadow self in some sort of way, or a part of you that is less balanced, like not moderated completely, or just not a full and accurate expression of yourself. But there's something that's been tempting about this, and I feel like you've been kind of committed to it for a while. So this could even be something like, let's say you got really hurt and you kind of stepped into, it's kind of coming through as like you stepped into your shadow, but as a means of protecting yourself while you healed. So kind of like villain era type energy, nothing like too malicious or anything like that. But because you were deceiving and breaking promises to yourself, I don't remember what song these are lyrics from, but I just heard them, and I know it is from a song. But they say, and it's hard to stay true to myself and to you. And that's the thing. When we're not staying true to ourselves, how can we really hope to truly and honestly show up and stay true to other people or our commitments and responsibilities outside of us? We probably can't, right? Because we don't have that strong foundation. So things then become very unsustainable because they're not built on something solid. So clarifying that is the Eight of Swords in reverse here. So I think that you're actually going to be liberated, or you're going to be able to break out of a fear that has kept you hiding behind this more inauthentic, maybe performative energy for some of you. Could be as simple as like you just kind of you weren't trusting your own intuition, and you were in this kind of space where you'd been a little bit beat down, and so maybe your shadow is that you were seduced back into like old people pleasing sort of tendencies or patterns, right? That are part of an older wound or part of older karma. But the implications of that is then what? When you're people pleasing, you're not staying true to yourself all the time, or you're maybe performing to, again, please other people or to stay really diplomatic, but you then are perhaps deceiving or betraying, abandoning your true self in certain situations. So it's quite interesting, because I feel like you are able to liberate yourself from that, a commitment to this version of yourself that is not really allowing you to pursue the things that you do actually feel called to from your heart and soul, and that I feel like are meant for you with the Wheel of Fortune and the Fool. So it's beautiful. There could be a lot of pretty big opportunities opening up for you after this shift takes place. So a reality check that you could be having here, the 9 of Swords with this card, the Dream. And it's interesting because it says something is revealed, insight and breakthrough. It's like a reality check, a double reality check. Spirit was like, just so you know, something is going to be revealed. That is what reality check usually means, but thank you for clarifying. This is quite interesting. I feel like there's a cycle you haven't closed out yet, and it's like it hasn't hit you yet. What is the 9 of Swords here? Yeah, the 7 of Swords. Okay. The reality is you're going to realize, it's interesting because all these things are kind of like tied together and interconnected, which makes complete sense, but it's sort of like the overlap that's happening in this retrograde season. All of these energies are working together, and they're influencing and evolving things that are connected in your own life, which everything's connected in your own life, but there's a very clear string between what is, it's like all of these planetary influences are kind of impacting the same area. But what I see you receiving a reality check around is exactly how much anxiety and illusion is caused by being in this. Good night, beloved. Love you, honey. Right? It's like, I don't think that you've actually realized how much harm being in a suspended or sustained state of this has actually been causing you. And again, it's, you probably haven't been aware of that because you've been a little disconnected from some core elements of yourself, like less connected to the more tender parts of yourself, like your intuition, your emotional body, maybe the parts of you that feel safe to be vulnerable in a powerful way, because maybe you were vulnerable and it ended up being a liability because someone hurt you or you hurt yourself. But there is definitely a lot of illusion surrounding how much mental energy in the form of fear, doubt, and anxiety has been creating these illusions in your life, where whatever area this is around, there has definitely not been clarity, because there's been emotional confusion and there's also been mental confusion. So this is going to be really, really nice to have that freed up. But that's what I see being the reality check, is you're going to realize that a lot of these A lot of the illusions and confusion are coming from this rumination or being very much in a mental space, like a negative mental space. But the forward thinking or rebellious liberation is the Six of Wands for you, which is gorgeous. I think that you're getting your groove back, like Stella, you know? You're reconnecting with, again, like what truly looks like success to you. What truly feels like abundance, but not just like money in your pocket, but like my heart is full, my soul is rich, right? What does that kind of abundance look like? This kind of abundance, which is much more grand scale. It's like karmic abundance, dharma. What does that look like? There's going to be a liberation in the way that you think. I feel you're liberating yourself from the illusion, the anxiety, and the fear that has been plaguing you. And this fresh way of thinking is you're moving forwards with essentially optimism. Not just optimism, but this assuredness, almost like I have already succeeded. So I think that you're reframing your perspective surrounding what you've gone through so far. So like I said, I think you're going to see how this ultimately got you here, right? And it's like great risk, great reward. You had to pay a lot, you had to sacrifice a lot, but now it's like cha-ching, you know, like the universe is about to pay out. And that's what I was saying at the beginning, where I feel like you're going to get to the point where you're like, I actually wouldn't change anything. I'm getting like goosebumps, but I feel like you're going to be like, I wouldn't actually change anything because now I see how it was all ultimately working to bring me towards a very successful place. But this does have to do a lot with, again, how you're reframing your perspective, how you're opening up your thinking. You're starting to look at difficulties from the past and even things that were very burdensome and painful, like it was suffering. You're starting to see the gifts that brought you. And even how getting to know your shadow better has made you a more holistic and complete and embodied, balanced version of yourself, because we need to integrate that part in. Like, we need to know when to use it, and we need it to be strong. We need to not villainize the shadow. We need to work with it, right? So that's what I'm seeing for you. I feel like it's going to be really optimistic overall. Like, this just looks absolutely beautiful. So yes, I love that for you, Taurus. But that's what I see for this retrograde season for you. So I'm going to leave it there. And we're going to move on to Gemini. All right. Let's see. Oh. Gemini. Okay, let's see. What's happening with my gems? Gang. What do my Geminis need to know about how they will be affected, how they will be evolving, as well as the opportunity that they have to influence and affect things, obviously, because these are just the ways really that the planets and that the aspects and energies want to work with you, but you still have free will and you can choose to work with them how you best see fit too. So don't forget again that you have the ability to influence things. It's not just like you're at the whim of whatever is going on in the sky, or you're at the mercy of it. Okay. With it. Mm-hmm. It's very Gemini of you, isn't it? One more. Whoa. Okay. So I want to look at something here surrounding this card. Hi, Gemini. You get a kick out of watching me laugh while pulling the cards. Yeah, I know. My Gemini moon face is so expressive. Even though it's in the 8th house, it's like I cannot hide shit. I cannot hide specifically my reactions to things very well. I be thinking that I have like a poker face, and really I'm like reality, my face is like literally just giving everything away. I'm like, okay, right. Which is still giving shit away. Anyways, hi, Gemini. I hope you guys are doing well. So let's look at what's going to be shifting for you through this season, this retrograde season. Okay. I feel like this is like pushing over a domino. What's happening for you is very, very, very deep healing. And for a lot of you, it has to do with a wound. For some of you, it is an inner child wound or just like a childhood wound. But I feel like it has to do with safety. And that could be surrounding like actual physical safety and security. Long-term investments and like financial stuff, but it could also be around what you give authority in your life, what forces you allow to, like, is something protecting you or is it overbearing? Is it controlling or is it supportive, right? Sometimes when we don't feel safe, we will give power in our life to things that even further deteriorate the safety of our life just because we want someone to take the wheel, right? Especially if we don't feel safe, like we are the ones that can provide that for ourselves. So that can be a thing. But I'm seeing you heal something incredibly deep that has been a core wound for some time. And after that, you are able to move towards some form of really powerful justice for yourself. Because it's almost like the anxiety and pain surrounding this wound is being reconciled, is what I'm feeling. So then you're able to move beyond it. So the realm of your life that is being most greatly impacted or evolved surrounding this time period is the Page of Cups in reverse with the Lenormand card of the bear. So the bear card talks about money and personal finances. It can talk about income, cash flow, and again, like larger purchases or investments in your life. But it also does talk about authority figures. So whether that is like a boss or like a political figure that has a great deal of impact in your life, or someone more close to home. Like it can be someone in a management position, or it can be just someone who has this kind of like official or authoritative energy in your world. But I feel like maybe whatever that has been, whatever you have been giving power or control to, or the ability to speak into your life, the ability to speak over you, is also what I'm hearing. So this could even be something like let's say you're in a relationship with someone, for instance, right, who is low key, like a little bit abusive, and they tear you down. They make you feel bad about yourself, but you are giving them the ability to do that, or the power to do that, by being in a relationship with them, right? So you're opening yourself up to that, their opinion or their voice. And that could be a friend, it could be a family member, it could be a romantic partner, whatever the case may be. But I feel like it's something, there's been something that's had authority over your life in some form, and you haven't felt safe. You haven't felt cared for and supported. Tell me more about this Page of Cups in reverse, and specifically in your heart space, or in the very tender, I heard the innermost caverns of your heart. And it's interesting because it's beyond just like the heart, like as in, oh, love and emotion. I just posted on the community tab, and you might want to check this out, a whole post about the heart, which is quite interesting that that's coming up for this. I feel like there's a connection there. The heart is much more than just the heart. The post is about, they're showing how many neurons are actually in your heart, and they're basically saying your heart does more thinking than your mind actually does, and your mind communicates to your heart or influences your heart less than your heart influences your mind. Like scientifically speaking, this is true. They're learning this. So kind of your heart is like the master head, and the head just like weighs in. I almost see it as being like your higher self mind, or your higher mind, and then your ego mind, right? Your human mind, which isn't always bad. They're both necessary. But you might want to check that out, because the implications of something not making you feel safe in your heart, it's much more than just not feeling safe to feel or express your emotions. If the heart is considered the seat of your soul and a portal through which everything flows, and the thing that has the most say, even over your thoughts and your actions, right? Then that's a pretty big implication if something is something has authority over that is not serving you, or even if you're giving your own wound that authority over you, like serving pain. I'm channeling I don't know who actually sang this song, because I think that Alanis Morissette just did a cover of it. She did, but it's called King of Pain. The song is called King of Pain, and she says, and it's my destiny to be the king of pain. So this could be something that you kind of really internalized and, became at peace with. I'm almost seeing it like you just decided to move through life and kind of like, well, this pain is a part of me, you know. I guess this is just something that I have to live with. Or not feeling safe or able to embody and express myself authentically from the heart, from the soul. I guess that's just like, it's almost like you had become, there's a level of peace that even if it didn't feel good, it's almost more like resignation than peace, I guess, like kind of like giving up. But I feel that that's the area that's being influenced most. You're able to walk away from that now with a sense of true peace of mind. So let's dive more into the moving pieces of that. So potent clarity or understanding that you could be receiving here is coming through as the Five of Swords. For a lot of you, this is, and this is not that shocking, because Jupiter, having been in, Jupiter was in Gemini for quite a while before it just recently moved into Cancer. And that was a freaking doozy. Because what does Jupiter do? It amplifies everything that it touches, it blows it up. And Gemini, that means that it blew up the mind, right? And I feel like it wasn't blowing up this mind because this mind didn't feel safe to be open, to be fully embodied and expressed. I feel like it blew up what was happening up here, which caused some issues. So I'm feeling that this is primarily, okay. It's partially you and your own like mental gymnastics and the way that that has affected your intuition. So again, this is kind of here and this has been here, right? So the thing that actually knows, the High Priestess, the thing that actually knows intuitively and from the heart and soul what you want or what might be best for you, was kind of being drowned out by this because it didn't feel safe enough to really show up and speak and stand up for you. So yeah, I feel that there's certain opportunities that you might have felt passed you by, or you weren't able to take them because you were not totally, you may have been a little bit emotionally detached or ambivalent, or you may have attached to situations that you didn't follow your intuition into because you were somewhat detached from it again, and those circumstances ended up just essentially pouring salt and rubbing salt in this pre-existing wound. Yeah. So this is where you're gaining the most clarity and understanding. It could be also how other people have manipulated you, have been able to manipulate you because there has been a disconnect there. That it's like, this would be like other people seeing that you're quite confused within yourself and then being able to take advantage of that. Whether they did it with like bad intentions or whether it just ended up that way, right? In a way, we do teach other people how to treat us based on how we treat ourselves. Not everybody. Not everybody does that, but oftentimes, like, energy influences energy, right? And so it's not like something conscious necessarily where you meet someone and you're like, I see that you treat yourself like shit. I'm choosing now to treat you like shit also. But it's more like when we don't respect ourselves or take ourselves seriously, it makes it difficult for other people to do that as well, right? So sometimes it's not something that is intentional to harm us, but there can be that like confused, manipulative sort of energy that is just competitive, tense, a little bit chaotic, imbalanced, and it's not coherent. It's more like scattered, if that makes sense. So that's where you're gaining the most fresh understanding and clarity. You have been committed to some sort of fear though here. And I think that you had every right to be, because I do believe that this fear has been like warranted. I feel like it is attached to something. It's not like an unreasonable fear. It is a fear that is based on something that actually happened to you, right? Or something you actually experienced or went through. And potentially, again, like when you were a child, or it cut to that very tender childlike part of you. So it either hit you in a very sensitive spot or it hit you at a very sensitive time. And so yeah, it's like this is a very sensitive time for this butterfly, right? Like they are just coming out of their goo and they're turning into an actual butterfly, but they haven't even fully opened their wings yet, and they're surrounded by all of these swords. So it's like being in a very sensitive position and then feeling like you're in danger in that spot. Again, not safe. So it's coming back to that, like you have been giving power and authority in a way to fear. And again, I'm not saying that it was not warranted, but it is reaching some sort of breaking point here for you. This eruption card. So you're reevaluating your commitment to fear or to your own thinking. The limitations that you put on your own thinking. Again, that could be, right, you've been only using this mind, but you haven't been involving or allowing the voice of your intuition or your heart to be as strong. When in reality, there needs to be like the heart-mind balance. So I want to clarify this eruption, though. What is this? Because it feels like your spirit wants out, right? It feels like there's been a very important part of you that has been kind of like repressed or confined or just limited, like put in a very small box that it's wanted to outgrow for quite some time. But it's coming through as, I'm seeing this specific meme. I'll show you it. My right ear is ringing really loud right now. I'm just going to show you it now while that happens because it's quite distracting. Okay, this is the meme. Clean my phone off so that you don't have to witness the... This is it. No, it's this little cute blob, and he's inside this box. Says, maybe I don't have to be so tough. Maybe I can be vulnerable sometimes. And then he opens the box, and he gets punched, and he goes back, and he's never again. So the box would be fear. The limitation would be fear. And I do feel like you were this soft, squishy little blob at one point, and you did let yourself out of that. Or at one point, you just never even knew anything different than existing outside of that because you were free to be your little cute blob self. But that blob has been squished inside that box, and now it's like, I want out. I'm an important part of you, or I have not been embodying the full authenticity of myself but it's getting to this point where it's like, there is going to be an eruption of something here that has been held back, but I'm not seeing that as being a bad thing. Okay, they're saying that the next portion is actually the answer to that. So the reality check you'll be receiving. Is the Seven of Wands in reverse with Patience in reverse, this Patience card. There's a hair, a Luna hair. Okay. I think that they're kind of saying that there's like, the reality check is that it doesn't have to be like black or white. It doesn't have to be super intense, like the pendulum swinging from one side to the other. There's a middle way. There's like the beauty path, right? Which is the middle way, the path of moderation, essentially. And what's being highlighted here is that part of the reason why it is coming through as a little bit erratic, irresponsible. I don't know how to really say that in a, irresponsible is not the right word. It's more like immature, like something that just had not matured within you yet, not like you were actively choosing to act immature. It's like something you didn't know until you knew it. But I'm feeling like there was almost this erratic all or nothing kind of energy where when you did let your defenses down and open up those vulnerable parts of you, there was an impatience surrounding that. It's almost like it happened very quickly, or there wasn't moderation there. So when you did choose to give the most intimate and vulnerable aspects of yourself, Luna's meowing aggressively from the sink. So I'm going to go turn that on when I'm done your reading so she can have some water. I hear you. I'll be there. But she's just going to get progressively louder, which is going to be great. The reality check is that you can bring a sense of safety to yourself through embodying moderation, through practicing patience. So, oh God, this is so relatable as a Gemini moon, Aries Venus, Aries Jupiter. This is so relatable. It's like, you mean I don't just have to like hurl myself into something like fully naked, just all in? There is like a slower way of doing that. Yes, it's like trust needs to be earned. Trust needs to be gained. It needs to be built. Connection needs to be built. So you can, for instance, decide that you're going to basically give someone the benefit of the doubt until they show you otherwise, but then not just immediately bare your soul or give them full access or authority, right, into your life, but just kind of like open up in layers or in compartments, right? You can choose how to do that, like peel back the layers like an onion over time. But there is an element of patience that needs to be, that is your responsibility in that whole process, and that's what you do have control over. You don't have control over who's going to hurt you necessarily, right? It's never a sure thing 100%, because people can always make their own choices, and we can't control that. But you can control creating that sense of safety for yourself by taking it step by step, taking it a little bit slower maybe. And so that is part of the reality check that's going to be coming in and kind of separating like illusion from intuition. I feel that the more that you tend to yourself in that way, the more you create that safe inner sanctuary for yourself, essentially like a home that you carry with you, that you don't rely on anyone outside of yourself for. It's this state of inner peace and temperance, right, that you're going to carry with you as you move forwards. That is going to allow you to see more clearly when someone is truly safe as well, because it will feel misaligned. It won't feel right, but you'll be tuned into your intuition and your own heart and inner knowing, so that when something then threatens that sense of inner safety, you'll be able to pinpoint it more easily. Rather than if someone, for instance, shows up, sees that you are not safe or stable within yourself necessarily, or trusting, and they can manipulate you by maybe, you know, making themselves seem safe, and then if you just immediately let down your guard and jump all in, then they get everything that they want, right? Versus you having healthy boundaries and honoring yourself, and then that adding like a bit of a buffer there. You know what I mean? So where your thinking is going to be expanding, or where you're going to be rebelliously liberating yourself, is the Star in reverse, which I absolutely love. This is an unhealed wound, or a place where you have lacked hope, and I feel like that's directly connected to this here. So I really like that. I need to turn this down. I feel like it's too bright for my eyeballs. I really, really like that, Gemini. Let's clarify this a little bit to close off. But it's coming through as like a place of long-standing lack of hope, or a place where you feel like you've been repetitively beat down, or again, like a wound that has been open and festering, or has had salt rubbed in it many, many times. Oh, you came in here to meow at me because I didn't go there fast enough. Yeah, I knew you were going to do that. I have one card left and then I'm going to come turn it on for you, I promise. She won't drink water out of anything other than the sink. So just give me 1 second, guys. But tell me more about the star in reverse. Hi. She's like, hello? Like, hello? I said I need water, bitch. What's taking you so long? What happened? There we go. Anything else about the star in reverse here before I let Gemini go? The Hierophant. Something to do with that's tied to this eruption as well. You could be like really communicating something boldly, violently for some of you, because I feel like you haven't been able to see quite clearly. Like, part of this for some of you is you haven't seen clearly who is taking advantage of you or who has been taking advantage of you to some degree, because you've been in this state in your own head and you've been slightly disconnected from your intuition. So you could have been going back and forth on, like, again, let's say you're in a relationship and you're like, I can't tell if this person is just being kind of mean to me sometimes or critical because they actually have my best interest in mind and it's like constructive criticism, but they're just a douchebag sometimes. Or if I'm committed to like a freaking narcissist, you know, like something like that. Your own wounding and disconnection from this part of yourself due to fear and things like that was kind of creating this muddiness. And I feel like there is going to be, you're going to rebelliously liberate yourself from something that you are committed to currently. Now, whether that is this wound in general, whether that is your fear surrounding that wound, or whether for some of you, I do feel like it's an actual commitment or like a responsibility, something that you are signed up for or with, I think you're going to communicate without stress. You're like, I'm not tripping, I'm not scared anymore. And this could come through very strongly and very, it could feel unexpected, which tracks because Uranus I think is at like 0 degrees of Gemini right now. And Uranus is the plan of explosive unpredictability. So yeah, that tracks. But that's what I'm seeing for you. So whether you are just very much, you start embodying and expressing yourself from this place of authentic self-expression because you actually see yourself clearly again, and you know, you kind of start talking over the wound instead of letting the wound drown you out or the fear drown you out. This could just be like authentic, unapologetic, comfortable expression of yourself for the first time in a long time, or it could be telling someone that they can politely go themselves, you know, because you are able to see them clearly and how they've been contributing to keeping you stuck or contributing to keeping this wound open and festering. So that is what I'm seeing for you, Gemini. It looks beautiful. I love it. She does know her worth. She knows her worth. So I'm going to move on now to Cancer. And speaking of Cancer, I'm going to go take my little moon, Luna, and I'm going to just run to the washroom real fast and turn the sink on for her so that she can drink because she was meowing at me. And when I get back, we'll dive into Cancer, okay? Okay. Yeah. You ready for water? She's like, actually, I just got comfortable on the bed and started licking my asshole, so I don't even know that I need water anymore. Luna, you do. You need water. Okay. You need water. I heard you aggressively meowing about it. Let me give you water. Oh my gosh, I have a cramp in my leg. Come on. Come. Yeah, talking to you. Come here. Let's go. Come here, stinky butt. Come here. Hi. Let me get you some water, okay? All right. Going to just start the Cancer reading because she usually takes her time with that. So I'll go turn the sink off after she's done. After she's done drinking, whenever that may be. Computer is overheating as per usual, even though I put something under it. Okay. All right. My lips are super dry. Don't know why. It's annoying me though. Okay, Cancer. Let's tune into Cancerian's energy. I can feel a hair on my face. Okay, what does Cancer need to know about this retrograde season? The shifts, the growth, the freedom, liberation, clarity, and reevaluation of things that they may be experiencing. Tell me about Cancer. So I'm gonna push this back. Yes. Interesting. Some oracle cards. Mm-hmm. Right. The cards want to fly out on their own. I feel like that's like you're taking control or power back here. It feels you want to do something yourself, your way. Take your time doing it your way, feeling it out. Okay, one more card. All right. Let's see. Hi, Cancer. I hope you guys had a beautiful birthday season. I hope you're doing well. Let's get into your reading. Okay, I really like this. I like it so much. I feel like this is going to be a non-subtle retrograde season for, well, I mean, we've got 4 planets overlapping in retrograde with, like I said, this unrelentingly intense new moon with all of the aspects to that as well. So yeah, it's a very powerful time, but I'm really liking how positive the shifts are. It's like, are they maybe a little bit intense? Yes. But are they all for our highest and best good? Are they liberating us in some incredibly powerful ways and allowing us to connect to whole new paradigms and realities as a result? Also, yes, which is really like a huge gift. It's gorgeous, even if things feel a little bit difficult in the interim. So that being said, the area of greatest influence here or evolution in your life during this time came through as the 3 of Swords in reverse. And it came through with this card, the birds. The birds card from the Lenormand. So I do feel like there's an area in your life where you have been, you've been hurting, but it also, with the 3 of Swords, it's an interesting energy because the 3 of Swords is still a swords card. So while it does talk about pain and woundedness, it's more that the pain is influencing us because we are thinking about it in a certain way, if that makes sense. So it's how we're choosing to maybe, for instance, look out on the horizon of like what is coming next, or maybe how we're assuming what is going to come next based on, what's up, Antoinette? Based on like what has happened so far, right? So if we're thinking from a space of like, I've been hurt, or I'm still feeling pain, then we're more likely to look out onto our horizon and expect more pain, and then be infused with fear, or maybe even, doubt or hesitancy, or an ambivalence, like a jadedness, like, well, what's even the point? Because I feel like I'm just going to get fucked up again. With this card here in the Lenormand, this card talks about conversations with other people. It talks about a lot of communication. So it can be gossip. It can be therapy, like someone that you talk about a lot of things with, have a lot of conversations with. It can also be represented by social media or messaging of some sort, like a phone call or a message. It doesn't have to be a face-to-face conversation. So again, I feel like it is the way you talk about your pain, or the way that you speak to even the universe or yourself about what you've experienced. That's what this feels like. That's what's being impacted the most. And with the 3 of Swords in reverse, I feel like you're able to speak to your pain and your past experiences in such a way that liberates you from still feeling under their control, or influenced in a negative or heavy way by those past experiences. You're flipping the script, is what that feels like. It definitely has to do with how you think and speak about these experiences and how much grace is infused into that conversation. Grace and forgiveness for yourself, first and foremost, but also for others involved, just because, not for their sake, but for yours, because resentment and hate is really heavy to carry, right? And you are ultimately the only one that is suffering from that. Even if you're projecting those feelings at them, they're not the ones being wounded by that. You're the one carrying that weight and that restriction that comes from it, right? So there's something there where it's like the overthinking, the ruminating, and the cycle of like negative or unproductive thoughts surrounding your pain is shifting to something that's softer, more gentle, and more grace filled. So where you're receiving potent clarity or where more understanding is emerging. It's interesting because this deck has cards for all of the signs and the elements. So you got the Gemini one with the World, and both are in reverse. So you have Gemini and the World, and it's interesting because Gemini does talk a lot about how we think, how we form ideas, how we process emotion, how we flow in our mental landscape, and then how we communicate and express ourselves as a result. If you look at the third house, it is the house of communication, right? So again, this is something where there's been an unfinished cycle that you're gaining more clarity and understanding on, and I feel like it's how your mind has been working against you in some sort of way. And with all the yellow on this card, I feel like it's how it's been affecting your solar plexus, your confidence, your sense of self. It's not just how you see your pain, it's been more pervasive than that. It's been more something like how you see yourself as a result of how you're witnessing your pain. Is there anything else surrounding that? That's coming through very, very clear, so. It is closing out. It might feel a little bit messy as things come into focus. Yeah, it might feel... It's interesting. There might be some grief, some final threads of grief to liberate yourself from that you haven't allowed yourself to feel. You could have been in more of like a practical, like, let's get down to business. I can't live in this hurt locker anymore. But ironically, by holding on to it and carrying it with you and not processing through all that, you have been doing exactly that unintentionally. So it's continued to feel heavy, and it's continued to influence different elements of your life, and again, how you feel about yourself. Yeah, there's been like a lack of compassion and love for self because of something here. Something not working. You could also be sharing this shift of perspective, like communicating it to a group. So if you have a platform, you could be sharing it to friends on some form of social media or a group of people, starting a conversation, which is beautiful. Like, that's very, very powerful. That, I feel like, is what we're meant to do. We have these experiences, right? And especially the ones that are painful, sometimes they teach us the most. And so sharing that experience with other people can help them feel either less isolated in their own experience, or just, if they haven't experienced it, they can learn from your experience, and maybe they don't have to go through the same thing. But it's very important and it's very valuable either way. So I really love that if you're doing that, and give yourself time to integrate your own understanding and have that conversation with yourself and get used to that new voice within you. But I do feel like for a lot of you, there is something here about sharing that, either through direct conversation or communication in another way, like written communication, maybe a book, poetry. Some of you are putting it into art. beautiful way of processing pain and emotion. But I feel like there is something innovative about the way that you're expressing this as well. So, a commitment, goal, or responsibility that you may be re-evaluating. This is interesting. It's you. Look at all the green. There's literally nothing but green. The 9 of Coins and the Cancer card, I feel. You are what you believe you are. Whatever belief or words or archetype or personality, whatever it is that you put after I am, will be what you are, because our perspective forms our reality, and how we see ourselves is the most important part of that, because everything else comes from us. We're the source of our life. We're the main player. We're the main character, right? So this is actually huge. This is really huge. It's your responsibility to yourself is what you're reevaluating. And it's because you're coming home to yourself here in a really big way. But the 9 of Coins is about, like, who am I individually? What makes me feel Cancer? What makes me feel at home within myself? What makes me feel safe and cared for and abundant and expressive, authentic, embodied in myself in an abundant and expansive kind of way that's going to bring success, and that's going to bring alignment with more things that are meant for me, that are going to be supportive and beneficial for me, right? So that is a really big area that you are reevaluating. And I feel like you're setting new goals for yourself in how you perceive yourself, how you speak to yourself, how you, like, included in that is how you approach the topic of the past as well. For some of you, you're not seeing yourself as being abundant. You're feeling like there's a situation in the past that caused you pain, and it's almost like, I'm seeing some of you are thinking, like, that was a huge detour off my path, or that was a huge chunk of my life that I wasted, or that person really, or that situation took a lot from me. Yeah, the 10 of Coins in reverse at the bottom of the deck. Right? So part of the narrative of how you're speaking to yourself could be like, I'm not abundant. I could have been here, but I had that kind of ripped out from under me through this phase of chaos and conflict. But then you carrying the torch of that narrative has kind of kept this cycle open of scarcity or lack, or just like imbalance. You're reconnecting to your heart, not just how you think about the pain, but again, you're going to feel through it. And through feeling through it, your heart is going to then inform your mind of how you'll be thinking about things from now on. It's not the other way around. It's not your mind telling your heart how you're going to feel from now on out. It's you working through the depths of your own emotion. And then how you feel genuinely about something is changing, because as you go through something, you are transforming it, you're alchemizing it into something else, you're releasing what has been, and you're making space for something more productive. You're not giving to certain narratives or energies anymore. So that's why there's so much hard energy, and that's why it's so important that be the way that it goes, that your heart inform your mind. But I'm seeing that just be a natural process, as long as you don't skip the feeling part of this, which I don't really know that you could, the way that it's coming out and being highlighted for you. It will force you to go there, but you're kind of used to being forced to go to those emo places, right? So an illusion versus intuition, a place where you might be receiving some form of reality check. There's a lot about communication here. And I feel like it's not just you communicating with yourself. Some of it is that, but the 11th house, friends with the 8 of Wands, is what came out for this area of reality check. Yeah. There's implications here surrounding, so it's like you're going to be clear on, you're going to see how you've been speaking to yourself and the narratives that you've chosen to give power in your life or allow to have authority. You're seeing what experiences and narratives around those experiences you're allowing a seat of power in your life. You're allowing them to speak to the way that you then perceive and speak to yourself. So essentially, like situations that you're allowing to form you, but not in a way that is necessarily beneficial to you, in a way that is more deteriorating your true character, is what I'm hearing. So then, because you are speaking to yourself in that way or seeing yourself that way, there's implications in how you relate to and express yourself to other people as well, right? People in your communities, your friends, just, I'm seeing this as just like Aquarius, like the opposite or the polarity point to Aries. And Aries being about the individual, so that's you, versus the 11th house kind of being like everyone else, like you and them kind of thing. So this could be anyone in your life, any group in your life, any thing. It's just the way you express yourself to others with that 8 of Wands. So what is the reality check there surrounding how Cancer communicates to others? The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Maybe you haven't been really nurturing or uplifting. It's like you haven't been sharing that part of you that is so tender and caring that it does build other people up. And I think it's because you haven't really been building yourself up and nurturing yourself, right? You've been allowing this thing that, it's like by continuing to say something took so much from you, or by perpetuating pain, by just continuing to even make it part of the conversation, there has been lack or scarcity surrounding that with the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. And so then maybe you've had less to give others, but also less, not just less in general, but less of your true, authentic self and character. So that's where there's a reality check here. Anything else about that? It's also, though, it goes both ways. Yeah. It's about, there's an element of physical abundance and stability that's coming through here. So when you can't get to the 10 of Pentacles without being in the 9 of Pentacles first, right? In other words, you have to embody this energy of wholeness, gratitude for what you already have, and feeling at ease, at peace, abundant, and expansive within yourself, in terms of not necessarily what you have, but what you believe you're worth, your value. And that, the way that you see yourself then, is the conversation that you have with the universe, right? The way you speak to the universe, what you transmit out to the universe then, it's like you were having a conversation of lack. So this would be like you're telling yourself that you're lacking in some sort of way, whether directly or indirectly. That was part of what was being said in the conversation. So then it's almost like saying to the universe, I believe myself to be in a state of scarcity. I am lacking, right? And then what does it do? It gives you things that align with that narrative. So there's an element of, with the Wheel of Fortune and the Ten of Coins in reverse, it's like you may have felt like you've been building things in your life, whether this was relationships or actual like things that you're building in terms of finances, your career, family, just stability, physical things that bring you stability. So physical connections, or like I said, career, investments, that kind of thing, and they haven't felt abundant. So you're having a reality check on that, and I think it's because you're shifting, like you're flipping the script again, and I think you're going to see blessings start coming in quite rapidly, whether that is like the people in your life start responding to you very differently, they start being more generous with you, or more authentic and vulnerable and intimate with you because you're opening up those parts of yourself. But also just like in terms of blessings from the universe, karmic blessings and things like that. So finally, we have the Devil in reverse. This is where your thinking is shifting and where you are liberating yourself rebelliously. I love it. You're liberating yourself, Cancer, from this. And this does not look like fun. This does not look like a good time. This looks like being consumed by pain that is not even present anymore, right? Like by a situation that was like 20 years ago or something like that, or when you were a child, but it's like it's stuck with you and it's been this incessant shadowy thing that just pops up, maybe even compulsively with the Devil there. Or it could have even impacted you in terms of like addictions or certain habits that are also not congruent with the direction that you want to grow in, could have also propped up out of this, right? Because as a means of like shutting that voice off or disconnecting from the fear and the pain, maybe there was something that you became addicted to that kind of helped you numb that in some way. Yeah, that helped you turn your head off, like turn your mind off. And that could be anything, right? It doesn't have to be a substance. It can be anything that does that for you. It could be working out like obsessively. It could be sex. It could be, yeah, it could be an actual like drug, or it could be some form of like thrill seeking in a way, right? Something that feels risky. So then you're only able to focus on that because your like adrenaline is going. Something like that could be involved for you guys as well. Is there anything else you want to tell me about the Devil in reverse here? But you're liberating yourself from this fear that has been oppressing you, and it's been oppressing a very core part of yourself. So I feel like this is going to feel a lot like coming home to yourself, and I love that. I love that for you. The Five of Cups. That came out before with something that, okay. Yeah. So for some of you, this is just the remnants of pain that we talked about that need to be felt through, right? And this liberation, like that's a very key part of this liberation, is like the thing with the Devil is the reason that the Devil is difficult to deal with, or what gives it power, is that fear feeds fear. So fear is ultimately a lie, right? It's just a perspective. So you can just as easily choose to have the perception of, or to see things through the lens of optimism, right? Or like excitement about something, even if it's something unknown, or being like terrified of it, for instance. And it's actually the exact same brainwave in your mind that controls the emotions of fear and excitement, like stimulation versus being afraid. And it is literally just which one you choose to perceive it as. But it's the exact same thing, like chemically speaking and in terms of brainwave. So that tells you how much power you actually do have over things, right? And it doesn't always feel that way, because fear can be again, like once you start adding more fear to fear, it becomes like this huge beast of its own. Suddenly it does have us in like a headlock, right? But when you actually look at the thing, you look directly at the thing, you go to the scary place, you look at the thing that you've been afraid to look at, you feel the thing that is difficult. Like I said before, you transmute that. And for some of you, feeling through that allows you to see clearly that there's something that you've been avoiding, a tower moment. You haven't walked away from something for some of you that has been really emotionally unfulfilling to you. You haven't allowed it to fully like strike you or hit you, the truth of a certain situation. And I feel like all of a sudden it's like you see it and you can't unsee it. It's being very much revealed to you with the release or relief from this fear. You see, I think that you've been investing into something that it hasn't been feeding your heart or making you feel safe, and it's kind of perpetuated this feeling of lack and instability. It's something not rooted in abundance, or it's not something that supports your feminine energy. It doesn't support your intuitive and your emotional beings here. Whether that is just revisiting something from the past that caused you pain, right? And in that way, you've still been committed to it. You haven't been releasing yourself emotionally. So for some of you, this is just the final release of something that was like betrayal, abandonment, deception, something very painful. But for others of you, you're still in this and you just haven't seen it clearly because you haven't been seeing yourself clearly. After you release it, no matter whether it's current or not, you are going to almost immediately have a new opportunity that you'll be able to celebrate with the Three of Cups, because there's a vast amount of healing here. For some of you, you're going to be shining incredibly in whatever field you're in. If you have social media, this could just be like you just got all the shine. And it's because you're back in your emotional element here. But for others of you, it's it is a new opportunity that's coming in that will be a source of celebration for you. So he loves to see it. That's what I see for you, Cancer. It looks beautiful. You can do it. You can do it. You can make it through the final leg of this. It looks like it's been difficult, but just know you're coming back to yourself, okay? Every step you take, you're getting closer to yourself again. You're getting closer to this very deep healing of a wound that's been open for a long time, and I think you're really ready to let it go. You deserve to let it go, okay? And you have a lot of support as well while you do this. The more that you open your true self up, the more you can connect with people who genuinely resonate with your true self, right? Not people who are going to keep you, not people who are resonating with that like scarcity version of you, but people who are resonating with the truth of who you are. So that's really empowering as well. All right, we're moving on to Leo. Okay. The little stars of the show here. Leo. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I better go turn the sink off. Luna was drinking from it. Let me do that, and then I'll come back and pull your cards. All right. Yeah, you came in, hang out with me again. Hi, Cootie. Hi. What's going on? You need a Luna love break? Hi. I'm right here. Is this close enough for you? Sometimes she's like, no, you're not close enough to me. Hi, honey. I just got home from vacation. Well, I was gone for like a week and a half. And I don't really ever spend that much time away from her, so she has been very needy and a little bit clingy. Very vocal as well. Since I returned. I keep on seeing something. Okay. Okay, wow. Let's get a couple oracle cards here and get into this. So okay, that's too many. Okay. Hi. Damn. Damn, Luna. Okay. Let's see. Let's get into this. This looks very intense. Which makes sense because, I mean, you got that new moon, your season. The Mercury retrograde is in your sign. Let me... I have like extensive notes here on Lenormand cards because I'm trying to deepen my knowledge of them. I'm like kind of in a phase of study, which sometimes I do, even with tarot. So don't mind me. It's just like less well-known interpretations that I want to add to my knowledge bank. So that's what that is. Okay. Let's timestamp, yeah. Hi, Leo. Happy birthday, my brave-hearted bombshells. I hope you guys are doing incredibly well. And yeah, have an amazing season. If you didn't hear my little birthday thing at the beginning of the reading, I love you guys. One of my favorite people on the planet is a Leo, my nephew. His birthday is tomorrow. So yeah, you guys are awesome. Okay, let's dive into this. Things are looking intense, and it makes sense because this Mercury retrograde is happening in your sign. It's your season. There's this crazy new moon with all of these really intense aspects from other planets. So yeah, things are happening, and you're gonna feel it for sure. But it doesn't have to be a bad thing, and it's looking very much like it's not. It's looking like it might be a bad thing for maybe other people around you, because I feel like you're taking your power back with a courage and a confidence and a certainty that you haven't had recently surrounding something. So the area of your life that is most greatly influenced or evolving during this time came through as the World in reverse with the Mountain. The Lenormand card, the Mountain. Okay, so this is Saturnian energy with the World. And it also represents all of the fixed signs, which you are one of, along with Taurus, Scorpio, and Aquarius. But the Mountain talks about a difficult energy or situation to overcome. It can signify... it could even signify like a protection mechanism that you've put into place that has become an obstacle or a border or a barrier. But it stops or slows down everything around it. And having it be surrounded by the World in reverse, it's like this cycle that has not been closed, that has drug on and on and on, because the Mountain, I'm seeing it as being like extending it. So you could have felt like something was just not arriving on time. But this has been prolonged. And that's now beginning to move, which is very, very positive. This is the area that is being most influenced or affected or evolved at this time. So finally, this feels like something getting unstuck that has been long standing and just probably has felt incredibly heavy. But it could be something that you've even built up some sort of like detachment from, but not healthy detachment. A little bit more like it's coming through as a coldness or a distance or resistance to something that has created stubborn stagnancy. Or it could even be like seeing something as the enemy. But I'm feeling like it's a situation that's been drawn out that you've made the enemy, so you're kind of at war with yourself over it. It could also indicate like procrastination, though, because it's like, when is this thing going to end? I'm tired of dealing with this thing. I don't want to deal with this thing anymore. So now I'm going to start avoiding it because it's not closing out on its own. So I'm loving that that is the thing that is shifting for you. An area of potent clarity or understanding that's going to be emerging is the Page of Swords in reverse. Yeah, that's not you. There's two energies on the deck that you're very closely involved with. They're both coming out as swords. There's the Page and the King of Swords, both here in reverse. So honestly, not the greatest energy. will clarify that, but I'm feeling like there are serious implications to whoever this is as you gain more clarity and unveil things and take back your power. Um, because this person has not been acting right. The Page of Swords in reverse can be straight up like an outright liar, but it's someone who makes assumptions and projects those assumptions. Someone who is very petty in the way that they handle conflict or even speak. Like it can be someone who's just cruel. And then paired with the King of Swords in reverse, who's here in the next part of the reading. But this is coming out as being the same person. Ugh. It's like the King of Swords is like, you should know better though. It's not because you're just immature. It's like the King of Swords knows what is right and what is wrong. So this is someone choosing to do the wrong thing, choosing to lie, choosing to deceive, choosing to harm, choosing to do harm, and being intelligent enough to be sneaky and manipulative about it. So a little bit psychopathic, little bit coming through as like, you're a bit of a psychopath here. So not like, you know, I'm using that word very lightly, but it's coming through as absolute shit behavior from whoever this is. So let's get more information on that. So the clarity is around this person, and specifically some way that they've been communicating to you. The Ten of Cups, the Six of Cups, the Six of Wands in reverse. I feel like this person has just been claiming to be something completely that they're not. It's been very misleading. It's like, this could be someone who love bombed you. This could be someone who, if this is like a romantic partner, for instance, right? Take it how it applies to you, but I'm just going to give you like obvious examples to kind of ground the energy for you. But the Ten of Cups and the Six of Cups with the Page of Swords in reverse and the Six of Wands in reverse next, it's like this is someone that they truly don't have any intention of actually putting their best foot forward and like succeeding with you, but they're here selling you the dream so hard, you know? So this would be like, you're my soulmate, you're my twin flame, like whatever verbiage they have to use to get their hook in you, essentially. And then like future planning or future building, like this is what we could have it all. I want to have kids with you, I want to build this beautiful, basically like painting this huge picture, and it's like blowing smoke up your ass. It's not, there's no actual reality in this person's intention. And that is shown in the follow through, right? It's like the proof is in the pudding. So I hate that. Like, I don't like that saying because it doesn't make any fucking sense to me and it's super old school. But like the proof of what somebody says is going to be shown in their action or in the outcome of the actual situation, right? If they say that this is what they want, but then they don't invest in that, right? They don't invest to that level, because to have the Ten of Cups with someone, you would have to be, you know, a little more evolved. You'd have to be investing a little bit more than the Page of Pentacles. This is someone who's just like, I'm taking a new opportunity and I'm kind of just dipping my toes in, and I'm a beginner, I'm learning, but I'm only able to take it so seriously because of that. And I'm usually keeping my options open. I'm usually learning more things at once, but they're looking directly here at like, this is someone investing in something that they don't intend to actually give what would be needed. And the Two of Wands, it's someone who never actually, they sell you all of these ideas, but they're actually just at a crossroads perpetually, just like talking. I see your mouth moving, but what of value is coming out of it? You know, you've said a lot, you've made a lot of promises. I see nothing, you know? And so it's like your eyes are opening and you're like, you are completely full of shit. You know, like if anything, you're not supporting or giving from me, you're taking from me. And I see, and this is what I don't like. This person sees your energy, but they see it as something that is like exploitable. They see you shining, they see your heart, they see your spirit, your creative nature, your naturally abundant nature, but they are, yeah, they're not showing up in a way that honors that. And here's the thing. At the bottom of the oracle deck that I used, I kind of noticed a story, so I left it here face up so that I could kind of, if this narrative came through in the reading, I could show you. And this is, so they see your innate power, right? However, their response to that is jealousy. So again, this is someone who sees something in you, but they don't want to, they're triggered by it because maybe they don't feel, well, they're not in a state of embodying this themselves. Very clearly they're not. So they are like, let me go steal that from Leo. Because Leo is divine. Leo has healing energy. Leo knows how to transform and transmute and shift and move through life in a positive way. Leo is connected to their guides. They have knowledge and wisdom that I wish they had. You might be very psychic, but they see all of these things that add or that are elements of your overall power, and they want them. They want them. And I see you taking that power back, which is why I said that there might be a little bit of a rude awakening for whoever this person is. And I think that it's a long time coming. So the next part is a commitment, goal, or responsibility that you're reevaluating at this time. And that is what came through as the King of Swords in reverse. And it came out with this card, Veiled. So there's something here with this person that they have actively been hiding or keeping like hidden, keeping veiled from you. But it's also, yeah, they've been, there's been fear surrounding this, and it's because something about it does feel off to you, but you haven't been able to pinpoint it. And I think it's because this period of difficulty has been taking a lot of your energy, or maybe this is part of a pattern that makes up this very extensive period of difficulty, right? So this could be, for instance, this person could be the ending of a long pattern that's been repeating, like a karmic pattern, for instance, of maybe dating people who take advantage of you or who see you as something that they can exploit or take advantage of rather than something that they can honor, uplift, support, knowing that when they give to you, then you are you're so generous, right? So you're naturally generous. And it's a shame that people feel that they have to come at you this way, because if they just came at you correct, chances are you would share all of your beauty and riches and wealth and abundance and power and, you know, creative spark with them naturally. But no, they got to do it this way. They got to be on some fuck shit, you know? I want to see what the book says about this. I don't know why, but I really feel I want to read this veiled description. I don't want to even read the other one, but I really do want to know what this one says. Because I feel like what they've been doing is actually, they've been interfering with your psychic connection or your intuitive knowing. That's been affected somehow. Okay, so it says, all is not being revealed at this time. Is someone around you hiding or holding back information or an aspect of themselves? Please use caution in proceeding, or perhaps the mask is inviting you to be more protective of what you share. It says draw another card for clarity in your next right action. So I'm actually going to pull another, I'm going to shuffle out another card from this deck in a second for that. And it says you can meditate on the mask to achieve altered states of awareness and encourage hidden abilities to rise to the surface of your consciousness. So clarity in your next right action. So it does say use caution in proceeding, and I am taking that as a bit of warning because there's a reason why I felt called to read the description out of the book for that card. And honestly, I don't want to, I'm not fear-mongering, because your awareness, like, you're perfectly capable of dealing with anything and anyone, right? Once you have awareness of what they actually are. It's just you can't really deal effectively with something when they are misleading you, right? And you don't know what you're dealing with. But this requires a warning. It does. Because like I said, they know what they're doing. This is someone who, it does have a little bit of nefarious intentions. And how intense or deep that goes, you will know for your own particular situation. But there is a warning coming through with how you handle this. And I think it's because this person is petty as fuck and jealous. And they may lash out when you... It's like, I just saw this meme the other day, or it was it a meme? It was a tweet, I think, and it was like, men be like, wow, she really ruined things by realizing how shitty I am. And I was like, relatable. So it doesn't have to be about men, but, you know, it could be about anyone that you're dealing with. It's just like, I feel like this person is like, wow, they could really gaslight the shit out of you, and they could flip it and try to make you feel guilty. And you're like, all I did was realize that you've been a manipulative, abusive piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like, so just be aware of that. Okay, give me one more card for the best possible action here. What did you want to highlight with that? Send it out. Okay. 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 This is really interesting. So, your greatest protection mechanism at this time is actually pouring into embodying and expressing yourself in an empowered, divine, feminine energy. So trusting your emotions, trusting your intuition, but there is an element of assertion with this and choosing to really embody that that's quite important. And it's interesting because it's also coming through as like unconditional love, but for yourself first and foremost. And I totally understand actually what this is saying, because it's interesting. The most protective force, the most powerful force on earth is unconditional love. And it's like, how do I explain this? It's kind of like when love is filling the room, there is no space for anything else. Like perfect love casts out fear. It just dismisses it like nobody's business. It's like, what are you doing here? There's no room in this room for you. Like the love is taking up the whole space. And so even someone who's coming at you with like low vibrational energy, that vibration, that toxicity will be, it's like it hits your wall or your like bubble of unconditional love and is instantly dissolved. Does that make sense? So it is the most protective thing that you can surround yourself with. It is not the same as empathy without boundaries, because that's self-destruction. It's not the same as that. It's you being in your divine feminine energy and asserting yourself and having healthy boundaries, but being in that energy and that vibration for yourself and then naturally exuding it. That's going to be your protection mechanism, because there are things about this person that are still veiled that you do not even know. And while I do feel like there's a lot that's coming to light about how this person communicates and how they have promised you things that they never planned to actually give, there are things that I feel like you won't know about this person, because I feel that they're just manipulative. They're not going to actually be humble and forthcoming with you, for all of you, for everything that's gone on behind the scenes. But they're also highlighting here that this new moon is incredibly potent for you, okay? So this is at the bottom of the deck then. You have knowledge, guides, and meditate, first of all. So they're saying that further information on this, you will receive guidance from your spirit team or your higher self, but take some time to rest on it or meditate. And meditation can look like a lot of things. It doesn't have to be sitting like in complete silence. You can meditate in the shower. You can meditate while you listen to a playlist and you just let yourself feel through whatever is evoked out of you. Like, knowledge can come through and guidance can come through to you in many different ways. You could practice Tradika, which might be very powerful actually for you around the time of this new moon. Tradika is candle gazing. So essentially you would just light a candle, which reminds me I need to light another candle. But you would just light a candle and look at the flame. So it's kind of like, you know, when you're camping and you're looking at a bonfire, you get into that kind of like trance-like state. Tradika is very, very good for putting you into a state of meditation or peace of mind, where things can flow through to you. And you can trust that they're coming from that intuitive place and not from like your monkey mind, because your monkey mind has been sort of like disabled, if that makes sense. ASMR is another thing that works for some people, works for me very well as well. Anyone who has a very overactive mind, I feel like Tradika and ASMR, things that literally just like melt that part of you so it cannot interfere, would be helpful. But I feel like Tradika, because it involves the element of fire, would be really powerful for you to do at the time of this moon. I think would be really good for you. So I'm lighting another candle. Okay. You can't even see the flame, but I still want it to be somewhat visible. Okay. Yeah, but then the last cards that were here is this new moon and then trust and gratitude. So trust the guidance that you receive surrounding this new moon, but also trust that this is going to be, it's the start of a new cycle for you, a very powerful one that you're going to be grateful for, and it's going to reconnect you back to your heart, and you rule the heart. So as a Leo, that's quite important, right? But to do that, again, it's really important. Your guidance is to amplify the divine feminine energy. Okay. Moving on. So a reality check that you may be receiving. Well, I think you're realizing that now that you see something clearly, you are actually not at odds with what needs to be done about it. And I feel like you're going to drop it like it's hot. Not in a sexy way. Well, I mean, you might walk away looking sexy, but I feel like you're going to sever things with this person. You are going to just drop the dead weight. You're going to take the shackles off your ankles and dance freely away. And you're going to do so with confidence and bravery and assuredness, because you're going to see things very clearly. The 10 of Wands in reverse, it's like you realize that if there's been a weight that you've been carrying, it hasn't even been your own. It's been the projection of whatever energy this person or this relationship has been kind of bringing in. because it is coming through as corrupt. Because it's not based on truth at all. It's based on lies. And it's kind of the worst kind of lies. The lies that are meant to promise the thing that you want the most. It's the devil energy. It promises you the thing that you want the most, that would genuinely bring you so much joy and fulfillment, and then it has no intention whatsoever of actually giving that. It has no ability because it actually doesn't even hold that thing. So it's promising to give something that it does not have, and it knows that it doesn't, and it does it for the sake of exploiting and oppressing. So, but I see you just having this reality check and being like, bye, you know, like, smell you never, sucks to be you. Sucks to suck. Like, I don't think you're going to have very much patience with this, and I don't think that you should, honestly, if this is resonating with you anyways. Not that you have to be a complete, like, dick, or not that you have to, again, not that you need to sink to this person's level and be aggressive with them, because they, I'm seeing, are in like a very toxic masculine energy, whether they're a man or a woman, or a they is very much not relevant. They're in that toxic, like, assertive, oppressive, controlling, manipulative, power struggle kind of energy, and playing like fire with fire is not the way to approach this. So remember that the feminine energy of love and grace towards yourself is what's going to make you untouchable here. But what you are liberating yourself from is the 9 of Wands. I feel like it's been tiring for you, because again, this is a long-standing, difficult situation, and this is the card of Chiron, the wounded warrior. So it's someone who's just like scraping themselves by, pulling themselves off the battlefield, and it's like, it's only a flesh wound, but it doesn't mean that that shit doesn't still hurt, right? So with the 9 of Wands and the 10 of Wands in reverse, this is really beautiful, because it's like you're dropping something that has felt so heavy, like so heavy. And honestly, it's just coming through as like this draining energy that has been, it's parasitic. It feels like a parasitic energy. Is there anything else about this 9 of Wands? And it feels like you've also been carrying the entire weight of something. So like, if for instance, someone came in and promised you all of this, but then proceeded to apply themselves in no way, right? Like, give nothing of actual substance that would be needed. It's like someone who's like, let's build another Statue of Liberty, and then they show up with an empty tool belt and like one screw, no hammer, you know? And it's like, how are you planning on building that? And it's because they weren't really, they weren't actually taking it seriously. So I feel like you have been, because you were under this idea maybe that you were working towards this goal with this person, it's almost like you've been exerting yourself in the way, you've been carrying the weight, but you may have been overextending yourself. Yeah, a lack of temperance. You've been trying to build something by yourself, essentially. And this person is like showing up every day being like, yeah, I'm totally building with you. And then they just go and take a nap on the couch, you know? No, not vibing with that for you. So is there anything else before I let Leo go? No, but that's what you're liberating yourself from. So it's going to feel very, yeah, you're liberating yourself from manipulation and injustice. This has been heavy. I hate this energy. I'm not going to lie. I don't hate this person, but I hate this person's energy. It's bleh, pukey, disgusting, not fun times. 10 out of 10 would not do. No. So it's not surprising to me that once you see it, you're like, I'm out. Deuces, like, I'm out. I think that you're like, okay, well, that validates maybe what I have been feeling intuitively deep under the surface, which is that something maybe is hidden from me, something is not right, because again, where's the, like, I'm looking at listening to your words, I'm looking at what is actually happening, or your words and your actions don't meet, or like the circumstances, like this relationship is going nowhere even though you keep on like saying a bunch of shit, right? So I think that you're seeing more and more clearly where there is like there's distortion and there's a disconnect. So yeah, you're going to be trusting that more and more, and then letting go, and you're going to feel much lighter, which is lovely. All right, Leo, I love you so much. Happy birthday. This is going to be a beautiful birthday present to you, honestly. So I hope that you just, delete their number and enjoy your summer, baby. But that is basically, that's what I'm getting for you. Okay, let's move on to Virgo. Virgo, where my babes at? Why does this look like it's not as big as I want? There. Okay. Virgo. What is up? Okay, what's going on for Virgos? Little tiny deck for you. I just got this. I haven't even used it in, I don't think I've used it at all yet in a reading. So you get the first use of the Aquarian Tarot. So let's see what this baby's got to say. What this bad boy wants to say. Mm-hmm. Oh man. Okay. Some oracle cards here. Can you tell me what area is most greatly being influenced or evolving during this time period for Virgo? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's timestamp you. Get into this. I'm just gonna extend that on my screen. Okay. Hi, Virgo. How's it going, you sexy things? I hope you're doing well. Let's take a look at retrograde season for you and what is going down. What's going down? Okay. So, okay. So, what you have for the area, move some of this over a little bit. The area that is being most influenced or that will be evolving the most during this period of time came through as Justice in reverse with the Lenormand card of the bouquet. Okay. So this is Libran energy. There's also Aries energy here on the table, which is interesting because those two are across from each other in the zodiac. But they're both in reverse on the table here. We'll get into that as we move through. Okay, so I actually really like this because it's talking about you not getting what you want in regards to the things that would actually make you the most fulfilled and content. There's like double Libran energy here. So the bouquet card, it talks about joy and contentment and gifts that represent things that make you feel authentically good, or a gift that kind of is reassuring in the sense that it tells you that everything is going well, right? So whether that would be like a manifestation coming in for you and it's the universe being like, you're aligned, you're on the right track, or whether this is like you're dating someone and you don't really know where things are going, and then you get some sort of gift, which doesn't have to be a physical gift. It could be in the form of like quality time, for instance, something like that. But it's something that shows appreciation and brings pleasure with it. And it's usually, I have to tie my ties a little bit looser because they're cutting off the circulation. It's something beautiful. It's something that brings happiness, but usually there's also an element of charm or surprise involved with this, like positive surprise. So an area that you have actually experienced perceived injustice surrounding, I think that there's actually going to be something working out or something coming through that makes you realize that all is not lost. It is a gift. Let's clarify that a little more. For some of you, this is coming from a person who you've been investing in, and there's been this level of like emotional either inconsistency or unavailability that's been felt, like a disconnect. And I feel like the gift is this person opening up, like picking a path, that there's something that wasn't reconciled and it will be reconciled, and this is a gift to you. The Five of Pentacles in reverse, it allows you to come in from out of the cold, from something that has not been healed, something that's been confusing. There's something that hasn't been uncovered here yet surrounding another person, and they're coming in to, I feel like for most of you this does include another person, and they're coming in to offer you, yeah, that's you, that's someone else. It's like it's all okay. It's all right. You're going to realize this. But it is something that you've been perceiving as, and if you've been perceiving it as an injustice, then, you know, I am seeing this as being something. I heard undignified. Interesting. I want to look up the actual description, the actual definition of undignified. I feel like that is a word that I would not have used in that explanation, and it came through very clearly. There's something about that. Hold on one second here. Appearing foolish and unseemly or lacking in dignity. Making you look silly and losing people's respect, especially because of not being controlled, serious, or calm. Synonyms are unseemly, improper, inelegant, unbecoming, unsuitable, foolish or embarrassing, inappropriate, or unbecoming. So I feel like someone has essentially acted in a way that has been extremely unattractive. You know, you're like, I'm not vibing with that so much. There's been a reason for that. That doesn't excuse shitty behavior or actions, but I do feel like it's being set straight, since the area that is being evolved or influenced is this injustice. So there's going to be something there, and it's coming through as an actual physical, again, even if it's just they're giving you their time, energy, and effort, that's still something tangible, right? So there's something that is not just words, it's not just an empty promise, there's something that is actually coming into you and being given. And yeah, that's going to shift the state of this, okay? So clarity or understanding is emerging surrounding the area of the Seven of Swords, which is great because the Seven of Swords quite literally talks about confusion, illusion. It can also talk about strategy, but secret strategy, like a strategy that is kept. It would be like if you're playing chess against someone, you have a strategy, but you're not going to share it with the person you're playing against, right? So there's a reason for the strategy, but again, there's a hidden element, or there's sort of an elusive element that causes confusion, maybe. Can you tell me more about this Seven of Swords? What understanding is emerging surrounding this Seven of Swords? The Chariot in reverse. The Three of Swords. This is something someone has kept hidden. The reason that they were not moving forwards or taking an opportunity, taking an advantage of an opportunity, is because they have not been trusting their own desire or their emotional will. So, which is a big deal, because how you feel about things often drives like your actions and the way that you think as well. It's very rarely the way you think impacting how you feel. It's much more, it does happen that way, but it's like 20/80 versus a lot more for how you feel. Because how you feel is an indicator of deeper things oftentimes, as well as things that you are like consciously aware of. Whereas the way you think is obviously, it's limited to the things that you have inside your head in that way, the knowledge bank. When your heart and your intuition taps into something and says you should do this, it's coming from a deeper place that's taking more into consideration, even if that's not readily available to you at the surface, if that makes sense. There's something here where this person, they have experienced a lot of pain and heartbreak that they've kept hidden. They've been carrying this alone or experiencing this, but it's been preventing them from moving forwards. And I think that that was kind of by extension putting you out in the cold in some sort of way with this Five of Pentacles and Justice in reverse. So this is being set straight, or there's a lot of clarity and illumination and deeper understanding that's coming through surrounding why someone maybe has been, again, has come off as being very emotionally detached or ambivalent. Like, just, it could have seemed that someone really did not care about how their actions were affecting you, or maybe that they didn't even have any awareness that their actions were affecting you. They could have lacked accountability, or they could have just made no effort to communicate that with you. So then, like, how would you know, right? But I'm seeing that there's a lot of clarity being gained here. And it's coming through as quite a heavy emotional release for this person. So this could be someone as well that is not necessarily comfortable with expressing emotionally. It could make them feel quite vulnerable. Okay. A commitment, goal, or responsibility that is being reevaluated here is the Emperor in reverse. I need to push my chair back and I can't. There we go. Is the Emperor in reverse. And it came out with this oracle card of closing circle, which says pure intent, sacred doors, timing, and experience. This is coming through as not being you. The Emperor in reverse is what they're saying. It's coming through as someone who, it's interesting because I feel like this is just how they've been presenting themselves to you. This is what you've seen from the surface. The Justice in reverse, the Chariot in reverse, and the Emperor in reverse. Undignified. It's not looking pretty, right? This is like, it's not good. It's not a good look on anyone. But the thing is, I feel like this is not actually this person's true character. Whereas with Leo's reading, the person coming through was like legitimately someone who had a bit of nefarious kind of intention, and they were manipulative, and they knew what they were doing. They were using their intelligence and their tactics to harm and to exploit. This person, if that happened, like if it seemed that they were less invested, or if it has felt unjust, if it has been unjust and imbalance, it's not because that's who this person truly is. It's because this person was not healed. There's something that this person was not healing. They didn't know how to heal. They were coming essentially from a wounded place that was manifesting in toxic masculinity. So yeah, a lack of accountability, a massive ego, someone who's not, doesn't feel in dominion or control over themselves or their own life. So they could feel very like in a state of lack. They could feel like they don't have anything to offer. So then they push other people away, or they feel like they're not in control of their own life. So then they use, like control to create power dynamics and just like shitty things like that, right? But really it's because they're at war with themselves. Because the Emperor in a healthy state does not have time for that nonsense. They're like busy doing their own thing and genuinely being in an empowered, assertive energy where they know what they want. They know that they've got what they need to go get what they want. And that's really what they're doing. That's what they're focused on. This person is closing out a cycle where their pure intentions were not seen. Their pure intentions have not been experienced by you. I feel like you've experienced something or seen, I want to say, like a very ugly expression and embodiment of this person. And I don't even think that it is, it kind of feels like this is someone who has been through trauma and they were maybe very triggered. And again, this isn't an excuse for anyone's behavior, but it is maybe a bit of an explanation to help you understand more deeply, okay? And keep in mind that the only apology is changed behavior. That's really the only apology. When we sit here and we say, for instance, like, I choose to acknowledge that I'm standing on land that we stole from the natives of this area, but we're not going to give the land back. It's like, well, then go fuck yourself. You know, like, what are you actually talking about? It's bullshit. It's like, you're literally just doing, what is that called? Something signaling, virtue signaling. You're literally making yourself and no one else feel better about the shitty thing that you've done, because you're not actually doing anything to correct it, right? So if this person came in and was like, I realize that I've caused you injustice, blah, 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 but then they continue living under this fear and allowing it to impact them and you by extension, well, then that's not really a real apology to you, because they don't care enough to actually create the change, even if that means facing their own bullshit and fear, right? So there's something about the timing now as well, because it says sacred doors and timing, where now is the time for you to experience the truth of this person. There's some sort of sacred door that is closing, and on the other side, there's a new chapter. So this is not something that I'm seeing as completely closing out, but it's like I'm seeing you as being on the other side of the door already. And this person is opening the door and joining you. So there could have been something where like you were like this with the cycles, and now it's like you're slowly calibrating. So you're both through the door and you're both in the same reality. You're both looking at things the same way. You're on the same page. You're expressing and showing up to the same extent. There's balance, there's moderation, there's communication. And then there's, because you're actually on the same page, you can actually work towards the same goals and actually, you know, see each other clearly and get somewhere, right? Okay. I love that. So where you might be receiving a reality check, somewhere where you've been confused as to whether something was illusion or your intuition actually speaking. So you have the Page of Cups, and this is coming through as this person's energy as well. The Page of Cups with this oracle card that says gnomes. Gnomes just makes me laugh. But it says humanity, friendship, hard work, and little visions with the Page of Cups here. I think that you're able to see this person, like there might be a part of you that was had kind of stripped the humanity from this person a little bit. Like you started almost perceiving them as a bit of a monster, or as someone who could act with like an insincerity, flippancy, cruelty even, but just a lack of consideration. They could act in this very inappropriate, unattractive way and show up, right? And for that reason, I feel there was a disconnect between you actually being able to relate to them as someone that you could offer empathy, right? And that'll happen if someone shows up as the Emperor in reverse and did the Chariot in reverse and Justice in reverse long enough with the Seven of Swords, right? It's a little bit questionable at best, but I'm seeing you reconnect to, for some of you, this is a friend, but I'm seeing you be able to, in getting on the same page with this person, it's like you are no longer, it's like friends, not foes. Because I think that you were unsure if like the way that this person's been presenting themselves, if that was the truth or if that was an illusion. And I think that you were feeling something that you couldn't like put your finger on. I think that you knew that it wasn't the truth of who this person is, but they were not showing you anything to back that up. So it's like you were kind of left in this like wavering, like, should I have faith in you? Should I offer you empathy? Like, are you a human or are you a psychotic robot? You know, like, what are you? And they weren't showing their true self, but now they're coming out with this Page of Cups energy and this energy of friendship and humanity. It's like you're seeing the truth of them finally. I don't know if you've ever seen the truth of them, or if maybe at one point you did and then they flipped into this and you were left confused. But there's been a transformation that has happened with this person, And it's leading to a transformation in the connection as a whole. And with the Four of Wands, again, it's like the 1111 card. Things are balanced, right? You're bringing your two wands, they're bringing their two wands. They're of equal strength, stature, and height. And so then you can build a solid foundation because, again, you're on the same page, right? But there has been a transformation that needed to happen to take this person out of this energy. So I don't know what it was that caused that, but I am seeing that as having happened. And now because of that, they are able to reveal something to you of themselves or move in a different way that shows you who they really are. Okay. So the last card is the Queen of Wands in reverse. And this is where you are liberating yourself. What you're liberating yourself from. I think it's just a situation. It's dualistic in its meaning. It's you're liberating yourself from a situation that had a lot of illusion and confusion surrounding it. And so it's more that it was less like you being insecure and more the situation that was creating insecurity. Because this person, right, the Emperor, again, masculine, toxic masculine energy is an energy that does not offer any security or stability. They're meant to be the person that holds it together, but instead they come in this chaotic mess, right? And they create instability. So when you have instability, then there's insecurity and uncertainty and all of that crap that comes with it, and it causes you to question things because you're not standing on anything solid. So it's because there's a lack of truth here being expressed. It's interesting. I think that this person's actually been putting in work behind the scenes that you haven't seen. Tell me more about the Queen of Wands in reverse. But you're able to liberate yourself from being tied to this version of this connection, I feel. Now that you have this clarity, understanding, and now that things are actually shifting in the energy in a tangible way. So I really like that. What else about this Queen of Wands in reverse? Anything? No, there's nothing. There may have been assumptions that you made from this place of uncertainty because it's like you did not have the facts. There was insecurity. So I think that then you could have made assumptions from that place because you simply did not have access to the facts. But I do think that you made choices based off of those assumptions that ironically ended up leading to the healing of the situation. So for instance, right, if let's say you assumed based on all of the evidence that this person provided that this person is not really a great person, that they don't consider you, that they don't have the capacity to show up and offer you what you deserve and desire. So maybe you made that assumption because, again, they were showing you nothing otherwise. And then maybe from that assumption, you made the decision to disconnect or start pulling your energy back. That decision could have actually instigated a change in this person, like realizing, oh shit, I might lose Virgo kind of thing. Or look at what I'm putting at risk, or like look at how I'm acting. Like maybe I deserve to lose Virgo because of how I've been acting. But whatever the case may be, it created healing or the opportunity for this person to heal. And I feel like they are taking it, or they have taken it. And that is at the core of what is evolving and influencing you during this retrograde season. So that's what I see for you, Virgo. All right. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of the old way of doing things that's going to be dropped. This card just fell off the bottom of the tarot and flew across the floor. It's the Four of Pentacles in reverse. There is a lot of actual tangible changes and shifts being made. So again, these are things that you are going to be able to witness. Like this person is going to change their habits. They're going to shift how they actually show up and physically invest in some sort of way. There's something that is truly shifting in a way that is can be is substantiated, right? You can like look at it and pinpoint it and say this is different than it was. Okay. We are moving on to Libra. I need to go pee real fast though. So I'll be right back after I do that. And then we're gonna get into it. Okay. I will be right back. I've returned. I'm going to stand off camera and put my sweatpants on instead of these tight ass leggings, if y'all don't mind. I will make sure you cannot see me while I do this, but I'm gonna need comfort. I'm gonna need comfort here. It's what I'm gonna require, and those just aren't cutting it. So we're not doing that no more. All right. Much better. Much better. I'm shameless. I'm like, let me just take my pants off right here. YOLO. Okay. Maybe I'll end up showing my ass to you too. Maybe I won't. What do the stars have in store for me today? Let's see. Ooh. I live life on the edge, guys. Okay. Lord help me. Libra, what decks do I want to use for you? What decks? There's this one. Hi, what's up, Tanmay? Is that how do you actually pronounce your name, by the way? I don't want to butcher it when I say it. How are you? It's good to see you. Get to witness your energy more so. See your little itty bitty tiny face on the screen. Let's see. Okay. Libra. That's the best way? Okay, sweet. I'm always just like, oh, gosh. I'm always like, I'm not the best at pronouncing names. And I'm like low-key a little bit insecure about it. So good to know I got it somewhat correct. How's it going? How are you? Can keep me company because the chat is not that active right now. I go by this funny name. I tell everyone, remember 10th of May? 10th of May. Do I remember this? I've been channeling for like 4 hours, so now's not the best time to test my memory. Oh, 10 May. Okay. 10 May. So it's less, it's not so much 10 May. It's more like 10 May. All right. I gotcha. I'm like 10th of May? You said something to me on the 10th of May? I'm not going to remember that shit right now. Okay. Let's just moonwalk out of that embarrassing moment. Oh. Okay. I don't know why these cards want to be shuffled so extensively. Imagine if it was. Then I would say the universe is fucking with you. Or maybe they're fucking with me. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Okay. What do we have for Libra? My Libras. Libra. Let's see. Whoa. Libra. Oh, okay. I guess both of those want to come out there. Ooh. Mm. Okay. Okay. Tell me. Yeah, clarify this area that's being most heavily influenced or impacted here. I crushed that card. Ooh. Okay. Okay. I think I want to cleanse a little bit. We're like at the halfway point. Let me just light some polo. Some of these energies have been a little heavy. I should have done this after Leo probably because that person's energy was a little bit poopy, not gonna lie. Did not love it. Did not love it at all. Sun, sun, ton. Like ton May? Well, yeah, it's only midnight here. Okay, so not really like 10 May, not really like tan May, but like ton May. Is that right? Ton May? I like the extensive lesson. I actually do, though, because then I can say with confidence. Excellent. Thank you for the lesson. Okay. 2 more oracle cards. Yeah, that feels better. I felt something lift there. Wow. Okay. Oh. I don't know if you guys heard that adorable movement. You have to watch Cancer later, yeah. You can go back. The timestamp for Cancer, if you want to like write it down so that you can skip to it, because it takes a while. Well, I'll take a while to finish, but it was around 2 hours 21 minutes when I started Cancer. If you want to skip back, that's where it starts. Okay, let's timestamp Libra and get into it. Okay. Hi, Libra. I hope that you guys are doing well, my beautiful Librans. All right. Let's see what's going on for you, what wants to be highlighted specifically in this, the time surrounding this retrograde season. Okay, so take a sip of my dirty chai for a second here. So what I am seeing here, let me just double check something. So if this is there a possibility that this is Libra for some? Yeah, okay. But not for all. Okay, so I actually want to pull one more Lenormand card because the one that came out is the Man. Boop. But this card talks about, so if you are a male, well then it could talk about you, or if you have very strong masculine energy. But if you're not, then it could talk about a masculine in your life. So I just want to, because it doesn't actually talk about a theme of your life, it talks more about like a person. I want to get one more card to give us a little more insight into who that might be. It's like someone of importance. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so the realm of your life that is going to be most greatly influenced, or that's going to be evolving most during this time, is coming through as the 5 of Coins and the Tower in reverse. There's been something that's needed to reach a breaking point for some time, I feel like, here. Yeah. We'll clarify that a little bit, but it came out with the Lenormand cards, Man and Key. And the man wants to be put over the 5 of coins, and key wants to be put over the tower in reverse. And 2 cards came out. I accidentally like pulled 2 cards off the top of the deck when I did put those down, so it's interesting because everyone else only got 1. I'm gonna see if there's anything else that I put as an extra explanation of man, but I'm pretty sure that it just talks about, yeah, so it represents you if you're a masculine, or else it will represent a strong male energy or force in your life, okay? So it's interesting though, because the other card that came out is key. And it's the key is one of the fate cards, or like the destiny cards, right? There's only 4 in the Lenormand. And this one in particular, it's like the wish card of the deck. So it's kind of multifaceted, it's kind of complex and contradictory because it grants your wishes, but it also keeps secrets. It's kind of like the genie in the bottle. I'm a genie in a bottle, baby. Gotta rub me the right way. So, yes, something about that. You might want to listen to some Christina Aguilera. But this indicates the importance of the surrounding cards. So that's why I said Spirit was like, it's an important masculine in your life. I was like, well, thanks. I kind of got that when the masculine card came out. But it does add a layer of understanding, because the key talks about success. It talks about having access to something, or mastering something, something that is necessary, so something that is very important, something that offers some sort of solution or security in your life. So if something is missing, then the key is like the answer or the solution that can point the way. And it can also indicate that higher or divine forces are working in your life to show you the hidden potential of you or a situation, and to help the potential be met. Like you realize your own abilities, or you realize the possibility for a situation, the truth of the potential, and then you can actually fulfill it, essentially. So that's pretty strong. And the fact that that came out over the tower in reverse, let's see about that. Yeah, what does the tower in reverse represent here? Whoa. The 8 of Swords in reverse, something that, yeah, it's something that had not like hit with its full force. So usually the tower is something that comes in a bit like a bull in a china shop, right? And it kind of just, again, it's like something hitting the tower, and then because the tower is top heavy, because it was not built, this top portion is not in a moderate state, right? So this bottom foundation that is built on balance and equality and is solid, that's going to stay standing, but the shit that was not built on solid ground is going to fall off. But this is something that like something had not hit, or the impact had not fully been received, to the point that it provided a solution, that it provided liberation. And it's liberation from some sort of fear with the 8 of Swords in reverse. So this is either, yeah, it's either another person in your life, dirty chai. The dirty part is just adding the espresso to the chai, like to the tea. So I think that's what it means. It's like, because a espresso shot is dark. I don't know. That's what my opinion is, but I don't know if there's any legitimacy behind that. But it is delicious regardless. Is this, okay, yeah. So if this is someone important in your life, then it's someone where there's been a disconnect, or you felt in a state of lack or scarcity in this connection. There's been either a severing, or there's been something that is fear-based that has kind of come between you and this person. if this is just your own masculine energy, then it's the way that you've been embodying and expressing it has been from more of a space of fear or lack. I don't know if you guys can hear the train going by, but it's like blowing its whistle. So I feel like for most of you, that is the case, that this is your own masculine energy and how that has been expressed. You've been expressing from a place of fear and scarcity, potentially. But it's like that is because something has not hit you, something was not revealed to you that kind of like gave you this access to a level of assuredness or certainty that then allowed you to move from a more courageous place. There's something that has been very key, very important, that has needed to be revealed to offer you liberation here. And that is coming to you during this retrograde season. Woo! We love to see it. Okay, so clarity or understanding is emerging for you specifically in this area. The Eight of Wands in reverse, why things have not been moving or shifting. Or if they have, why has it been very slow? Or why has it felt like pulling teeth just to get like to move a little tiny bit, right? Anything else you want to say about that Eight of Wands in reverse? That's kind of coming through extremely clear. It's pretty self-explanatory. But it makes sense because your masculine energy, what is it? Well, it's the energy that asserts itself to build tangible things that are secure, things that form that solid foundation that's going to hold shit up in our lives, right? It's the one that shows up in boss mode and makes those decisions and takes action on them and knows why they're doing that, knows that they are in dominion over themselves, that they are sovereign, that they don't need to be afraid, that no matter what that next step holds, they're just taking it one step at a time with presence, intention, and confidence in themselves. So they know that no matter what the next situation or moment holds, they can handle it. They'll just handle it when they get there. So it doesn't get overwhelmed. It just has this kind of quiet strength. Okay. A commitment, goal, or responsibility that you are reevaluating is coming through as the Six of Swords. With this oracle card, the Abysmal. Which says danger, insecurity, overwhelm, unpredictability, hazardous conditions, dark emotions, facing fear, and courage. The way that I had them on the table, though, was like this, which I feel is visually very interesting. Because if you see, the Abysmal card is like this dangerous water, kind of, like where hazardous conditions, you can't really tell. And then on this Six of Swords, it's like, it's kind of like they're moving right towards it, where it's about to come down on their heads. But it's interesting because the Six of Swords, it's connected to the placement Mercury in Aquarius. And Mercury in Aquarius is a placement that allows you to transcend out of limited thinking, to not feel insecure in your thinking, even if there is something that's somewhat like Uranian, right, about it, unpredictable, something that is, again, it's like whatever the next step holds. It might be unknown, it might feel scary, it might require courage, and it might even have a darker, shadowy element legitimately to it. But you know that you can handle it, and you know that you're only going to gain wisdom from that experience that allows you to transcend above anything that would be kind of like overwhelming you about that. The Two of Cups. There's something here because there's been a little bit of a lack of, how can I explain this? So, because you've either been really heavily in your masculine energy, but not in a, again, not in sort of an authentic expression of that masculine energy, in a bit of a shadowy or, what do I want to say? Like, it's not unevolved. It's not an abundant expression. It's a limited expression. It's not an empowered expression of the masculine. That's what it is. And so, because there's been that imbalance with the Two of Cups, this talks about integration of self and integration of the different elements of the self, being able to be in your shadow self and still see yourself reflected in your light. So then you can toggle back and forth. And from your light, you still see your reflection in your shadow. You don't see the shadow as the enemy or something that you need to cast out or eradicate. You see it as a necessary part of you that gives you more perspective into yourself as a whole. And so that's why the integration of the two and both of them existing is super important, because just like there being duality in life and how the dark, without the dark, we would never have appreciation for the light. We wouldn't even know what the light is if we were just always in it, right? It's like how we're always walking around in air, breathing. Fish are always swimming through water. Do we think about it though? Not really. It's just, it comes naturally. So the light and the dark give context and deeper understanding. And from that understanding, a deeper acceptance and integration into the whole, which leads to a more authentic and full embodiment and expression of yourself as well. So you can honor yourself more and others as well by extension. There's something here about you've been asserting yourself, specifically your masculine energy, in a particular way because you either felt insecure or you felt that it was dangerous to move forwards and express it in a different way. This could be like a very heavy reliance on your masculine energy to the point where you feel like you have to manage and be in control of everything in order to be in a state of power. But really that is a state of weakness, right? It's not a state of true power if you feel like you're only empowered when you're controlling everything, because you're never going to control everything. So then you're never really going to feel in control or empowered, sorry. And so I feel like you are maybe over extending or over working this, and to the point where it felt like if you stopped doing that you would lose control, right? Or if you allowed the balancing or the integration of the feminine into the picture more, that would be a liability, that would be dangerous, or that would bring something dark up. So it's the responsibility that you've felt to at keeping your masculine energy at the forefront, almost like there's been maybe a way of thinking where you felt that it had to be that way so that it could protect your feminine, because maybe you had a wounded feminine, but all that really ended up doing was throwing them both off balance, if that makes sense. So I feel like you're going to be reevaluating the responsibility, and your new goal is going to be to commit to the integration and the reflection of both parts of yourself there. The reality check that you're going to get, or something that's going to be cleared up that you've been back and forth on, whether this is intuition or illusion talking to you, it came out as the Hermit in reverse with this card, Increase, which says sharing, reaping rewards, overflow, expansion, flowering, encouragement, fertile ground, and abundance. Okay. There's been something that you've been worried about that you haven't needed to actually be worried about. Something has been manifesting, a change has been manifesting, something's been shifting. I think that your fear is that you've been manifesting something that is going to let you down, or an opportunity that is like another more character building, you know, or like another test, but not something that is truly sacred or divinely offered or in alignment with your highest and best good. But they're saying that that is not true. What is actually evolving here? This is really beautiful. There's a huge transmutation taking place with the scorpionic energy, and what's being transmuted, the 10 of Wands, which is just a whole lot of really heavy energy, is being transmuted into the 10 of Coins. So you're going from the 5 of Coins to the 10 of Coins, which is really like, you know, kind of 180. It's a really, really, really huge shift. And so they're saying here, and this is amplified or, you know, further supported by this increase card, right? And the Hermit in reverse can talk about being paranoid or just not seeing something clearly because you're not seeing yourself clearly for whatever reason, usually because you're not taking time to connect to that introspective, thoughtful part of yourself. And if you are in this like overly masculine, but from more of a shadowy place, expression or embodiment of self, then yeah, that was probably lacking a little bit. But what they're saying is that you are going to reap rewards. There is something that's expanding and coming in. It's actually currently blossoming. And it's something that you can be optimistic and encouraged about. There's something that you planted in fertile ground, despite any imbalance that you may have had. I actually think it's you letting go of the fear and balancing yourself out that is going to allow for you to receive this thing. But this was always planted in fertile ground. It was always going to be abundant. Is there anything else about that? No. Okay, so an area of rebellious liberation or forward thinking for you is the Knight of Swords. I love it because it's like once you have this answer, you're literally moving at the speed of light with your sword. It's like, now that I know, I know. And I feel like that's so Libran. You might spend a lot of time, right, doing this. But once you reach that sweet spot, it's like, bitch, it's go time. And then you're a force to be reckoned with. You are cardinal air. You take that knowledge and you're going to go and you're going to apply it in a way that is going to not only change the infrastructure of your life, but it's going to have a positive effect, a diplomatic effect on those around you as well. That's why this was so important. That's why this was so key. That's why things unfolded the way that they did, because you were mastering something through the process. So the 10 of Wands, it had to exist because your higher self, or the whole point was that energetic buildup was teaching you something about yourself, right? About what it means to truly be balanced and in harmony with yourself, and what you can't compromise in order to be that, to show up that way, and the power that you have once you do show up that way. So once you got that realization, once you got that key piece of information and it kind of hit you, or it hits you, if it hasn't yet, during this period it will, that is what triggers, or that is the catalyst for the alchemization of the Ten of Wands into the Ten of Pentacles. And that is when you go from seeing things as dangerous, as scary, as uncertain, as overwhelming and unpredictable, and all of a sudden your perspective is psych, just kidding, everything is beautiful, everything is perfectly fine, everything is working for my greatest good, you know? It's a complete shift of perspective. And once you have that, it's just like you are off and things start moving very, very quickly, it feels like. Anything else you want to tell me about this Knight of Swords? So I feel like what you're really rebelliously like liberating yourself from is... my little heart. There's been a period of stagnancy here, only in physical movement, though. There's been, as we can see, a whole lot shifting and transforming under the surface. The card that came out and landed like this. What are you moving towards at the speed of light? The 10 of fucking Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. Okay. Okay, Libra. Get it, get it, get it. I mean, this is beautiful. It's like complete. You know what this is? You balance yourself out and you start seeing your own innate worth and value again. And then all of a sudden, that is reflected back to you in your surroundings. So all of a sudden, your reality, because you've had that total shift in the way that you see things, then the world shifts around you, because your perspective of things is what shapes your reality. This is why we all experience reality as different, and there may be like a definite truth, right? But as human beings, it's very rare that we actually see it. We see things as we are, not as they are. And that's just a human thing, right? Only when we transcend up above our humanness can we get a glimpse of like divine truth. But that's so hard for us to comprehend and grasp as humans, right? So this is fucking gorgeous. It's you shift your whole way of thinking, and then all of a sudden, all of this like wealth and abundance, all of a sudden the flowers break the ground. Like they've been growing up underneath the soil, but now they're popping out and you're going to see them actually blossoming into something beautiful. I feel like there is going to be physical rewards that come in regards to your health, in regards to finances, and as well in regards to relationships and things that are deeply emotionally fulfilling, not just financially or physically fulfilling. It's not about that completely, although that is part of it as well. So that's what I see shifting for you, and I think that that is absolutely gorgeous. Paula. Breakup, moving, changing therapists, reshaping all your relationships from besties to work. Damn. Aqua rising, Libra sun. In Vedic, I'm an Aqua sun, Libra rising. But yeah, well, this reading is coming out to say that that has definitely, none of that has been for nothing. So I feel like everything that is being reshaped is happening so that, yeah, so that, look at this, so that fresh energy can come in. And it's the energy that's going to allow your wishes to come true, the 9 of Cups. And then you move from the 9 of Cups again to the 10 of Cups. And it's all Gucci. It's looking beautiful from where I'm sitting. So I love that for you. Aww. I'm resonating more with my Vedic chart lately than my my Western chart, but I resonate with both of them at different times. I tend to go by the understanding. This is just my understanding so far. I'm not saying this is correct, but I kind of see your Vedic chart as being like your dharmic path, your higher self, maybe your more spiritual, transcended embodiment and expression of self, your higher self kind of. And I see Western as being more your humanity, right? Which will always be both divine and human, so they both will always have impact and influence on you. But I see that as being like, can contain more of the shadow or the ego a little bit. So a lot of the times I think that when we are going through periods of ascension, spiritual ascension, we might resonate more with a part of our Vedic chart. For me, it's like I'm resonating much more with my Pisces Venus right now than I am with my Aries Venus from Western, and the two are very different. So there's that. But yeah, that's just my understanding of the charts and the interplay. But I'm glad you resonate with me. Okay, let's move on to Scorp. Where are my dark, twisty, sexy Scorpios at? Where are you, baby? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? I don't know why these are small, but they need to be bigger. Okay. This one actually. Okay. What time is it wherever you guys are? Is it super late at night? Are we having like intimate moments together here, hanging out? I really like hanging out late at night with people. I feel like there's this like warmth and vulnerability and intimacy that is not there during the day. There's a quote about this that I have. I don't know if I'd be able to find it, but it's like even the tone of your voice changes, right? It's like you sit a little closer to people, you speak a little more softly, you lean in to hear what they're saying, I don't know. And I feel like spirit speaks to me differently at night as well. It's not like right or wrong, it's just different. But I love me a good old late night reading. Usually work at night. Okay. Scorpio. What do my beautiful Scorpionic people need to know about this retrograde season? And what will be influencing them, where they will be evolving, where they might be reevaluating things, or liberating themselves. Oh, my foot is asleep. Push back. Push. There we go. I need to sit with both my feet on the ground and let. Okay. So just falling asleep, that's happening. Do that. Okay, Scorpio. Turn down the brightness on my screen because it's overheating. Okay. Get you some oracle cards. Okay. I don't know why, but they're saying these are not the right cards. And I think I messed up the shuffling because I lost my train of thought. And I don't know if I split the deck correctly, so maybe that's why, but that didn't feel right. Let me just shuffle a bunch again and try that again, because they confirmed with me. Weird. I feel like that's part of your message, but I'll know how that applies once I see the right cards. Just give it a really good shuffle. Okay. I don't think I split it. Oh, you got the mystery card. Spirit is like, this is so Scorpio. Look at this fucking shit. Just a perfectly black card. Okay. That is so funny because I was seeing, as I was shuffling, I saw the moon in reverse. I saw the Seven of Swords in reverse. I saw all these cards that talk about like massive revelation of something that has been very confusing or hidden. And then the realm of greatest influence or evolution during this is literally Spirit's like, I'm not telling you. It's the unknown card. Or it could be that that is what is becoming, the unknown is evolving into the known for you maybe, but we'll see. I find that hilarious though. Okay. Okay. Oops. This is quite a lot going on here, isn't there? Let's see. Considering creating a community for people interested in the mystic and the psyche. The divination tools you use in your background in psychology. Aw, thank you. What do you mean? Like, what kind of community? Do you mean like from more of a teaching standpoint? Like sharing my personal journey and just like the knowledge that I have, that I have picked up on my own journey? Because I by no means am an expert, but I don't really believe that there are spiritual experts. I think that we all just have our experience. I kind of think that anyone that claims to be a guru is like 100% full of shit, but that's just me. Because really, you only have like what you have experienced, right? At the end of the day, I feel like that's how true integration happens. You can try to seek wisdom, but it's almost that paradox of like, the more you learn, the more you realize how little you know. But that's good because that means you're open to further learning and expansion. Like the smartest people, I feel like, know how much they don't know, right? So that's why I kind of side-eye anyone that's like, I claim to know all things, especially esoteric, unknowable things. But I have what I have that I can offer. But I'm not sure, like, I don't know exactly what platform or what would be the best for that. If it would be best to like post stuff like that kind of content on this channel as well. Or maybe just in the members area, or I don't know. So if you have any ideas about that, if you're watching, or Paula, then feel free to let me know. Because I would be open to that, and I would like to share my personal journey like a little more. I feel like it's very supportive, liberating, and just warm. Like it feels really nice to share the journey. and know how not alone you are. Let's see. I would be down to have a little coven with whoever. There we go. Okay. Wow. Okay. There's something that is definitely... Oh, and I studied psychology. I don't know if you knew that, but that was one of the things that I studied. So that knowledge actually came from somewhere. And also trauma, you know. You learn, you have enough trauma, you go through enough therapy, you learn an awful lot of things from personal experience. Okay, let's see. 2 more cards. Okay. Okay, well, I like that. Let's see. Oh, I like it. I like it. Okay, this is coming through as a very scorpionic read. Very scorpionic. Indeed. And, okay, I'll say this when after the timestamp because I want y'all to hear this shit. Fuck a double entendre. I want you all to feel this shit. Wouldn't it be amazing if we have a small community where we actually go through life together? Yeah, combined with guidance on topics or collective changes happening at that time. Yes, I would love that too. Combined with personal experience, perspective, and guidance would be amazing. Circle app. Thank you. I've actually heard of that because another reader that I follow, I know that she has a community there. Scorched Earth Tarot. I don't know if you guys watch her. She is pretty amazing. She's from the UK, so you should check her out. But I know I've never used Circle app, but I'll check it out. Yeah, because I'm down with that. Is it free? Is it kind of like Patreon? Or, yeah. But I'm down with that. Okay, I'm just covering up the chat while I do this reading so that I do not get distracted. But you can keep talking and I'll see it in between Scorpio and Sag. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hi, Scorpio. What is up, my lovely, sexy little stingers? I hope you are doing so well. Let's take a look at what's going on here. It seems like a very scorpionic reading from just the vibes that I'm getting here. So I'll explain what I mean by that as we dive deeper into things. But I love the way that this starts. Like, I love the way that this starts. So, okay. So this deck has an extra card that is just a big void, just shadow, just straight. Where is my mind? Just the void, right? And that is what came out for you for the realm or area of your life that is going to be most greatly influenced or evolving at this time. And it came out with the energy of the Rider, which is the first card in the Lenormand deck. You see this little guy? He's very cute. Riding here. And this card talks about a bearer of news, movement, and swift action. So the timing of this is very soon. Usually the timing indicated by this is within a day to a week. So like within the next, I would say like about 8 days, 7 or 8 days is usually indicated by this. Although this card gives a little bit of an unknown element to the picture, but this indicates what is headed towards you next. And the card to the left of it usually indicates what is being delivered to you or told. So it's something that you do not expect. It's something that I feel like you are not meant to know. It is it's interesting. I want to know what the nature of this is, though, if it's something tangible or if it's like esoteric knowledge or something that has been secret, but some sort of news or information or new thing is going to be delivered to you in a rather rapid way. You are moving towards it. And this could come in the form of a messenger, of a visitor, of even a download, but it is a positive energy. So let's see if we can dig in and get a little bit more information at least, because you know my Scorpio rising ass is gonna dig for you, okay? I'm gonna try my best. Spirit slams the door in my face. I tried, right? Let's see. Aww. Luna, she's so cute. I love her. Okay. I'm gonna go turn off that lamp over there. There's too much light in here. Can you tell me anything else about this or no? No card is coming out. Yeah, they're like, no, screw that. Okay. Okay. There's going to be a reason to celebrate, but they're not telling me what is being delivered. I said, will you even tell me the basis of what is being delivered? Like any vague information? And they said no. So we're just going to leave that. The door was in fact slammed in my face, but I feel like more information is going to come through in the reading. So we'll just carry on, okay? But this is something significant, and it is something that is being divinely delivered, okay? It's nothing that you need to fear. It's a pleasant surprise. So clarity or deeper understanding is going to be emerging in the area of the King of Swords in reverse for you. Ooh. Look at this King of Swords. Look at this King of Swords in the upright. Okay, I love everything about this card. I haven't actually noticed the details about this up until now. Okay, so I'm going to show you nice and close so you can see. Okay, so look at this King of Swords. So he's sitting here, and first of all, I love that his throne is literally like made of speakers. Because it's like, and then he's holding the truth and the sword in his other hand. What is that on his head? It's like he's wearing a crown. I want to say this is like, what is that? Oh, look at that. It's a microphone. Can you see that? It's a microphone pointed down from the stereo speaker into his head, and it's all blue for the throat chakra or the third eye. This is so interesting. It's like not only is he holding the book of truth from his own experiences that lend to his discernment, but he also has this like microphone that is straight into him from a divine place, and it's coming through loud and clear. So it's signifying that when he knows the truth, and it's not just coming from him, but this has been in the reverse. So this is the area that you're actually gaining clarity and understanding. So is this Scorpio? Is this meant to represent Scorpio, this person? The King of Swords. No. Mm-mm. Someone's been playing games. Someone's been playing games here. And they're coming through as someone who has been invested in their own insecurity. They've been invested in things in their life that muddy the waters. I feel like this is someone that normally has very strong, because what came out is the Five of Swords in reverse to clarify. Look at all of that blue. This is someone that normally is very highly intelligent. They might have very strong mercurial energy in their chart, or Aquarius. So Aqua, Virgo, or Gemini could be prominent in their chart. It doesn't have to be. I'm seeing this as someone that normally is very upfront. I'm hearing an outstanding citizen. Okay. So maybe this is someone that uses the truth for good, right? Normally when they hold it, they bear that with responsibility. They are accountable for the gift of wisdom and knowledge that they hold, right? And the King of Swords is someone who is one of the main things that signifies them and their character is that they know right from wrong, and they do the just thing, whether it's the hard thing to do or not. They know sometimes the hardest thing and the right thing are the same, and they're still going to do the right thing if they need to. Oh, she's dreaming. She's dreaming and she's twitching in her sleep and making these little like squawky sounds. Sometimes that happens and I have to wake her up, so we'll see if that escalates. But this is someone that's coming clean. I think that this is someone who knows that they have... Well, what did they do that was not just? Whatever it was due to their own internal conflict and confusion and not seeing things clearly, their own truth or the truth around them. That doesn't excuse what they did, whatever it was. But there's something that they're communicating now. And it's like this person has been approaching this from like, these are the mistakes I made. Let me this is coming through as very Virgo. So this person might have strong Virgo in their chart, but it's like, these are the mistakes. Let me like a robot process this and refine down and try to find a solution and then approach it. But I feel like all that did was keep them in this back and forth space of not being healed and not truly being able to expand and evolve beyond this frame of mind, right? That was kind of keeping them in muddy waters. It's like they were almost playing this game of like, it's a control thing, trying to seek a solution and then not being able to approach a situation or take accountability without the solution in hand. It's almost like they didn't want to admit the problem until they had the solution, or they didn't want to take the next step unless they knew the next 10 steps, right? It's a control thing that's coming through, but this has kept this person very stuck and unstable and honestly very inconsistent is what that feels like. But what is the effect that this has had on Scorpio, or what is, if there was a specific action that was taken that was not just or fair? Can you highlight that? Okay, well, a couple cards came out here. The Eight of Cups, the Seven of Pentacles, Judgment in reverse, and the Ten of Cups in reverse. Whoa. It feels like this is someone that walked away from you to invest their time and energy and effort, or they invested in you and then walked away. This is kind of like leaving you high and dry energy. But it's showing a disconnect from something that was actually a solid investment. It's coming through as like abandonment. To offer, yeah, it's coming through as abandonment with no reconciliation of anything. So essentially this would be someone that left you high and dry with no explanation whatsoever. Yeah, the Seven of Swords. Even if they had a strategy for this, yeah. The Seven of Swords, the Ten of Swords, and Temperance in reverse. Oh, whoa. The Moon in reverse, the Queen of Cups in reverse, the Ace of Cups in reverse. Damn. This person made some poor life choices, to put it lightly. They may have felt like they had a strategy, and they may have felt almost like their hand was forced, because this is someone who's been existing in a space of illusion, delusion, confusion, anxiety. And this is someone who is used to knowing what the fuck is up in their own life. They're used to, again, being an upstanding or an outstanding citizen, someone who takes the truth and is responsible with it and accountable for it. Someone who, when they create a problem, they find a solution, or if they make a mistake, they rectify it. But this is someone who has not done that with you. And it's actually, whether they've shown this or not, it's had a very huge, and I'm hearing, and unfortunate impact on them. Spirit is wording things very specifically within this. But I want to know more about this. This is Plutonian energy, and in this deck, it's called Awakening. And in this card, everyone is laying down with the same covering over their eyes, wearing the same outfit. And this girl, everyone else is still laying around her with their eyes covered, asleep, and she is waking up and removing the blindfold. Came out in reverse with the Ten of Cups. These cards are so beautiful, aren't they? Something that felt very emotionally fulfilling, to the point of being like destined, serendipitous, written in the fucking stars. I feel like that's what this person walked away from. And it's interesting because I think that you saw the truth, because this is Plutonian energy, right? It's your ruler. And I think this person was, they're not always asleep. They're not always asleep. They're not ignorant. They're intelligent. They're even discerning, maybe. But this is like a spiritual awakening, a spiritual understanding, something that only someone who had ascended beyond a certain experience would have learned. So maybe you and this person were just in a different, like in terms of timing, this is a lesson that you had learned on your journey that they had not yet. And so maybe you could see certain things clearly where this person could not. But I feel that the way that they dealt with that was by essentially running away and not acting very great. Okay. Let's see. That's interesting. Commitment, a commitment, goal, or responsibility that you are re-evaluating during this time is the Lovers in reverse. It's interesting because it's clarified by these two oracle cards. And this one fell out first, and it fell out like that, and then it flipped into the upright. And then I pulled another one to clarify because I thought that was interesting, and shift is the one that came out. So literally, your luck is changing. There is a shift taking place, and it's coming from a space of confidence that is stemming from the heart with this yellow and green, which is very interesting because I talked about, when I was talking about the astrology at the beginning part, so I talked about retrograde season and the planets that are retrograding right now, the impact that they are all having as like separate but then all together. And I also talked about Leo season, the Leo new moon, the aspects that are crazy, that are, aspecting the Leo new moon. And this is an energy that came up, so I would go watch that part. It starts around 10 minutes. But I talked about like the connection between the heart and the solar plexus, which is literally this, and how making those assured decisions, so like the confidence is coming from the heart, literally what I just said, is what is opening up abundance for us, for a lot of people at this time. So let's clarify that further. It's interesting too because the Lovers is a choice, right? Which means, that you can approach it from a place of fear and anxiety, 9 of Swords, but then it won't get you anywhere. You won't really be choosing the Lovers. The Lovers is something you kind of have to wholeheartedly claim, and you have to keep claiming every day. You have to make this choice every day. It's not a choice you make once, right? It's like a till death do us part kind of thing. When you wake up every day, there's some days that you love your partner, but you don't like them, and you have to make the choice to show up and be committed and love, even when it's not easy, right? Just as much as when the desire and the inspiration and the swelling of the heart is there. And the love has to be greater than the fear to keep on choosing that. The love has to be greater than the fear. So I think that there has been this Lover's connection between you and someone potentially, right? Because these energies are present, but they both came out in the reverse, which means someone did not choose them, or maybe both people weren't able to choose them for whatever reason. There's been more fear, doubt, and hesitancy than there has been moving from a place of love. Okay. They're saying that they want me to, there's a choice now how to move. I want to read the description for the shift card from this book. I'm feeling like that's going to give us more. It's coming through here. So, okay. So this is more context for sure. So it says miracles, divine intervention, and the end of stagnation and divine inspiration are here now. Drawing this card signifies an aha moment or sudden change in a situation that was stuck or blocked. A welcome change or answer you've been seeking is now here. Meditate on this symbol when you are feeling stuck or unsure of which way to go. And this symbol is actually a Norse rune, Dagaz. The last rune, which means day, and is a symbol of fulfillment and achievement, symbolizing the rebirth of the light in one's life. Aww. It is the rune of the awakening of the dawn and of the day rise. This is divinely guided and supported. Whatever's happening now. So there's a sense of massive power that's happening. So it's not only how you are approaching this goal or commitment that you've had, but I feel like with great power comes great responsibility, right? So this is great power. This is an opportunity that was offered to you and somebody else, right? Potentially, that holds a great amount of power and fulfillment and reflection. You see, in one another yourself, and you can learn. But you also have to know how to love yourself unconditionally the best that you can, so that you can honor, love, and respect both yourself and somebody else from that place, so that the love can be greater than the fear with the lovers, right? So that you have the ability to keep showing up and choosing the way that is necessary. There's a song that I want you to listen to if you feel called to do so, and it's called The Weight, and it's by a band named Thrice. The Weight by Thrice, Thrice. And he says, love is a loyalty sworn, not a burning for a moment. But the lyrics to the whole song are really beautiful, and I feel like they're very the lovers coded. The train is honking its horn again, or blowing its whistle outside my window again. So yeah, that's important. Check that out if you want to. All right. So a reality check that is coming to you in an area that you've been unsure if something was intuitively guided or an illusion is the Ace of Wands in reverse. With these two cards out, which came out like this. So it's interesting because there's the Divinity card, but it was kind of covered up by this Veiled card. So it makes me feel like the divinity or the divine nature of something has been somewhat veiled. It's interesting though, because this Veiled card is purple. It's like it was still divine, whatever was. This is very the lovers. This reading is very much the lovers coded. So if this isn't your reading, it might just not be your reading. You can check your other placements, okay? But this is coming through as a relationship reading. Like that shift card said, there are divine forces that are at play here, and it's like even what has been veiled about the divine nature of this connection was also veiled by the divine. So tell me about the Ace of Wands in reverse. I think you're going to see where there's been an energy block or an energy drain here. You're going to witness that. You're going to understand where that was coming from. I think it was coming from trying to see through the veil. Yeah. Now that it's being illuminated, it's like you have your full energy back. It's interesting. I feel like this is very much up in the air still. I'm not sure what this person is even going to choose. The thing is, right, like I said, the lovers is a choice, and I see that this person, you're going to be gaining clarity surrounding like their own confusion, where they haven't seen clearly, and then how they've acted as a result of that. They're saying that there is a choice being made that's going to cause a lucky shift, but that choice could be this person continuing to veil themselves. I feel less like this is the case, but for some of you it may be, for me to be saying this. You may be realizing that you need to find confidence in yourself and walk away from this, because it is draining your energy, because you can feel that there's something under the surface that's not being communicated that is of a divine nature, but this person is choosing to veil or to shut that down or not be honest with themselves or you. And you could find out that the energy drain is coming from you trying to constantly uncover what you feel is being hidden, because you know there's something being hidden. You're a Scorpio. Let's be real. So you might actually find that the luckiest and most divine choice or shift that could happen here is you finding out that this person, you gaining understanding or it coming to light as to why this is unfolded this way, but then also being able to liberate yourself, even if just for a phase, like detach in a healthy way so that you can move into something else. With the lovers energy, sometimes they go through phases where they are apart and then they come together, and usually the phases where they're apart, they're learning things individually, that are pretty deep, and then they are able to come back together and potentially integrate or love each other better because they've learned through those periods of separation how to love themselves better. So that could be it for some of you. But for others of you, what's being illuminated is that the same thing, that the energy drain has been because of there has been something veiled, but this person may be ready to unveil that. They may be coming into their own personal clarity, which then they're ready to share with you. Is there anything else you want to let me know about this? I feel like it's still up in the air though, which is why that card came out, the fully black card. It's like there's still, you both have your free will, and I feel like this choice hasn't been fully made yet. Yeah, they're not gonna give me more on that. They're saying that regardless, there will be an opportunity that is given to you, that is offered, that is sacred, that is abundant, that is going to be deeply emotionally fulfilling, whether it is this person, with this person, or independently from them, okay? So focus on that rather than like trying to see everything that you don't see right now. That's like not as important as just trusting that good things are coming. So an area that you are being liberated, or you're liberating yourself, or you might be rebelling against something or expanding your thinking in an area. You are getting the Knight of Swords. So we have, the only court cards are the Knight and the King of Swords, but the Knight of Swords is in the upright, which is beautiful. Okay. Is this Scorpio? This Knight of Swords is not you. Whoever this is, they have very strong air energy, very strong masculine energy, very strong intellectual energy. But again, it's not to say that they can't carry wisdom also, but they have to be balanced to have true discernment, because discernment is not just facts and figures and, information. That's being a robot. You have to also integrate your feelings and your intuition in order to have true discernment. And that's what's been imbalanced with this person. So they've made some choices, like I said, that are questionable. You're being liberated, or your thinking surrounding the situation is able to change because they are coming in with fresh clarity and they're sharing that clarity with you. They're coming in quite rapidly as well here. Again, because this is rapid movement, right? The Rider, rapid movement. This could be within the next like 7 or 8 days. I'm telling ya. Clarifying that is the Ace of Pentacles again. It came out with the 9 of Cups in reverse. Okay. 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 I think that this person returned to something from their past. I think that they convinced themselves that because of the confusion surrounding the connection with you, which again is not uncommon with this kind of connection, it can be a bit of a head fuck, right? Anyone who's been in the lover's connection understands it's a little bit fucking crazy making, right? If anything's gonna put you in a white padded room, it's probably gonna be the lover's connection. So there's always phases, and I feel like it's a bit of an initiation or a testing to be like, can you think that you can handle it? Can you handle it? Right? And you have to show essentially that you've got the balls, that you are tough enough to, again, face essentially like all of yourself, the most ashamed parts of you. Like, I'm talking the places you do not want to look, that you'll do almost anything to avoid. Those are the places that the Lovers is going to confront you with. So it's going to feel incredibly uncomfortable, right? This person felt that discomfort. They felt muddied water. They felt confused. They felt like they fucked up. They felt like they were acting out of character. And I'm feeling as though they felt as though something that the way they'd portrayed themselves or acted was something they could not come back from with you. And then paired with that lack of true discernment and that confusion, I think this is what drove this person to walk away. They ended up investing in something that made them really unhappy. But they convinced themselves as they were walking towards it, this is going to be prosperous. This opportunity was divinely given or offered to me. And then once they got in it, they were like, mistakes were made. That was truly not the case, you know? They're explaining something to you in a way that they haven't. They're seeing where the lack and the confusion and this muddied thinking truly came from. Now that they've gone, this is someone that was like, the grass is greener, but really they just didn't want to water the grass where they were standing. So they went and they realized that the grass was in fact not greener. And now it feels like they're coming back and they want to actually, they're like, I don't even have the solution. I know that I fucked up, but I want to get this off my chest. So I don't even know if they have made a decision, because I think they're still somewhat basing. I think they're like, I'll only know in the moment. I think they know what they would like, but they still haven't resolved the shame that they feel around however they've shown up. I think it's one of those things where they're like, I'll only know in the moment. Do you know what I mean? That's why there's so much unknown. But they have gained clarity on what was actually putting them in this hole of scarcity, lack, and confusion. And it was their own inconsistency or lack of commitment. They weren't making an actual choice, which I feel like is indicated in how they, you know, just excused themselves without taking any accountability and just walked away and left you hanging and walked right into a new opportunity that they convinced themselves was this really super abundant thing, only to realize, well, I made another poor decision. You know, it feels like truly this is something though that this person has. It's like they see themselves as watching themselves dig themselves into a deeper hole. This is how this person perceives it, not just me. And I think that's why there's shame and embarrassment almost surrounding it. And this might be why they feel like they need to have a solution or the answers before they come back and be honest with you. But I think they're just coming to realize, like, no, it's actually me staying in this space of not making a choice that is causing a lot of distress here. I need to just communicate the truth. The truth is that they wanted success without putting the work in, the work of healing, the work of processing past grief. And that is what made them return to the scene of the crime, I'm hearing, of this situation. I think this situation from the past is something that there was still unresolved grief, or there was still confusion, and it needed to be reconciled before they could be clear about where they were at. Now I see them coming back towards you, because I see you as being this Empress with the 10 of Pentacles here. They want to give. They want to give to you equally here. They want to drop the weight of the past. I see them moving forwards now from a place of confidence and courage, and they're moving towards you. But you may not even be paying that much attention to them right now. I'm seeing you as you're focusing on the 10 of Pentacles. You're focusing on building this sense of abundance in your own life. That doesn't mean you don't still have feelings for them, but I feel like they have been showing up, like not showing up essentially, in any real tangible kind of way. And so that's why you've redirected your your focus or whatever the case may be. But I do see this person as the thing that is coming in and kind of shifting things and causing a reevaluation for you. So that's what I've got for you, Scorpio. I hope that reading resonated if it was for you. That was a little complex. So yeah, we're going to move on to Sag now. All right. I don't know why these are all different sizes. All of a sudden. It's rude of them. Okay. Cassandrasaurus. Yeah. I don't think that I would want to charge for it. Because I totally understand what it's like to be like, I cannot pay, like, even, there's some times where it just is like, I can't pay like 10 bucks a month because I'm really trying to save for something big, or, you know, the way that the economy is right now is a little bit uncertain. So yeah, I don't think that I do want to charge for it. Add in good exercises and role playing that is based on psychology. Circle is free to use, and you confirm people in after they pay. Okay. Wait, what? It's free, but you confirm people in after they pay? So is it free or not free? Do you mean like the person who's hosting the circle or the group doesn't have to pay? They set a price for other people to pay. A growing toxic community on YouTube, yes. Yes, 100% agree. And you're switching to different communities. Yeah, I agree with you 1,000%. You need to get your life together. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Relatable. Let's see. Saggy. What's going on? Okay. Let's see. What's shaking for my little archers? What does Sagittarius need to know? My Sagittarian people, my Sag collective. What is it important for them to know about the area of their life that is going to be most greatly influenced or evolving during retrograde season? Truths that are going to be emerging. Things they're going to be reevaluating or liberating themselves from. What does Sagittarius need to know? What do they need to know? Oh, okay. Okay. thing is about the community, like sharing wisdom and having more of like a learning space. I've already created, I did this like years ago now, maybe like 2 years ago. I started creating this outline, kind of like the backbone for, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it a course that I was going to offer, but I essentially started outlining like things that I had learned, knowledge that I had gained, just through like personal experience and things like that, and essentially created an outline. So I already know like everything that I would want to share. I would edit it probably because I've learned more since then, but I basically already have that down. So it's something that I feel like I could pretty much just start like immediately without too much thought, because number one, like you said, we're just going to be moving with the energies that are currently at play and what everyone is personally experiencing and what we're collectively experiencing, right? But then I also have kind of an outline surrounding the things that from the past that I also could bring in if there's nothing exciting happening at the moment. So I'm taking you mentioning that as like maybe a nudge that now's finally the time. But we'll see. I'll meditate on it. Okay. Wow. What's up, Mercedes? It's 9:30 p.m. in Hawaii. Great, you can hang out with me. Everyone else is going to sleep. It's almost 2 a.m. here. I'm in Calgary, Alberta, though, in Canada. Scorpio sun, Pisces moon, Aries rising. I'm a Pisces sun, Scorpio rising, Aries Venus. So we're like, we could be friends. I love it when you meet people that have the same energies in different placements in their chart. I feel like it gives a really interesting dynamic. I don't know. I personally like it. Let's see. Let's get one more card. Whoa. Wish I was in Hawaii right now. I love Hawaii. It's such a vibe. And it's beautiful, obviously. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. Let me get one more. But I hope you guys can hear me. I'm kind of speaking somewhat low. I'm trying to lean in for that reason. Maybe I can move this a little closer to me even. I'm trying to speak a little softly just because it is getting kind of late. Okay, there we go. That will help a little bit. Now you're closer to me. Okay, now let's get one more card. No. Okay. All right, so let's look at this. Let me just give you a timestamp. I'm just checking something. Okay. I couldn't remember if this Lenormand card was one of the... So, okay. I'm going to timestamp you and then I'll talk about this. I'm just deepening my knowledge of the Lenormand and I couldn't remember something. So I just had to check my notes. But I was, in fact, correct about that. Where did that go? Okay. Okay, so, yeah, that's significant. Sagittarius. All right, hi Sag. I hope you guys are doing fantastic. So let's get into your reading here and see what your retrograde season is looking like in terms of what area is going to be most influenced and evolving and all of that good stuff. Okay, actually, let me turn this lamp off, which I was going to do before and totally forgot until just now. It's too bright in here. That's better for me. Hopefully you guys can still... Yeah, it looks like that didn't really make things too crazy dark for you guys. Okay. So, what is going on here? All right, so the area of your life that is coming through as the realm of greatest influence during this time, or where the most evolution is going to happen overall, is coming through as the Four of Pentacles here. So the Four of Pentacles is... It's interesting because there's kind of like a double-edged sword here where it's like you're comfortable. He's on his little lily pads. He's got his little feet on each one. He's kind of sitting pretty, right? He's found like a firm foundation, but also is he just going to sit there forever and never hop onto something else? Probably not, right? So it kind of can talk about a level of comfort that is nice for a resting place, but it's almost like if you only built the foundation of a home, right? Like then the house isn't actually going to get finished. It's not going to be productive overall. So there is an element with this card where it can lead, comfort can lead to complacency if you're not moving. And I feel like there's something here where you've been uncertain because these two cards came out to clarify, which are very, very different from one another. The Coffin and the Anchor. So the Coffin carries negative energy. Only 7 out of, I think, like 38 cards in the Lenormand have a negative connotation, and this is one of them. And it talks about an important life transition that is about to happen, specifically an ending of some sort, which could be related to anything. It could be related to a relationship, a job, but generally it talks about something that has confined you being transformed, often through grief or loss or sickness or bankruptcy, the death of something, as indicated by the Coffin. But then you also have the Anchor here. And it's interesting because the Lenormand card, or Lenormand deck, they have 4 cards that are called Essence or Fate cards, and the Anchor is one of them. And the Anchor talks about long-term It's like what anchors us to ourselves and therefore creates a solid foundation in our life overall. So this would be like the micro to this being the macro essentially, but they still blend into one another, right? Like more than just this would be included in this. This would be made up of many of these things, but they're still closely related, if that makes sense. So with the anchor, it's things that are stable, things that are long lasting, and it also talks about reaching an aspiration, like a lofty aspiration or a goal, anchoring into something that is consistent, that commits to you in the way that you commit to it. It's like reaching your destination and then being grounded and fixed in that. So through persistence and work, creating something that is strongly supportive, reliable, and stable in your life. So it's different than the coffin, very much so. It's almost like there's been something where you've been, I feel like, just not making a move, and it's because you weren't sure if something was meant to close out or be anchored in or cemented in a more serious way. There's been uncertainty surrounding that, and that's the area that is evolving or being most strongly influenced through this time. Okay, you're receiving potent clarity or deeper understanding surrounding the Empress energy. Let's see about that. I'm hearing the nature of abundance. The nature of abundance. Okay. So yeah, it is kind of like the anchor, right? However, the anchor talks a little bit more about, well, I guess it wouldn't have to be only tangible things, because there are things that anchor you to yourself and to your life that are more spiritually based, emotionally based, or like a perspective or belief, right? Okay. So what is the nature of abundance? What is abundance and what is not abundance for you? I feel like you're going to be gaining more understanding surrounding that. And abundance can look like different things for different people as well, so keep that in mind. Tell me about this Empress energy. Oh, I'm hearing carry on. Yeah, they're like push forwards. Okay. Okay. So a commitment, goal, or responsibility that you will be reevaluating potentially during this time. The Six of Cups in reverse and childhood. This card, it's very interesting because the Six of Cups can talk about childhood, or it just talks about your past, but it can definitely speak to childhood, but it's coming out in reverse here. I think that there's something from your childhood that has been impacting you that you are ready to not commit to anymore. You're ready to be like, that is no longer my responsibility. I do not adhere to that anymore. I do not allow that to have power in my life or authority over me anymore. I'm going to push through. Yeah, there might be something you need to grieve, but I feel like you're releasing yourself from some sort of commitment or maybe even a goal that you've had since you were a child. What is this that, oh, okay. What is that though? Okay. They're not really telling me exactly what it is from the past, so I feel like that's because it's different for all of you. But what they are saying is that for each of you, there is something from childhood that has been affecting you, and specifically affecting your ability to discern what feels truly grounded, stable, safe, consistent in your life, that you feel is a solid investment to persistently give, that is going to give you back the same support that you invest in it. But they're saying that you're going to choose a path here. So you haven't been choosing a path. You've been kind of sitting pretty where you are, because again, you weren't sure if you should move away or towards something, finalizing something, or making something more concrete. Whatever path you're shown, it is one that is going to show, it's going to clarify things very, very strongly for you. And you're going to see super, super clear which path leads you away from scarcity and lack and towards, again, abundance, true abundance that aligns with you and your heart and soul. So whatever is being illuminated about your childhood is kind of holds the key, and how much you choose to continue to invest in that. This could be just your understanding of what like a happy and safe relationship or family life looks like, right? So then you don't really commit to emotionally available people that genuinely put in the effort to take a leap with you. You might perceive that as being clingy or toxic, and you might be more comfortable with people who make you vie for their attention, or who are emotionally unavailable or manipulative, or who take and believe that your overgiving is what is tempered, right? Just as an example, you could have been uncertain about, you've been influenced by something from your childhood or your past here. It doesn't have to be that, but it might be. So a reality check that you're getting, somewhere where you haven't been sure if something is your intuition or an illusion. You have the Daughter, which is the Page of Swords in reverse, with grief and meander in reverse as well. Excuse me. That's the Page of Swords in reverse. And then grief. This is a very interesting card, so I just want to show you this up close. Can you see that? As well as this meander card. Okay. Page of Swords in reverse. Is the Page of Swords in reverse Sag? Yeah. Pentacles. There's been some sort of grief, I feel, that you're still carrying from the past. Something that was taken from you. And for many of you, I feel like it was more like your innocence, or your perception of, so like for instance, to put this in like some sort of tangible scope for you, right? It's the Ten of Pentacles that came out, to clarify. So for a lot of you, this is about your home life. We saw the Ten of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups, right? I grew up in a home where both my parents were super hardcore Christian. They were super like backed by the community. They both had like good jobs, whatever. They both genuinely wanted to, I think, make it work. However, they ended up very much not making it work, and they ended up getting divorced when I was like 12 and a half, right? And so in my mind, that point was where I kind of lost that innocence, where I believed that, it's like I believed in love, but I did not believe that it could actually last. No matter how good the people were, no matter how genuine their intentions were, it shattered that for me, right? Because of what I had witnessed. And so there's something like that for you, that it's kind of like it stole a piece of your innocence, and it had to do with your childhood. It doesn't have to be that specifically. But there's grief that you've been carrying with you. And it's almost like I'm seeing this as being you, and this also as being you, but this is like child you. And it's like present you has felt disconnected from this part that was taken from you, or that you were separated from. And you've been howling at the moon, trying to like call yourself back almost. But you haven't been lost. You haven't been wandering aimlessly. You've been moving towards the sun the whole time. It's just this grief that has been skewing your perception, your truth, I feel like, and the assumptions that were caused by this grief. So there's a reality check that's coming surrounding that. And I think that you're seeing a way that this grief and these assumptions have created a weak spot or an insecurity in you that has kind of made you push love away, healthy love away. Because you have the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, the Ace of Cups in reverse, and then the Emperor. Right? You haven't trusted in some sort of way a true match that would actually show up as something that is solid, consistent, something that essentially you can actually count on. Because of the past, there's something that you were questioning about that, and it was coming from a place of personal insecurity and woundedness, that you are still holding so much grief that it's like your heart didn't have room for the love that it wanted to feel. And this created confusion, because I feel like you did feel the love, or you did have a sense that maybe you had connected with something that was for you, or someone that was for you. But you couldn't move towards it without anxiety. And you couldn't even see it completely clear because of whatever this influence from the past was, is what I'm seeing. Okay. So the Three of Cups in reverse is an area that you're liberating yourself from, or you're creating more forward thinking or expanding your thinking, and you're rebelling from a previous way of being. I love this. I freaking love this, because the Three of Cups in reverse, again, it talks about not having harmonious, well, mostly harmonious relationships, or things that accurately reflect you back at you, kind of like kindred spirits, whether that is community, family, romantic connection, or even just like opportunities that you create in your life based on the way that you are relating to yourself and then operating as an extension of that. So tell me more about the Three of Cups in reverse. This is what you're liberating yourself from, is like having that dissonance between you and things that genuinely connect to you, that you can rely on and trust because they really see you. This is Three of Cups in reverse. Luna, so cute. The Four of Cups, yeah, it's created so much disappointment. I feel like you've moved towards things that were not healed, and you could have formed trauma bonds, is what this kind of looks like, based on, you could have a history of trauma bond connections, or connections to people where it was more your wounds that were connecting, or attachment styles in a way. It's kind of like your wounded children were seeking solace in one another, but really the two of you were drawn towards each other because you were imitating or mirroring those wounds back at you that reflected the childhood, that the reality that you had come to know, right? But not really the truth. It was coming more from a woundedness than the truth. which doesn't mean that you didn't still love these people in a way. It just means that the foundation of that love maybe was not, it was coming from fear more so, or an unhealed place. It doesn't mean that the love was like completely shit or that these people all sucked. They might have. I don't know what your experience is, but it doesn't innately, like a trauma bond doesn't innately mean that it's shitty, right? It just means that what it's built on is not the best. But there was a lot of like just not being fulfilled, not being excited, not feeling that true deep connection, because the thing about trauma bonds is because you're both triggered, it's very difficult to actually form intimacy and trust within them. So then it usually ends up falling apart. It's like kind of ironically the reasons that you are drawn to each other become the reasons, unless you heal, that you repel each other in the end, and it can be super painful. Coming as someone who's been through many of those relationships, but I'm seeing you as being drawn to people maybe because they mirrored something from your childhood back that was still not wounded, or still wounded, or not, it hadn't been transcended above. You could have actively chosen to lower your defenses and trust, or trust people that were not even cooperative, or that were not really invested in you, that just caused a lot of pain, or where there wasn't really a true potential for an abundant or fair or balanced future together, though. You're breaking away from that. Not only are you breaking away from that, but you're finally releasing the anxiety, the fear, the grief, the resentment, all of that heavy shit, the shame, the guilt, the gaslighting, the insecurity, everything that is associated with this cycle, you're also releasing. You're liberating yourself from it. You're choosing with the information that you're gleaning during this time to free yourself from that. So that is what I see for you. I like it. Yeah. And then you're able to actually commit to things that will take you where you want to go, will actually manifest what you truly want, because you're manifesting. The signal that you're transmitting is coming from a place of certainty, assuredness, love, stability in yourself, having reconciled this thing from the past that was throwing you off. And so then the things that you're manifesting, the connections, the opportunities, you actually can trust them. And they will feel light, and you'll be able to see them and read them correctly as well, because you've released this grief or whatever was maybe muddying the waters for you, okay? Love to see it. So we're going to move on to Capricorn. Capricorn. Let's see what's going on for my caps. My guides are being so loud right now. Like, I have like a question in my mind and they're immediately there with the answer. It's hilarious. Okay. Hi, Noonie. What's up, cutie? sweetie. You want to say hi? What's going on? You want to say hi to the people while I shuffle Capricorn's cards out? Let me change this before I forget. There's Miss Looney. Don't be elusive. She just keeps on, like, moving. Hi, honey. Hi. Got your little whiskies. Fluffosaurus. Hi. Hi, sweetie. She's so freaking cute. Okay. I love how she's like, can you see the shape of her? Fat bottom girl, you make the rock. Fat bottom girl. I love you. Don't look so offended. You're adorable. Okay. She's literally like, I refuse to even look at the screen. What does Capricorn need to know about this retrograde season? You gonna purr for me? Yeah. Yeah. Well, it is 2 a.m., so understandable. Let's see. Why is my throat acting up? Maybe because I've been talking for 6 hours. That could be why. Ooh. Ooh. Wow. A lot of reversals. Yeah. Let's see. Looney. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. Let me just get some oracle cards for you. He's staring at me. Hi. You want a treat? For simply being adorable? How do you feel about that? Some temptations, maybe? Can I offer you some temptations? Okay. Clarify this for me. Alrighty. Yes, loons. Let me give you two cards for a Capricorn. Sometimes she'll just be sitting there staring at me, and then I'll look over and she'll just be they're like asleep sitting up. So cute. Just wants to be in my presence. You're so cute. Obsessed with you, in case you were wondering. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Okay. I'm gonna have to bring the people back now then, so. There you go. You got your Luna fix. Okay. Oh yeah, I did promise you treats, didn't I? She's looking at me like, hello, bitch. Nickel. Okay. Oh, it's time to stand up, you. All right. Happy. What is up, Capricorn? I hope you're doing well. That sounded like a very lackluster hello, but really I'm just keeping my voice down because it's like after 2 in the morning here. I promise I am excited to see you. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on for you during retrograde season, okay? So, it's interesting because the realm in your life that is going to be most greatly influenced or that's going to shift or evolve the most during this time period it came out as the 7 of Cups with the excuse me, with the fox from the Lenormand card, from the Lenormand deck. The fox talks about, it's interesting because it can talk about 2 like kind of very different things. This one I'm getting more one specific thing though, but I'll show you the card close up here. So there's the 7 of Cups. There's the fox. So you see how he's wearing a mask and there's feathers around his mouth? Okay. So actually no, it could still be both. So the fox is a card that can talk about your workplace. Usually doesn't include people that are freelancers or self-employed, but it can also represent, so if it's talking about your workplace, then it's kind of like the early bird gets the worm kind of vibe, right? It's like you have applied strategy, intelligence, you've essentially like been the hunter and a good employee, right? And you've gotten what, because of your own creativity and resourcefulness, you've gotten what you deserved and desired. But the other meaning of this card can talk about a person who only looks out for themselves above everybody else and cannot be trusted. So someone who is clever and cunning, but in the way of being deceitful, dishonest. It's kind of like a trickster energy. But it can be like fraud, theft, someone who kind of lays a trap. So it can be kind of a bit of a negative energy here. Let's clarify that a little bit more. So, yeah. Is this one specific interpretation for all Capricorns? Let's ask that first. Yeah. Okay. Is it talking about the person of dubious character? Or a person of dubious character? No. Okay. So for you guys, this is about work. That's very Capricornian of you. Okay, so it's not about a person who cannot be trusted. This is about you applying strategy. But the thing is, with the 7 of Cups, there's been confusion. There may have been confusion around because of like, okay, yeah, this is coming through quite clearly. Excuse my throat. I've been streaming for like over 6 hours, so I think it's getting a little sore. There's been confusion around what strategy to apply, or maybe you feel like you have been very consistent and resourceful and creative and you've tried a lot of things but something has not been working for you to further your abundance, like something hasn't been working. And I feel like it's because of your surroundings. So this could either be coworkers, it could be the environment that you it could be the environment or community that is closely surrounding you outside of work even. So like let's say you live at home and it's a very toxic environment, that could have been affecting work, for instance. But this is the area that is evolving, it's being influenced and it's shifting, which is a very positive thing, I think, because whatever this is, like I said, it hasn't been working and it would probably be very frustrating for you specifically because you are like, you want to move forwards in that area. You like having a plan, you like knowing what works, what doesn't, what will bring you that stability, and you don't really like wasting time or looking like you don't know what's going on. So that's what's shifting for you. Clarity or understanding is emerging in the area of the Ace of Cups in reverse. The Ace of Cups in reverse. What's that? The Queen of Cups. Okay. So for a lot of you, there is a relationship or a connection that's also tied to this, or it's aligned with this, but this is not someone of dubious character, so that does not like apply to the connection that is involved in the situation. It's just that situation is also influencing your work situation, if that makes sense, or your overall sense of feeling confident in your plan and your approach to something. So you're gaining deeper understanding, potent understanding, and clarity surrounding someone that you love here, and there is mutual reciprocal love. But at the same time, it's interesting because it feels like this situation has either been halted, stagnant, incredibly difficult, like pulling teeth, or it feels like the love has not been able to freely flow in some way with this situation. There has been healing happening here, though. And I feel like it's been happening behind the scenes. You haven't seen it. And so that is why, that's where this illumination or clarity is coming from. Something's being revealed in regards to that. I feel like maybe it's either healing that you do, then you gain more clarity on why that connection has been stagnant or hasn't been able to progress, or else someone else is coming in to uncover healing that they've done. Something's being revealed to you about this connection, though. It could even be that you both very much care about each other, but that one of you chose a path of healing and the other person chose a path that is more untempered or not true to who they are, and that was karmic. That was a choice. So you could have had like a lover's connection or a very strong soulmate connection with someone here, and it didn't move forwards because ultimately it was a choice. One of you chose healing and the other chose a different direction, which caused you to come out of alignment with one another. So yeah, it could also be that. But one of you for sure has done the healing, and I am seeing that the love at one point was there and was reciprocal between the two of you. Whether it still is or not, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like it might be different for some of you. Like there could be people in both places watching. So you're going to be reevaluating a commitment, goal, or responsibility. And it is around these energies. So you got Aquarius, I know, with the Devil in reverse, which is your card, Capricorn's card. It's interesting because both of these signs are ruled by the planet Saturn. You share that rulership with Aquarius. Saturn is one of the planets that is retrograde during this retrograde season. It's retrograde in Aries, and then it's going to go back into, dip back into Pisces as well. The Devil in reverse and Aquarius, I know. There's something you thought you knew. You thought you knew, and you thought you were very certain about it. Maybe you thought you knew that healing was going to bring you together with someone. There's some connection between a relationship and being able to move forwards in regards to work. It's like you could have been holding on to the idea of reconciliation with someone, right? But then frustrated because it's like it just was not coming together. And this could have been frustrating because at one point there was reciprocated feelings, or there was deep love and emotion. But I feel like the key is that this healing component, it's either been done or it hasn't. And so you're either still aligned or you're not with this person. You're still correct with your how you're seeing the initial, like there was mutual love there. If there isn't still, there was at one point. And I feel like it's not personal if it's not there anymore, even though I know it will feel personal if that's your story. It's literally just something has fallen out of alignment with you because I feel like you've expanded and progressed or ascended, and maybe if that's your story, then somebody else hasn't. They chose a different focus. But there's something here that does carry some sort of toxic element, or it is in its current state more of an attachment than anything. And you're separating yourself from that. You're learning a lesson that might be quite a difficult lesson with that strong Saturn energy here. But it's a lesson that with Saturn, you take your time. Saturn takes its time teaching you, and then you only have to learn it once, hopefully, right? It's not usually a lesson that you repeat. But I'm seeing that there's something that you thought you knew and you're quite at peace about it. You were at a crossroads and you took a leap towards something here that you believed to be something that you could anchor into or really count on. But then the Ten of Cups in reverse. There's something that just did not come through. Is there anything else you want to tell me about that? So I feel like you're not committing to something anymore. It could just be that you're not committing to the assumption that you know, right? There could still be confusion surrounding this connection. And maybe the knowledge is going to come through you kind of just loosening your grip on the situation and saying, admittedly, I don't know. I've been healing. I don't know if this person's been also healing or if they've gone down another path. But I think you've been making an assumption that, I don't know. Some of you have been assuming that this person is not healing, that they chose to manifest a more toxic path, or that they've decided to be defensive against you. Some of you are feeling like what you know is that there's a disconnect now, that this opportunity has been lost. And while you may hope for healing, you may not actually believe that it's possible. So yeah, it's different for you guys. Some of you will be in, and some of you just don't know which one it is yet, which is why it's coming through that way. It may be that for some of you, this person isn't even sure if they're going to invest in the healing yet, and that's why it's still a little bit uncertain. Is there anything else about that you want to tell me? I see you disconnecting from the toxic element, though, like you're not waiting. Yeah, you're only going to invest in something if it is tangible. So you're focusing more on what is real and what is tangible and what is right in front of you right now. You're not just sort of sitting at the crossroads, like waiting for someone to catch up to you or waiting for someone to validate that what you think you know is what is true, right? Essentially, yeah, you're loosening your grip, and therefore you're releasing the attachment element of whatever this is, which is setting you free in some sort of way. Because I think it's the rigid thinking surrounding that. The thing is, there's fear attached to this belief that you know, right? It's like this pervasive thing that it's like, but do I really know? But what if I'm wrong? And the thing is, that just caused more and more confusion and uncertainty, I think, that then translated into another area of your life. Because when you feel like you don't know, or when you're constantly waiting or questioning, then that's a space of scarcity and lack, right? So that is what was being perpetuated in other areas of your life, it feels like. So by just admitting, I don't know, all I have is the present moment. So what I know is what I am experiencing right here, right now, and what I have control over is what I am setting into motion based on my action, my sovereign action and intention in this present moment. If someone shows up in this present moment and it's tangible and real, then you can work with that. But it's kind of just releasing. It's not necessarily letting go of your love for this person or of your hope that things will go a certain way, but you're letting go of assumption and expectation, right? Okay. So then you're freeing up the energy to move however it will move, and then the energy can move in other areas of your life as well. So new things can flow in. Where things were getting a little rigid and stagnant before, I feel like with this, like, I know, fixed energy. Okay, and there's a bigger lesson surrounding that with Saturn. It's coming through as well. How believing that you know or being too fixed and rigid actually creates a state of contraction. So it doesn't actually allow for receptivity. There's something there about that too. Okay, a reality check that you might be getting surrounding something that you're not sure currently if it is based on illusion or intuition. You got the Hanged Man in reverse, and this solar eclipse card of revolution also in reverse. This is super interesting because this is the card of Neptune. The card associated with Neptune, and Neptune is another one of the planets that's in retrograde as well, or that's retrograde. So Neptune retrograde, Saturn retrograde are both showing up very, very strongly. And then you also have the energy of Uranus here, or Aquarius, very heavily. Yeah. So this is what came out for the reality check. It's like there cannot be revolution without revelation. That's what's coming through here. There cannot actually be a powerful revolution unless, like, what you think you know is eclipsed by something that you don't know. That is what creates the revolution. That is where you gain the higher understanding, the transcended understanding. You have to leave space to grow into higher understanding, right? So if you are fixed in that energy, I think I know, fixed air, Aquarius, it actually doesn't leave space for this deep revolution to take place. So it's very much coming through as like that fixedness in your belief. And I'm not saying what you think you know is wrong. I'm just saying that right now you don't actually have the facts. So it's coming through as more of something that's an assumption or something that you're trying to convince yourself of. But there is something that wants to shift in a very revolutionary kind of way. And specifically the Neptune retrograde, which is this placement in the spread, which is interesting. Neptune's just like, I am here, I am loud, I am proud. That's going to be revealed to you. Anything else about that? I feel like this is very personal. Yeah, the Nine of Pentacles. It's very individual to each of you. Your stories might be quite different, and that's why they're kind of giving me like just like to the point, but not specific details for all of you, because I think that it's going to be different. And if I was to, again, give you like a very pinpointed, I know answer, that would kind of be working against what the message is actually saying is needed, which is flexibility, surrender to what you don't know, and an openness to new information coming in to you personally, not through me telling you. Okay? So that's the important message. An area where you're going to be liberating yourself or expanding your thinking is the Ten of Wands in reverse. There's power in not carrying so much. Very interesting, because there's the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah. There is actually power and abundance that you wouldn't suspect in surrender, in not trying so hard. That doesn't mean don't try at all, right? That doesn't mean sit on your couch and eat Lays every night and watch The Bachelor and do nothing, like take no effort, make no steps towards your goals, which I could never see you doing anyways. You're a Capricorn. I'm a Capricorn, Mars, and stellium, so I get it. The thought repulses me. I mean, every once in a while, you definitely need to do that, but doing that every night for the rest of my life, can't imagine it. I'm one of those people that if I won the lottery, and I feel like every Capricorn is like this, you'd still want to work, because work is just like something that makes you feel capable. It's something more that is like devotion to you. You enjoy it genuinely, and it gives you a strong sense of fulfillment. But that's not the point of this. The point of this is the lesson that you're learning and how it frees up your energy to put towards other things, which means you can technically accomplish more. It's like work smarter, not harder, is kind of what that's coming through as. Gain more by doing less or exerting less energy. So you're actually going to be liberating yourself from this idea that you have to have all the answers, and that things have to be difficult and arduous or confusing. Is there anything else about that? I love that for you. I feel like that is such a power move. Like, that's such a strong thing. Yeah, it's going to change the way that you invest your time, energy, and effort, which is huge for you. Your cardinal earth, right? That's huge for you. So it's going to be, this is opening up a new flow, a more refined flow of energy. It has like Virgo-ish undertones to it. This is a lesson for you, though. It's more flexibility, but it's opening you up, and it's leading to more abundance in a way that you wouldn't have expected. So I love that for you. All right. That's going to enrich your life in a lot of ways, I think. And like I said, you're going to accomplish more without trying so hard. And so I think that's also going to make you feel new levels of competency, like competency more based on not needing to do, but just your innate worth, knowing that you can show up without breaking your back, and you can still get a similar outcome because you are innately worthy, not just because you're going to work yourself into an early grave. You know what I'm saying? Not that you wouldn't, but you don't need to. So you can stick around longer for the rest of us to love you. Love your ass, okay? All right. We're going to move on to Aquarius now. I love you, Capricorn. Let's see what's happening with my aqua babes. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna light one more candle. This one is gone. One final candle. Whoa. There's something significant I feel like about this time as well. And working with the element of fire. It could just be because of Leo season and this new moon being in Leo. But it also feels like a little bit more than that. It feels like using fire as, like, to me, fire is the most the element of, it's like the phoenix, right? It's like walking through the fire and rising from the ashes. It's very transmutational and alchemical in nature. So there's something about that. If you guys are witchy, if you are, just, you're a wizard, Harry, but no, if you're alchemical and if you like to play with energy, or you're into manifesting, or you want to transmute through something, I feel like fire is the element to use at this time. Okay. Aquarius. What's going on? I'm just in full like flow mode. This is what happens when I work at night. This is why I accomplish so much at night. But sorry if I'm kind of spacey and not really I don't know, all here, you know. It's because I'm in the ethers, guys. I'm out in the ethers a little bit. But for my Pisces ass, it's actually very, I just get in my mutable spiritual flow at night. And that's when I accomplish a lot. Okay. All of the practical nonsense of the daytime is out of my mind. I'm such a Pisces right now. Aquarius. See what's happening for my notorious Aquarians. Start your reading. Hmm. So, yes. I feel like, where's that? I'm gonna say it after I timestamp. Let's see. Whoa. Okay. One more. So, okay, we'll keep both of those because of the way that they fell. There's like a space between my chair and the table, and they fell like this, like bridging it. Okay. Frick. Throat, you just have to hold out for 2 more signs and then we're good. Okay. Blow my nose real quick. I'm gonna not make you listen to that lovely audio. Okay, so let's see. Let's timestamp you. Get you going here. All right. Hi, Aquarius. Hi, my loves. I hope you're doing well. So, what's up? What's up? What's happening? What's going on? Some of my favorite people. My best friend in the whole world, an Aquarius. You know that I love you. If you know me at all, you know that I love you. It's no secret. I don't hide it. So I hope you guys are doing really well. Okay, let's take a look at what's going on. I heard while I was shuffling your cards out karmic implications, which is not surprising, really, because we have Saturn and Pluto highly invested in the energies of this new moon. We also have the Strength card is showing up here for you in the reading. It came out in reverse, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but that's Leo energy. And Leo, it's Leo season. The Mercury retrograde is happening in Leo, and also this new moon, which is super heavily aspected and very potent, is also happening in Leo. And that's happening tomorrow on the 24th for most of you, depending on where you live. Okay. Forgive me, it's like almost 3 a.m. where I'm at, so I'm still doing good. But if I seem a little more super chill or just slightly spaced out, I'm not. I'm just very tuned in. Okay. Strength in reverse with the Lenormand card of the Crossroad, though. This is the realm of your life that's coming through as the area where there's going to be the greatest influence or the strongest evolution at this time. Okay. So, where'd that go? See that? It's even that. Okay, it's a flower. I wasn't sure what that was. For a second. It's interesting. I feel like you've been at a crossroads. The crossroads card talks about having a choice to be made. Um, New opportunities opening up to you, and you have to choose which way to go. So I feel like there has been something that has been offered to you, or it's come into your peripheral, or it's come into your zone of awareness. And there are different alternatives to this choice. It may be something where there is like a dualistic nature, or else you've just been back and forth, split on something here. And it's interesting. I think it's because something about this crossroads itself, like the pause, where you are paused at in your experience, in your life, in your own maybe like place on your path of spiritual growth and evolution. Something about the place where you're paused at this crossroads making this choice feels vulnerable to you. And so it's like you don't necessarily feel. There's something about it that is, you don't feel at your very strongest as you try to make this decision. I see you being very back and forth, but kind of in like really different, really different perspectives. It's like the scissors and the fish are at the bottom of the Lenormand deck. This talks about like abundance that you can trust, fulfillment and expansion, and the scissors talks about like danger and something that needs to be avoided. So it's like two very different paths, right? Dualities. And I feel like you're back and forth on the alternatives of what could come from the different directions that you take when you make this decision to go in one way or another. It's like, is it going to be a beneficial new beginning, or is it going to be something that causes lack and deterioration in my life? So I feel like there's been uncertainty surrounding that, and that's what makes it feel vulnerable being at this spot. It's not necessarily the choice that you have to make, it's the fact that you can't pin down. You're having a difficult time pinning down. Yeah. What's going on there? Is there anything else you want to say about that? I said yes and no. Okay. My spirit guides have such a sense of humor sometimes. I'm like, it's 3 a.m. Play less. You play too much. You be playing too much. But they said yes and no. There's more they want to say about that, but they said it will unfold throughout the reading. So I don't need to further clarify that. So the area of potent clarity or deeper understanding that's going to be emerging for you at this time is the High Priestess in reverse. What's the High Priestess in reverse? I feel like there is something that has been kept secret. And that was for a reason. Not a bad reason. But I'm seeing like the High Priestess in reverse is an openness. It's someone who is sharing a secret. It's like there's no mystery here. I'm speaking what's on my mind. I'm like pulling back the curtain, you know, I'm pulling. That made me really look like a streaker or something who's just like opening up their trench coat to go streaking. So we're not doing that, but hopefully you understand what I'm saying. It's like pull back the curtain, take a look. I'm not hiding anything here. I am laying myself bare. Tell me about the High Priestess in reverse, because the High Priestess card is associated with the planet, the moon. it's kind of confusing because the tarot card of the moon is associated with Pisces, but the high priestess is associated with the moon, and Cancer is the sign that's ruled by the moon. What? Right? It's a little bit confusing, but not once you learn tarot. It actually does make perfect sense. Tell me more about the high priestess in reverse. So the moon, if we think about something like the moon is like a dreamy, romantic nature, but not necessarily easy to pin down, because what is the essence of romance? It's uncertainty, right? It's like what makes something romantic and kind of exciting. It's like the possibility. It's what you don't know yet. It's what is in the process of unfolding, and the heightened emotions that are involved in that, right? So there's something that has been uncertain. In some way, it has felt romantic. You have felt like you can see it clearly. This is why you're so at odds with like seeing things either black and white are very different. So it's because when you feel into something, it feels very powerful. It feels romantic, and you are looking at it like, I'm the Knight of Swords. This thing is the Seven of Swords in reverse. I have the answer. I see it clearly, and the Page of Cups. I feel like it is something that is coming from the heart, that I can trust, that I can open up to, that I can choose, that I can claim and know that it's not going to hurt me. But I feel like in terms of it actually cooperating and coming together smoothly, that maybe hasn't happened, whatever this is. And so you're gaining more understanding and clarity surrounding what has been hidden about that. Is there anything else about that? No. Things will be revealed. All that you need to know will be revealed. There's going to be fresh energy coming into something that hasn't been reconciled, and that fresh energy or that truth is going to allow you to make this choice with confidence that you don't feel like you've been able to. Okay? So a commitment, goal, or responsibility that you will be re-evaluating during this time. It is coming through as the Tower, so Mars energy, with this oracle card which says levitation, higher ground, belief, mastery, and meditation. Yeah, there's something that has just felt a little bit chaotic and exhausting here. It's been very difficult to find like a peaceful, assured place of harmony within yourself surrounding a certain situation. The situation could have felt kind of aggressive in nature even, but I'm seeing you like you're levitating up above the chaos. So it's higher ground. It's a transcended state that I'm seeing you move into. It's interesting because there is an element about trusting yourself and mastering your own beliefs or mastering your own mind, even when there's things you can't know for certain. So you're reevaluating your commitment to something that has felt a little bit hostile, uncertain, chaotic, which isn't necessarily bad. It could just be something that was very transformative or very catalytic, or maybe in a state of change and flux so far while you've been in it. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad. Like Mars energy is not negative. Or the energy of that masculine Martian energy, it doesn't have to be negative. Is there anything else about that? So I feel like you're essentially committing to what you know, your own personal truth, and you're finding a level of harmony within that, even if you don't have the answers surrounding the situation as a whole just yet. I feel like your own personal truth is going to be revealed to you, or you're going to get to a place of certainty where you master your mind and your own beliefs. And essentially it's like healthy detachment, which allows you to rise up above and just trust in what you believe, what your truth is, because you've meditated on it and found a space of harmony, and you trust yourself. And so then whatever comes of it, it's like, that's okay. I'm still at peace with my truth, with my experience, right? So I don't need to fixate on what I don't know, or whether the other person feels the same, or whether the situation's going to end in success or failure, whatever the situation may be, right? This is about mastering your mind a little bit, which is quite strong for you. Quite a powerful lesson for you. So, a place where you're going to be receiving a reality check, somewhere where you haven't been able to tell if something is your intuition or illusion based, is coming through as the Knight of Wands. With then these two cards came out. So Hidden Familiars and Drawing Down the Moon. It says allies, natural assistance, divine support, and comfort. And then divine feminine source, channel, and stillness. There's something here about meditating, or really tuning into that yin energy, the energy of the unknown, of the moon, of stillness, of source, of the infinite, of the divine. I do think there's something that you're going to receive a reality check via divine assistance, or like a sacred download or something like that. You're being supported for sure by forces beyond you here, this divine support. It could just be your connection directly to source as well. When you do tune into your feminine energy of intuition and emotion, right? Your heart and soul. Okay, so the Knight of Wands. This is not you, this Knight of Wands. No, tell me about the Knight of Wands. Are they the one delivering this reality check? No. Is the reality check about this Knight of Wands person? No. Well, what does this Knight of Wands have to do with anything here? Something that you're not meant to know yet, because there still has been, wow, there's 3 2s in sequence here at the bottom of the deck. The 2 of Swords, the 2 of Cups in reverse, and the 2 of Pentacles. There is still things up in the air, and you have a very close connection to something or someone here, and your energies very strongly and powerfully. That's why your mastery of your mind and the way you perceive things, the energy that you pour into this situation is so important. Your energies very strongly influence or impact one another. So if you have the 2 of Cups connection with someone that you also have, these are the cards that actually flew out, the Lovers and the Wheel of Fortune connection with, this is something that is destined, written in the stars, karmic, a soul agreement, something like that, but it goes deep. And the Lovers talks about a choice. It's something that has to be chosen. Who did I talk about this in? It might have been Sag. But it's something that you have to keep on choosing. It's not something that someone can be coerced or convinced into. It's not something where the timing can be controlled, especially not with the Wheel of Fortune. This is something that is divine in nature, but it requires both people to be on the same page, synced up, calibrated, certain, choosing and claiming it and showing up in a balanced way, or else the connection will fall apart. It will be more based in uncertainty and fear, and it will slowly degenerate if that is not present, right? So that's why it's coming out as like the reality check is going to be surrounding this person that's coming up as the Knight of Wands. So they could have strong fire in their chart, but they don't have to. I'm getting fire rising, fire Mercury, or fire Mars could be very strong for them, is what they're saying, but it could be something outside of that too, obviously, a different placement. This reality check is coming, but this person also has their own stuff that they are going to be realizing and working through that will impact the choice they make, which they haven't made yet, which is why there is a divide, maybe currently, or distance between the two of you, because once this mental choice is made, then there still needs to be action taken on that choice, but the action can't happen. So it's like you're both standing at a crossroads right now, essentially, and you both need to pick individually. This is coming through in such an interesting way. It's like you're both standing at the same crossroads, but maybe on a different timeline or something. You both have your own timeline, right? You both, in order to meet in this place, you both need to choose to go the same way at that crossroads, but you need to choose it without seeing what the other person is choosing. Does that make sense? So it's like there's very much an element of serendipitous sort of fate here that cannot be controlled. This person will be coming to their own realizations, evolutions, understanding. They'll be influenced in their own way during this time, and they will make a choice out of that, from that place, as will you. But you both, in order to align with this, you need to choose what is truly best for you, what actually feels right for you. So you will be revealing your own secret to yourself. You'll be revealing the secret of what that is when you're not just basing your choice on what the other person is choosing, but when you have to make it from an independent place. What do you choose? And can you be strong in that choice? Can you stand behind that choice, knowing that it came from a place of mastering your own belief in your own mind, even if this person, let's say, doesn't choose the same, even if you don't end up going the same direction? But there's a possibility that you will go the same direction. And there is that element of you guys being very connected in a way that, again, your energy influences one another in a very strong, serendipitous, kind of like mysterious way. So you could be very connected in dream, in the astral. You could be very telepathic, so they could be picking up on your energy or the way that you even think of the situation or perceive it. So if you perceive it from a place of certainty, unconditional love, being at peace with your own choice and decision, for instance, and then acting on that, taking the higher ground, walking that path with sovereign strength and intention, that could inspire, that energy could transfer, essentially, or be transmitted to this person. It doesn't mean that you control their choice, but it is an influential element, is how it's coming through, okay? So don't underestimate, like, yeah, they're basically saying when you have confidence, that confidence can be transmitted just the same way that like fear or confusion can also be transmitted. It's kind of like when you think about when you enter a conversation, right? Sometimes it's about the tone that you bring in, and it will do you good to enter a conversation in the energy and the tone that you wish to receive in response, right? So for instance, if you've had a fight with someone and you are hoping for reconciliation, they would be good if you came into a conversation with maybe a level of humility, openness, tenderness, grace or forgiveness, right? And like an open-mindedness to see both sides of the story. because you're hoping to get that in response from them as well. And your energy that you bring into the situation, it's more likely that that person will respond in that way than if you come in like in a defensive, anxious, like uptight kind of, like a little bit sketchy, you know, like kind of like jump scare. Yeah, kind of energy. That's how that's coming through. You do have divine support though through this as well. It's almost like your guides are trying to support you in moving from the heart and from a place of hope and belief that good things are possible. So again, that doesn't mean that this situation is for sure going to play out the way that you want it to, but what it does mean is that if you carry that belief forwards, then even if this doesn't work out, you will call something good to you from that place. You'll align naturally with something that is right for you. Okay? But yeah, the most power or control that you can have is just really tuning into your truth, cementing that truth, rising above anything that would essentially making that decision and not looking back, and then acting, taking confident action on it from a piece of internal sovereignty, presence, intention, etc. Yeah. Okay. So an area where you may be liberating yourself or expanding your thinking or even rebelling against a previous way of doing something is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. This is coming through as your energy. So it's an insecurity, a little bit. It could be because there's been instability in this situation, right? Which has caused you to question what you thought you knew, the truth that you thought you held, or even your personal truth that you do know, right? Is like, well, what if I offer this love to someone who doesn't offer it back, who chooses fear? Then that's an injustice. But is it? It's like you still don't have any regrets. What's the worst that happened? If something ends due to fear, you still honored your experience and your truth. You can still move forwards, having no regrets, having, like, I'd rather personally have an oh well rather than a what if for the rest of my fucking life. I don't know about you, but I don't fuck with that shit. I don't like having regrets. I'd rather just say the thing, and if it's not reciprocated, then okay, then I know, right? It's better, I feel like, to take that approach. And I think that you're liberating yourself from the insecurity surrounding needing to know this other person's truth or choice in order to make your own mind up. Yeah, it's like not taking a leap because you're standing on a cliff. This is funny because I just got home from BC and we were cliff jumping, or we were jumping off of our boat as well. And my nephew had like a friend there. He just turned 10 and he had a friend there, and they were both standing on the back of the boat, and they were like 3, 2, 1, and then he went like that, but he didn't actually jump, right? It's that thing. It's like the fear of being the only one that jumps. But what is the worst that can happen if you're the only one that jumps? Then it's like, okay, well, the other person looks, you know, you look courageous. You look like the courageous one out of the two, right? You look like the one who was capable of speaking your truth, standing behind it, taking action based on that from an assured, sovereign, and strong place. And there's nothing to be ashamed of surrounding that, okay? So anything else about this Queen of Pentacles in reverse before I let Aqua go? No, it's coming through as that being your message, my loves. What's up, Star Lova? How are you, my love? Hey, Paula. Okay, I'm going to answer that at the end. I'm doing good. How are you? It's been a while since I've been live. It's good to connect with you guys again. It feels good. You can tell because I've been on here for 7 hours, which always seems to happen with me. And that's why Spirit is like, we're going to guide you to do very specific live all signs, but you're not going to do them frequently because they take a lot of your energy. And the ones that you do live, hopefully they'll be potent. Okay. Let's see here. How are you though? Let's move on to Pisces. Pisces. And I will do your super chat, Paula, after Pisces. And I'll timestamp it for you too in case you're not here or in case you want to go back to it at a later time, okay? Okay. Let's see here. Pisces. Last but never least in my heart. You're always great. Aw. Thank you. But I feel like it is a thing about intentionality and presence as well, a lesson that I am learning. So it might not always be this way, but for now, they're a little bit more few and far between, but I'll still be posting, don't worry. It's just might not be a plethora of like 6 to 8 hour lives happening at this point in time. But I might show up for you guys live in other ways. That discussion that I had earlier with Paula and stuff is quite interesting. You're doing good. Seeing what you should do for career, not being utilized where you need to be. Yeah. Maybe you outgrew your current circumstances and there's a better fit for you where you can expand or be appreciated more for what you offer. Well, this is definitely retrograde season with 4 planets retrograde, so it is a good time to reevaluate things. So you're in the right place at the right time, I think, even if things are uncertain. Let's see. Okay. Pisces. Let me just take 1 second. Ground the energy a little. There is a hell of a lot of energy though, because I'm covering my crown and I can still feel it a lot. So hella energy. Yeah, the cards want to fall out by themselves for you. I heard let the chips fall where they may. There's something about things being given space to fall into place on their own with you. Okay, they are coming out, that's for sure. Oh, is there another one that turned over? Whoa. Is there another one? No. Two more cards. Okay. Let's see here. Pisces. Okay. See about that. Let's see. Did you clarify this for me? Oh God. Just these two cards. Did something else fall? No, just those ones. Okay. One more. Send it out. Nope. Too many. Thank you. That's still two, but that is okay. 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 Yeah. Makes sense. Wow. It's interesting. I felt like a huge clearing. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about this after I timestamp because I feel like, yeah. Okay, let's timestamp you. There's a lot coming through, Pisces. Okay, I would not expect anything less from my fellow fishies. Hi, Pisces. Okay, let's get into this because things are coming through for you already, and you know how our intuition is. When it's there right now. So let's get started with this. Okay, so, oh gosh, I already forgot what I was gonna say. I felt this huge clearing, so I put down the cards that are associated in the spread with it's interesting, with the placement that corresponds with the Neptune retrograde and the illusion that you're going to receive a reality check surrounding. And right when I put the cards down, I felt a huge clearing of energy across like here. So I guess that would be more my third eye. And it kind of felt like pressure actually taken off of it. So I feel like there's something that has actually been applying a lot of pressure to you, and it may have been not allowing you to be fully connected to your intuition clearly. So I think that this Neptune retrograde is going to do wonders for you, and Neptune is your ruler, so that makes a lot of sense. But then after I said that, at the bottom of the deck is this card which says rising above, clarity, freedom, and solution. And behind that is intuitive communication, silent whispers of the heart. So I feel like you're definitely receiving this communication or clarity that's going to clear something for you. Okay, so let me just take a look here. I want to look at something. Surrounding. Okay, so the realm of your life that is going to be influenced the most, or that's going to experience the greatest change or evolution during this retrograde season, came through as the King of Pentacles. And it came through with the Lenormand cards. Two of them came out. So the Book and Child both came out. It's interesting too because this card, the Book in the Lenormand, excuse me, it's associated with the Ten of Wands energy. So it can talk about like a heaviness, a breaking point of an energetic breaking point, which for you, with your ruler, like you're very energetically tapped in or tuned in, right? And your ruler being Neptune, it can be intuitive understanding. So it's kind of what I was experiencing with that tension being taken off with the new wisdom or knowledge, especially of an esoteric sort, is coming through to you. And it's surrounding the Child energy with the King of Pentacles. So there's some sort of very abundant new beginning that's going to be happening for you, is what I feel like. The Child can represent a literal child or a young person, but more often it represents someone who sees with eyes of wonder, and it can indicate something new that is happening. So paired with the King of Pentacles, I just want to know, like, yeah, there's some sort of innocent new beginning, though, a beginning that can be trusted. And I don't know why that wants to be highlighted. I don't know if there have been things around you that you haven't been able to trust, or that have maybe communicated from a place of like a lack of dignity or a lack of honesty, or even just a lack of clarity maybe that threw you off. But can you tell me more about this? What is this new beginning surrounding? I'm seeing it though as being very, yeah, it's very practical. The Knight of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles, it could have to do with an earth sign, but I feel like this is your energy, and I feel like it's some sort of wisdom or knowledge that you're gaining is allowing you to carry a sense of innocence, hope, surrender, and trust into a new beginning, is what that feels like. And by doing so, you're kind of infusing it into the experience in some sort of way. So can you tell me more about this experience or opportunity where there's a new beginning? Coming through as very abundant. Something's going to be revealed to you. The Page of Cups, the Eight of Wands, the Seven of Pentacles. This feels like someone choosing you. Yeah, I cut the deck to the Chariot. The thing about the energy of the Child as well, in the Lenormand, there's timing. There's like positive, neutral, or negative energy for each card. This is positive, but there's also a pairing, and there's also timing attached. And the timing attached to this is soon, so very soon. So this is happening, I would say, in the first half. I'm hearing quarter. I was going to say the first half of this retrograde season, and I was calling the retrograde season like where the retrogrades all overlap. So it would be until the end of like the post shadow of the Mercury retrograde, because all of the other retrogrades of the outer planets are longer. They're like months long, like between 4 and 6 months long, essentially. Whereas the Mercury moves a lot faster. So Mercury retrograde, the shadow phase ends. Let me give you a date so that you actually know. Yeah, Mercury leaves post retrograde shadow on August 25th, okay? At 1:37 a.m. Pacific time, in case you really want to be specific. So from now until the end of August is going to be very significant. And it could be, well, they said within the first quarter of that as well. So break that time period into 4, and the first quarter is when I'm being guided to tell you that something's going to happen quite quickly anyways. Also, the number 3 is being highlighted. I see it. One, two, three, 4, 5 times on the table. Luna wants to say hi as well. So I see the number 3 5 times on the table. So that could be significant as well. But 3s to me also signify something being built, something that requires cooperation, right? So it's like 2 parts come together, but what they create is greater than the sum of their parts, right? It's almost like if it's you and someone else forming a relationship, the relationship takes on something of its own that's greater than just what the 2 of you came into it. It's what is created when those 2 worlds collide, or when they integrate into one, for instance. But I do see this involving somebody else for a lot of you. Why is she so adorable? Little cutie. Cutie head. Okay. We can't play around, Luna. We gotta finish this so we can go to bed. It's 3:30 in the morning. All right. But I see someone coming in, and it's this Page of Cups energy, which is not you. You're this King of Pentacles. And I see that you're very focused on some sort of knowledge that you're gaining here, which is, I think, it's connected to you moving into this new beginning with a level of confidence, but it is not directly related. Like, I don't think the knowledge that you're learning is about this, but this is coming in while you're focused on something else that you're also learning, if that makes sense. So there's some sort of revelation or admission, and it's coming from the heart. And that is where there's a new beginning starting, but you're also gaining deeper wisdom or esoteric knowledge simultaneously that you'll be able to, you can apply it to this situation, this relationship. So this might be a very spiritual relationship that you're dealing with as well. I don't need that anymore. Okay. So a potent area of clarity or understanding that's going to be emerging surrounding the Ace of Wands. So it's around life force energy. It's around passion, inspiration, desire. It can be sexual energy as well. It's coming through more as like sacred desire though. Something that balances both your primal and your spiritual needs. Tell me more about this Ace of Wands. I think that that's what you're learning about here, though. You're learning something about energy. That's what this esoteric knowledge is, I feel like. So it's interesting. It could be something about the frequency that you embody and transmit out, and how that energetically affects things. Or it could be about, yeah, so essentially like manifestation, how you embody and then draw things in. Yeah, how you transmute things as well, how you transform energy. Scorpio energy there. So your energy is very heavily on the table, as is Scorpio, Taurus. That's what I see so far. That's where you're gaining clarity and understanding, and whatever it is, it's very I think it has to do with being all in. There's a quote that I want to read you. Will I be able to find it? I think so, because I remember who it's by. But this is coming through the Fool in reverse and the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. It's kind of like there are some things that you can't wait until you see it to believe it. You have to take the leap of faith. And when you do that, you create the opportunity, because your leap of faith, your confidence, is what actually transforms the energy. And it either inspires maybe someone else in a situation, or it shifts the energy, as in the universe kind of responds to the action that you're taking. That's what this quote is about. And okay, that's fucking interesting. Hold on a second. I'll show you after I find this quote. Okay. Okay, so look at it's off for you first because it's really dirty, but look at what time it is. Just saying. I said there was like 6 or 5 or 6 threes on the table. Then I look at the clock and it's 3:33. Coincidence? I think not. Okay, so there's something about that. This quote is by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe from 1773. So this is ancient wisdom, if you will. Okay, I'm going to put it up here so that you can take a screenshot of it if you want, because this quote is quite beautiful and powerful. But it says, until one is committed, so essentially until you actually surrender and take the fearless leap, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth, that ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. That the moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision, raising in its favor all manner of unforeseen incidents and meetings and material assistance, which no man could have dreamed would ever come his way. Whatever you can do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Begin it now. So it's about exactly what I was talking. It's about once you have the agency, the confidence, the providence to essentially take something, take action, you are taking it into your own hands. That doesn't mean that you control other elements if like other people and their free will is involved. But it does mean that providence moves too, that the universe tries to meet you halfway, that there's a ripple effect from that. That is very powerful, and it has a lot of power to shift your reality, to shift things around you. I feel like this is part of the knowledge surrounding energy and how you can influence and transmute energy that is coming to you here. I feel like it has something to do with that. Like that you have more power and more say essentially than you might know you do. Excuse me. Okay. Definitely losing my voice. So A commitment, goal, or responsibility that you may be reevaluating is the Six of Wands and this card which says healing, reconnecting with your true nature. This is one of the, it's number 33. Can you see that? Here. This card is number 30 as well later on in the reading, but and then there's card number 13, there's card 31. There could also be something about that, like, yeah, the balance. So interesting too, because okay, I'm gonna have to show you that there's a connection there. Sorry, I feel like I'm bouncing around, but things are just coming to my awareness here. Okay, I'll point that out in a second. But a Six of Wands, I feel like you are making the primary goal returning to your own true nature, reconnecting, calibrating with yourself, healing if that is necessary. Just letting Luna out. There we go. Because again, that is all that you have control over, right, in a situation, and you taking like autonomous, clear, convicted action in your own life to do things for your own highest and best good, to take a leap of faith in the direction of something that you see as being prosperous, or that gives you, that you have energy and inspiration to give to. This is what truly leads to success in life. It's not about a choice being right or wrong. It's not about you winning or failing necessarily. Because when you're aligned with yourself and your own personal truth and you're making decisions that honor that, you always win no matter what you align with, whether it's what you initially thought you wanted or not. You understand? And the universe will always, as long as you are radiating that energy of being, of taking decisive action towards the things that you genuinely align with, the universe will meet you and match you. So that's really powerful. So it feels like you're making your primary responsibility and commitment to yourself, your healing, specifically healing your confidence, your... I'm seeing this heart is like yellow at the core and it's shining yellow light out. It's making me feel like the solar plexus is important here. So making decisions from the heart, but with confidence, with your soul behind it. Again, with this level of like conviction. Okay, that's very key. So you're going to be receiving a reality check surrounding an area of your life that you haven't been sure if your intuition or illusion has been at the forefront of, you know, this area of your life. You got the Page of Pentacles, the little guy, and it came out with these two oracle cards, number 31 and number 30, and they came out like this, with this one in the front. So number 31, it's Ganesha, and it says clearing away obstacles, protection and guidance. And then number 30 is this flame tree. Excuse me, the start of something new. Please forgive my throat. It's been 7.5 hours of talking, and I think that's probably what is bothering it. But the interesting thing that I was going to show you here, so the card that's number 13, which mirrors 31, is the Lenormand card of the child. See? 13 and 31. Some of you want to look up number 1331 or just what numerologically it means to have repeating 3s and 1s. Yeah, because you also have aces here. And the Fool, which is the first, technically the first card, although it's not card number 1, it's card 0. You also have 2 pages. So these are ones, right? And then you also have all the threes, and then you have the threes and the ones that are mirroring each other. So there's something there about repeating ones and threes. I would look into that. Or maybe that is like validation or a synchronicity that you're going to be seeing that will mean something to you. But what's interesting to me about these being the cards that reflect or influence each other, you could say, right? This card we talked about, it's you trusting yourself enough to surrender, to make a choice from a space of purity and trust and innocence, and choosing to see the world through essentially the eyes of a child, to believe that good things are still possible, to believe in the beauty, the romance, the awe, and the wonder, the magic that exists in the world, right? Your choice to move like this is reflected by this energy of Ganesha, which clears away obstacles. So again, you take the action, and that's reflected in the clearing away of obstacles, providence, meeting you, matching you. Whatever you're learning here that's esoteric, it has to do with energy, how energy works, and that's a part of it. But I'm seeing that through this clearing away of obstacles, these obstacles are being moved so that there can be the start of something new. And it could be a little bit, I don't know, there's something that's coming through as slightly violent, or like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but the step back is really the removal of an obstacle. So there could be something that feels a little bit like something is being burned down, but it's actually happening so that something new can start. And it's positive. What's this Page of Pentacles? Is that Pisces? Yeah. Aww. I feel like you're moving towards what is personally fulfilling to you on an emotional level, because the 9 of Cups came out. This is your wish fulfillment, or the fulfillment of something that, again, it hits you in a very deep place. It hits you in your heart space, and it's something that you are approaching from this place of, again, innocence. And it's not the kind of naivety that is like it's an innocence, not a naivety. I feel like it's not a liability, because you're choosing to be in that energy and to come at something from that energy. It's not that you are young, inexperienced, naive, stupid. It's not that. It's that you're choosing to stay soft in a world that can make you hard. And that's actually fucking flex. Okay? Don't ever forget it. So what is being removed or burning down? Too many cards fell out. What is being removed or burning down? Or can you tell me? Do you want to tell me? No. It kind of depends on how you move, because here's the Queen of Cups. Here's the Knight of Swords, and here's the Empress. Ooh. Then there's the Ace of Cups in reverse and the Emperor. Ooh. The plot thickens. It's interesting here. There's something that's weird that's happening. I feel like there's mutual unconditional love between you and someone, but currently someone is not choosing it. And it's interesting because I see this whole reading, Pisces, I feel like is actually laying out what will happen if you do choose to approach a certain situation from this perspective. If you choose to surrender and not necessarily push an agenda, but just surrender and be in a space of, I know what I know intuitively in my heart. I have faith, right? The Knight of Swords and the Queen of Cups is like, I feel it in my heart. I know it to be my personal truth, and I'm going to sit pretty in that truth. And I'm the Emperor. I'm the fucking Empress. So I don't need to chase anything down. I do not need to even lift a finger. All I need to do is exist in this energy, also believing or leaving space, leaving room for the magic, the unknowable, a miracle to happen, right? The universe to intervene. But it's interesting because this is the energy. If you move in this energy, then it's like providence, or that energetic ripple that you send out from being in that space. Because right now, right now there's this energy that the Emperor is looking towards. So there's those cards, the Queen of Cups, the Knight of Swords, and the Empress, and then the Ace of Cups in reverse in between the Empress and the Emperor. Okay, and you see how he is looking away from this Ace of Cups in reverse? Actually, you are too, because it's like this. See how you're both looking away from it? It's almost like something, there's been a loss of hope or faith surrounding something here. But there is a true match, the Emperor and the Empress, in something. It's just like a lack of hope, a lack of faith, but this divinely offered opportunity is still present. It's just not being chosen. And neither of you are even really paying direct attention to it at this time. But the Emperor, what the Emperor is looking towards is the Knight of Cups in reverse, the Ten of Cups, and the Page of Wands in reverse. And the Knight of Cups in reverse is them as well. So it's interesting. It's kind of coming through as like they've been jaded or disappointed by a situation that they don't feel like this is their current way of thinking, right? They feel like they need to let themselves in from out of the cold by focusing on something different because they had really high hopes, the Ten of Cups, for the situation between the two of you, which have now been dashed with the Page of Wands in reverse. It's like they lost hope. They don't see how something can come together. So they feel kind of now like the only option they have that makes sense is to essentially disconnect emotionally with that Knight of Cups in reverse and move away from this opportunity in hopes that they will find this elsewhere, but they're carrying this lack of hope with them in that direction, which is moving away from you. You, on the other hand, you are facing this. You're facing your own personal truth and embodiment of your intuition and your emotional knowing as well. So it's almost like even though you are not facing, right? It's like you're not trying to directly influence this. You are just embodying this. And the influence of this energy that is shared between you and the Emperor, it feels like that is being affected without you paying direct attention to it. It's being affected as a result of the energy that you are shifting in your own personal healing and your focus on your own personal success. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of coming through as slightly complex, and I feel like this is something esoteric that's going to be revealed to you in more of a personal way that you'll be able to understand. Like deep truths like this, usually spirit will speak your language, so to speak, in a way that you can understand, or it will just come through as a download. Maybe if you have intuitive gifts like claircognizance, which is just clear knowing, it might just all of a sudden click and then you have that understanding. Okay, so an area that you will be liberating yourself, rebelling from the previous way of doing things, or expanding your thinking is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. You were looking at something like it wasn't working, or the energy, time, and effort that you were putting in wasn't actually getting you anywhere. Yeah, the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Like something was just not shifting or moving. But I think it's you were approaching it by trying to hold on to control it, the situation, maybe not the person, but like this would have come through maybe as, let's say there's a situation where it's just not working, and instead of surrendering and focusing on aligning and calibrating with yourself, you were trying to grasp onto it for fear of losing it, or you were trying to prove that something is right, or that you are a certain way, or you know, that a connection is still alive, or whatever the case may be. The approach was not working, and it's because it was coming from a place of holding on. Yeah. Okay. Tell me more about this Eight of Pentacles. The Hierophant. In the past, you were committed to a way of doing things that was not working. It's an old way of doing things that you're liberating yourself from. A way you've been doing things maybe for quite a long time, but it hasn't brought you actual fulfillment or joy, is what I feel. It's kind of created a division of the energy, actually. It doesn't allow you to streamline your energetic intention and embodiment the way that focusing on yourself and shifting the energy the way that you actually do have power to shift it works. Yeah, this is something very interesting and deep and important that you're learning. You're going to do things differently from this point forwards. And it has very much to do with using your intuition and your personal healing and emotional truth to create tangible outcomes. Yeah. Because there's a big mixture between pentacles and cups and wands, which is like soul and heart. So that's what I see for you, Pisces. I love you so much. I'm gonna let you go now. I'm going to do Paula's super chat. Also, I hear Luna meowing at me from the washroom, which means she wants to drink out of the sink. So I'm gonna have to go turn that on for her before. But I love you dearly. I hope that you're doing incredibly well. Thanks for hanging out with me, everybody. You're my favorite. I'm coming. Jeez. Let me go do that, because she's just gonna get progressively louder and more obnoxious until I do. Then I will return to you and give you a proper sign off, a proper goodbye. Lord. One second here to deal with the cat. The cat. All right. Hello. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out, you guys. I love you so very much. I will see you again shortly. As I mentioned at the beginning of this All Signs, I did get your request for the other topic, and I'm pre-recording that other All Signs. the one on the topic of what has been going on behind the scenes in your life and what is coming next. That will be coming soon for you, okay? So look out for that. I did not forget about you. It's just that Spirit guided me to do this one. This all signs live, so I'm about halfway through filming that other one, but that will be coming for you as well. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to Paula's super chat now. Let's see here. What is the most significant change you need to make to align with your sovereignty or whole self? Your life has been a repetition of Phoenix rising. I want to learn how I can unblock myself. Thank you. Okay. Your nickname is SARE? Sarah? Libra, Sun, Aqua, Moon. Okay. I'm just going to timestamp you. So we're at... Actually, let me pull your cards first, and I'll timestamp right when I start the reading, as I did with all the other signs. Okay, so let's see here. What's the best oracle deck to use for this? Significant change to align. I feel like it is this one that I just used. This one as well. Okay. Let me see. Okay, they said to only pull 3 cards. I heard like three-step program is what I heard. So maybe they're going to very literally give you like a 3-step plan to follow. I guess I should have done your timestamp back there, because now these messages are just coming through. I'll redo your timestamp so that you don't miss that. Okay. Let's pull these cards and see. So I'm going to pull 3 oracle cards and 3 tarot cards. An oracle card to clarify each tarot card, and we'll see what comes out. So what is needed for Paula to make the most significant change in order to align with her authentic being, her whole self, her sovereignty, the expression and embodiment of herself that is most calibrated? Let's see. Whoa. Oh, okay. Whoa. Something here about being honest with yourself. Okay. Let's get an oracle card. Okay. That. You done? Go turn the sink off in a second before I really get into things. That goes there. Okay. One more. Okay. Hmm. It's in a shifting of your perspective, for sure. The number 9 might be very significant. It's showing up 3 times here. 27, 27, and 36. So either the number 9, or else you might want to also look up 2727 and see if that is significant in terms of numerology for you. Okay, let me just go turn off the sink because I can hear it running, and then I will get into this. All right, what I'm seeing here. So we have Luna. She's being super needy right now. Come sit over here so that we can see you more. Come. Okay, anyways. Come. Come here. She's such a butthead. She's like, no, if I'm not doing it my way, sitting where I want to be, then I'm not going to do anything. What's divine timing? Oh, what's up, divine timing? What's divine timing? Yeah, it's like 4 in the morning here, so my brain is kind of like done. But hi, I'm doing well. Okay, so in regards to what you need to do to kind of embody yourself fully and create significant change in your life, to basically align more with yourself and the things that are meant for you. So when I was shuffling out, they told me to pull 3 cards, and they said 3-step plan, essentially. So take that as you will. Maybe you want to do these things in this order, or maybe it's just I'm hearing that that's not necessary, but there's 3 kind of elements that are going to add to this for you. So the first one that came out is the Hermit in reverse with the Burning Man, which says collective power, supreme prayer, the 3 of Cups, and celebration. So this card talks about community, and the Hermit in reverse talks about not being isolated. So there's something here about connecting to people that make you feel good, connecting to people that reflect your truth back at you. So people who remind you who you are, even when you don't see yourself clearly, that's going to be vital. Whether that is someone that you know directly, or whether it's like a community, like this community, right? Where you can talk to like-minded people, or you can hear an intuitive message that maybe reflects your truth back at you. Something like that. There's also something about trusting that you are divinely supported by the community that you have in the other realms, right? And so not to downplay the power of prayer and communicating with your guides and asking that the divine, giving the divine permission and requesting that they intercede on your behalf, that they show up for you, essentially, to guide you, to clear obstacles, to whatever it is that you're specifically wanting. Okay, the second thing that came out is the High Priestess in reverse. So that's Virgo energy. This is the energy of the moon, which is actually really interesting because both of these cards have the moon on them as well. And the High Priestess has the moon at her feet here. But this card is also just associated with the moon, like the planet, the moon, as well. Or the star, the moon, whatever the moon is. Okay. The High Priestess in reverse talks about clearing away illusion, but it talks about kind of like admitting a secret. But I feel like this is you admitting a secret to yourself, Let's clarify that a little bit more, though, before I say too much. It is you being confident enough to admit something to yourself that you strongly believe. And the Enchanted Forest card, so these are both number 9s because one is 27, one's 36. I don't know if you can see that. But the Enchanted Forest card says mystery, magic, and excitement, and the Moonlight card says travel, romance, and potential. There's something about knowing but not knowing and trusting yourself in that. It's like, I think that the truth that you want to admit is that even though maybe sometimes this approach that you've had to life has caused you pain, there's something about the uncertainty and chaos and the unknown that actually kind of lights you on fire. Because there's two sides to that coin, right? It's like, yes, it's mysterious. Yes, there could be pain, there could be heaviness involved, but there's heavier pain involved from not taking the leap, not taking the risk, and also not being able to walk away from it because you can't stop thinking about what if I would have. And that creates a hell of a lot of weight, right? That you're then carrying. Whereas if you look at it from a different perspective, like within the mystery, there is a level of enchantment, there is a level of magic that I can actually be excited about. I don't need to be afraid of it. I can leap out into the unknown, and I can trust that there's possibility and potential there that isn't bad or good. It just is. And when you start seeing things from more of a neutral place, as like, I can't really lose, I can only experience, I think that that's going to help you as well. The way that this says romance as well on this card, I was talking earlier, I can't remember what sign it was, but about how there's a quote that says the essence of romance is uncertainty. And it talks about how, like, again, it's, you can choose to be either afraid by what is unclear, or you can choose to let it excite you and inspire you, right? And when you think of something that is romantic, or when you're romanticizing your life, it's oftentimes making space for there to be magic, the unknown, the thing that can be serendipitous, that can throw you off, but in a good way, that can surprise you in a positive way, right? That can pleasantly surprise you. It doesn't always have to equal a painful surprise. So I feel like repackaging this perspective in terms of, this is something that I can actually romanticize and be excited about what I could find in the unknown, rather than being fearful about it, or letting my past experiences dictate what I expect to happen in the future, when really the past has no bearing on things that have yet to happen. I think that's going to be powerful for you too. So that's the second thing. The third thing that came out is the Seven of Swords in reverse, with these two cards, fire and magic. And the fire card is the other number 27 card that equals a 9. Okay, so you got this. Seven of Swords in reverse, fire and magic. This to me is coming through very much as using the energy of this Leo retrograde, this Leo Mercury in Leo retrograde, words, understanding, and the Leo new moon. Use the magic of the super potent, like supercharged magic surrounding this time, essentially to influence things. So you could manifest clarity surrounding a situation that you're uncertain of. You could manifest this new reframing of your current belief system. You could manifest confidence, passion, inspiration, connection to your highest, most authentic self, right? You could also do that. I want to read what magic says in the book to close things off. I feel like that's relevant for you. You might want to do some sort of ritual or It doesn't have to look like anything specific. It just has to resonate with you, essentially. I think I'm done for tonight, divine timing, because it's like 4:15 in the morning. But if you want to leave like a message in the comments, if you're comfortable leaving like a way that I can contact you, then I can. If you want to send the question, sorry, let me focus fully on you. If you want to send the question now and pay for it, if you give me a place where I can send you an audio recording of the answer, I can do that tomorrow when I have more energy, or later today, I guess. So whether that is like your Instagram, I can send it through a message, or WhatsApp, or your email, whatever, if you want to take that route. But other than that, I think I probably will cut off at this one just for tonight. But magic. So it says, so the symbol on this card is obviously a pentacle, which is a Wiccan symbol, amulet, and talisman that symbolizes the element of earth and is used for invocation and the ability to bring spirit to earth, so to manifest. Okay. So it says, you are a magical being. Time to stop hiding the awe-inspiring abilities you have to connect to the divine. Drawing the pentacle invites you to connect with your personal magic on a deeper level at this time. Working with the phases of the moon. You can't make this shit up. So work with this new moon in Leo. It says, working with the phases of the moon in ritual and with herbs, candles, crystals, and spell work are some ways that we can connect our magic on the physical plane to the etheric realms. Find what suits you best. I feel like it's going to be fire at this time. With love and with harm to none. If you are inquiring about a relationship or situation, take heart. There is something quite special here. Proceed with curiosity and wonder as the situation begins to unfold in the most unique of ways. Meditate on the pentacle when you want to draw in the power of the elements to protect your energy and sacred space. Okay? So that is just about like, see the truth of your own magical being. Don't downplay your ability to influence things, right? And then passionately manifest. And believe in magic as you're doing that. Magic is a huge theme with the High Priestess, the Magic card, and then the Enchanted Forest, which also says mystery, magic, and excitement. And even the Moonlight card is like something that you don't see that has potential, which has an element of magic to it as well. So that is what I am getting for you. All right, my love. I hope that resonated and was helpful. I'm sending you all of the good vibes. And yeah, that's where your reading is ending. Okay. So yeah, divine timing, just when, I don't know if you can leave a comment now, but I'm going to end the stream now and I'll send you the answer to that tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for supporting me. Sorry, I'm just kind of out of energy, but I'm sending you lots of love and I'll get it to you tomorrow. All right, everybody, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. As per always, you're so appreciated and seen, honestly, and I feel so appreciated and seen by you. It's a beautiful symbiotic thing we got going on here, you know, mutual love. It's the Queen of Cups vibes between us, at least from my perspective. You're sending me a message on Insta. Okay, perfect. That works. Yeah, that's more private than leaving a message or a comment, so that works better. I'll check it tomorrow. But yeah, I'm gonna leave you here. I love you. You're baddies. You're going to dominate this retrograde season, and so many positive shifts are coming as a result of the work that you guys have done and your openness to continue learning and receiving the implications of the work that you've done. Believing that you're worthy of it, you know, is huge. So allow this season, allow this time to move you. Allow yourself to evolve. Allow yourself to be pushed out of your comfort zone, to reevaluate things, to do things different, to accept truth, knowing that the truth will liberate and set you free, and allow all of these pieces falling into place to just add to your sense of personal power, assuredness, sovereignty, and badassery. Because this period of time, although it can be a little bit chaotic, it is meant to show you how powerful you are. It's not meant to make you feel helpless, because you're not. You're definitely not. You're infinite and divine. So I love you, and I will talk to you guys again soon, okay? Mwah. Until then, bye, my sweets.